CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
等等，你真的下一集了哦！人家等一下才要看啦。我回来了，这集好好看哦！
母女追剧追成姐妹，申办 Hi Netflix 方案 ，Hi Net 招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。Hi Netflix。追剧追成兄弟，申办 Hi Netflix 方案 ，Hi Net 招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。Hi Netflix。
Hey everyone.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
追剧追成兄弟，申办 High Netflix 方案 ，HiNet 招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。High Netflix。
等等，你追到下一集了，人家等一下才要看啦。不会啦，这集好好看哦。
母女追剧追成姐妹，申办 High Netflix 方案，HiNet 招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。High Netflix。
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
哎，宝贝，我等来了。
好的。喜欢新的回家模式吗？
妈妈来家里吃饭。
大后背做饭啊！哎，宝贝，我要去吃饭。
好的。
8种情境任你切换，属于台湾人的智慧音箱，i 宝贝。
哎，这下
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
等
母女追剧追成姐妹，申办 Hi Netflix 方案，Hi Net 招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。Hi Netflix。
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
追剧追成兄弟，申办 Hi Netflix 方案，Hi Net 招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。Hi Netflix。
哎，宝贝，我等来啊。
好的。喜欢新的回家模式吗？
爸妈来家里吃饭。
大后尾做饭啊！哎，宝贝，我要去吃饭。
好的。
8种情境任你切换，属于台湾人的智慧音箱，i 宝贝。
哎，这下
永远走在最前面，中华电信。
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch
追剧追成兄弟，申办 Hi Netflix 方案，HiNet 招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。Hi Netflix。
等等，你做到下一集了，人家等一下才要看啦。不会了，这集好好看哦。
母女追剧追成姐妹，申办 Hi Netflix 方案，HiNet 招待你看1年 Netflix，一家多装置追剧，就算生活不同步，心也能同步。Hi Netflix。
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Hey everyone, Safe Locked here on behalf of the League team. Today we want to share some of our upcoming plans for events, game modes, and skins. Let's start with the upcoming summer event. Back in January, Viego, the Ruined King, returned to Runeterra. He defeated Senna and Lucian, and since then the stakes have been slowly rising. Starting next week, we'll follow the rise of the Sentinels as they band together with new and familiar faces against Viego and make a last stand to save Runeterra from ruin. After Spirit Blossom, we heard how much you enjoyed these more immersive events in the client, and so we'll be doing something similar for Sentinels of Light. Additionally, this event will be based in core canonical lore. Every skin, story, and moment you experience in the MOBA will be moving the story of Runeterra and its champions forward, which is something we know you've wanted for a long time. This won't always be the case for our big events. Each year, we'll explore different directions to help them stand out on their own, rather than continuing a pattern. No matter what it looks like, we hope those of you who enjoyed Spirit Blossom will be excited for Sentinels of Light and whatever 2022 might bring, and so on. And with that, let's jump into game modes. When it comes to game modes, we believe modes that amplify champion fantasies are a sweet spot. For example, in Earth, we amplify fantasies by asking, what if my champion could cast all the time? And in One For All, we ask, what if my champion could stack with itself? We've been running game modes like this alongside every event, but we know it's been a while since we've tried something new. So today, I'm happy to say that we're launching a brand new game mode alongside the Sentinels of Light event. This mode started with a different question. Which ultimate would you steal to pull off the wombo combo of your dreams? The result is Ultimate Spellbook. In Ultimate Spellbook, you get to choose another champion's ult from 3 different options. You'll still get your ultimate as usual, and your new ult will take the place of one of your summoner spells. This means you'll be able to use it after a short initial cooldown. Have you ever wanted 3 gap closers on Nasus? Or to double snipe an enemy? Maybe you just want someone to finally peel for you. No matter your dream, this is your time to shine. We can't wait to see all the crazy combos you all come up with. And with that, let's hand things over to Ambrielle, who's going to talk a little bit about skins.
Hi everyone, I'm Ambrielle and I'm the product lead for the skins team, filling in for Bellissimo. We have a lot to talk about, so let's jump right into it. Because we're making more and more skins every year, it's important that we find new thematics you're all really excited about. So this year we wanted to explore some new worlds and expand on a few smaller ones. One of our biggest new thematics so far has been Space Groove, and we gotta say, you were all really vibing with this one. We took a bit of a risk here, as Space Groove doesn't really look or sound like anything we've done before. But you all seem to really love the fresh new approach, so we'll be revisiting this groovy galaxy in the future. While not a brand new thematic, bees were a hit. During development, our team was excited about them, but we were still surprised by just how much you loved them. So you can definitely expect to see more bees buzzing onto the Rift at some point. One new thematic that didn't go as well as we'd hoped was Lunar Beasts. Sometimes we try something new and it just doesn't hit the mark. So next year, along with an old favorite, you can expect a new skin line to celebrate the Lunar New Year. During the thematic vote in January, you all chose Crime City Nightmare as the new thematic you'd like to see. Debonair 2.0 came in at a close second, so we decided to make them both. First up is Crime City Nightmare, the dark and mysterious Cthulhu-inspired cityscape. Since January, we've made a lot of progress on building out this world. This means everything from shape language to color schemes and determining just how many spooky eyeballs is too many. Today, we're ready to share the final concepts for Akali and Twisted Fate. In these pieces, you can really see how we've played around with how each champion can fully embrace their eldritch power during high points of their gameplay. Right now, we're working on bringing these designs along with 3 other skins into the game. If everything goes as planned, the dark underbelly of Valorant City will make itself known next month. Then later this year, Debonair 2.0 will tell the story of champions vying for powerful elixirs in a modern noir world. We're still early on in development for exploring this opulent universe, but are excited about the progress we've made in landing their VFX in a really fresh space. Before we go, we wanted to say a quick word on skins overall. We've been keeping up a pretty good pace these days, and we're on track to hit over 140 skins this year. As a part of that effort, we've made more skins for underserved champions, and while there's always more work to do, one name has been coming up more often than others, and that's Kayn. While we're not ready to share a concept just yet, we can confirm that Kayn has a new skin in development, and we're looking forward to getting it into your hands later this year. That's all we have for today. As always, thanks so much for being the players that make all of this possible, and we'll see you next time.
How long has it been? It's definitely been a while, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the League of Legends Pacific Championship Series. I'm going to be your play-by-play and host for the day, Clement Chu, and with a brand new series and a brand new summer split, we also have some brand new faces joining the broadcast. Warm welcomes to my colorcaster for the day, Nightstar. How are you doing?
I am so excited to be here. I cannot wait to get the day started, and boy, do we have a list of games to really start off the split as well.
Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, like what you've been casting so far and what your take is on this new PCS split?
I mean, this new PCS split is going to be really, really exciting, right? And a little bit about myself. I am a little bit of a legacy viewer when it comes to the PCS LMS, especially the old LMS days. TPA, of course, a legacy team that really got me into esports in general. So, you know, it's thanks to PCS that I'm here today in more ways than one.
And I'm sure PCS is glad to have you back now as a caster as well. Before we move further on, we have to give a great big thank you to our main sponsors, CTBC Bank, China Airlines, and Zhonghua Telecom, and of course, our tournament organizers in Riot Games, Garena, and Carry Live Company. Thanks to you, you are the reason that the PCS is on right now. And with that out of the way, we are going to be moving on and taking a look at our regular season split. Again, we're going to have 10 teams. The regular split is going to be round robins, best of one format, and every team will be playing each other twice. So let's take a look at the 10 teams that we have for summer split. They're the exact same 10 teams that we had in spring, but a lot of these rosters have shuffled around. We've had a lot of changes, and I want to kind of get your take on who's your most exciting team to watch for summer?
Yeah, my take is Boom Esports is definitely a really big wildcard team here. I've actually listed them, I believe, 4th as far as where I predict they will finish, because I think they have the pieces and the skill packed into that roster that they can really contest a lot of these powerhouse names that we saw from Spring Split, which would be Beyond, Talent, and Machi.
All right, let's see if they can pack a punch today. We're going to find them out on the 4th match of the day against Berjaya Dragons. But of course, we're going to be taking a look at our starters. It's going to be Mega Bank Beyond Gaming versus PSG, a final rematch of the PCS Spring Split playoffs right here. And going further down into the day, we're going to get a double dose of PSG and also a double dose of Berjaya Dragons coming up again in that 4th match.
Yeah, and just opening up here with Beyond and PSG is a very tantalizing prospect, right? Because yes, those that remember how playoffs went, it was a 6-0 for the side of PSG. However, coming into this, Beyond were the one team that really took that first game off of Talon, the first and only game off of Talon during the regular split. And Beyond Gaming also, you know, when I look at that finals and also just playoff performance in general against Talon, they really looked a little bit shaky and had I would say, some playoff nerves, finals nerves, given that it was their first experience on the big stage. And Talon, they're just way too experienced and just really took advantage of that.
It's so crazy to think that PSG Talon nearly had a perfect split. They were 26-1. And like you said, that only team to take them out was Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. Of course, Mega Bank is kind of the new sponsor of the day. That's why we're making sure that we read their full name out. But Beyond Gaming and Doggo were the first team to take them out, the only team to take them out. And another matchup I'm really hyped about is that Doggo versus Unified matchup. These were the only two guys that had over 100 kills in the regular season, and they were also our only two hyper ADC carries coming out of the bot lane. Of course, PSG going to MSI. Also, again, Unified having some health issues, wasn't able to participate, and Doggo filled his shoes really, really well. So I feel like there might be a bit of tension right there, you know? Unified, kind of the top dog in this region for a long time, but now Doggo is the up-and-comer.
Yeah, and for Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, this team really just kind of revolves around Doggo being able to carry those late game situations, even though I would say they're still mostly focused on trying to get resources into that top side. But as we saw in finals, the side of PSG, when they get time to prep into Mega Bank Beyond, then it becomes a bit of a frustrating time up in that top side.
Yeah, if you look at the top lane matchup, it's really interesting because you have Liang, who's been known as this fighter top laner for a long time, and then you have Hanabi, who's on most games kind of a weak side top laner, but that wasn't really how the script went in the finals at all. In fact, Hanabi got the better of Liang in that series, and it just seems like, you know, I might be a weak side top laner, but I'm just a different caliber. And, you know, unfortunately, I hope that's not the case. I really think that Liang has been one of our better performing top laners, but wasn't able to bring the same impact in playoffs. So hopefully, with this new environment on 11.13, where we're seeing so many flex picks, so many fighters everywhere, hopefully Liang is going to be able to get a bit more of an advantage over someone like Hanabi.
Yeah, that will be a really big point coming into the draft here is how are these teams going to adapt when it comes to some of these different meta shifts, because it's a whole different ball game than what PSG played when they were on the MSI patch. So a lot different game here, and we'll see how PSG also adapt to a lot of these fighters, because again, they like to have Hanabi play more of that weak side, invest more resources bot. But when you have things like Gwen and you have things like just these fighters that can really take over the game in the 1v1 matchup, I mean, that could be a really big opening for Liang to just take over the game.
We're going to be taking a look at the Mega Bank Beyond Gaming roster. For now, Liang going to be in the top lane. Husha, your jungler, will be Moen starting today over Husky. He's still on the roster for sure. Doggo back to his natural habitat. And Kino, who's just become a father, also starting today as well. They have picked up another support player, but for today, Kino will be the starter.
Yeah, Kino, you know, big congrats to him. A child is always a big thing to congratulate someone over here. And for Mega Bank Beyond, they're looking to start off the split right. They didn't have a great time in playoffs, as I mentioned, going 0-6. But, you know, here this time around, in a more relaxed environment, given that it is regular split, I expect to see them really come out firing.
And on the other side, we have PSG Talon, the team that everyone wants to take down, everyone looks up to, and everyone fears. Hanabi in the top lane, River in the jungle, my personal MVP for the spring split. Maple, unified in the bot lane, finally healthy and back in the starting roster. And then, of course, last but not least, Kai Wing, one of my favorite supports all time to see. Now, both of these supports, Kino and Kai Wing, are pretty much Leona mains. They have great engage potential. The support duel in the bot lane has been super intense. And I think, funnily enough, for a lot of people that might not know this, in this matchup specifically, we have actually seen Doggo and Kino win the 2v2.
Yeah, and I mean, PSG, in general, they can just attack you from so many different positions because of the fact that this roster is just so experienced on the international stage, and they can definitely compete at all positions on the international stage. So that's why, while they do like to play bot side here with Unified and Kai Wing, and they are, I would still say, the strongest 2v2 in the league, they have the option to play through things like Maple or Hanabi if the situation calls for it.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup, especially looking at the drafting phase and the ban pick. I think the biggest discrepancy here is definitely Moen's champion pool versus someone like Maple. Moen, pretty much kind of a solo mage player, and we all know on 11.13, even with the buffs, mages aren't really that dominant in the mid lane. We're going to be taking a look at how the ban picks go. Beyond Gaming, straight off the bat, taking 2 away from potentially Maple's champion pool here in the Karma and the LeBlanc, while on the other side, PSG definitely focusing down Husha with the Xin Zhao and the Nocturne.
Yeah, taking away the Zen, also the the power of Nocturne, just being able to flex it into top and jungle. Of course, we don't really expect the Nocturne to go into the mid lane given Maoan's champion pool tendencies, and I like the LeBlanc ban out as well, just saying, hey, we don't want Maple to be roaming all over the map and just killing everyone. We want to try and make sure he sticks in lane, limit his impact around the map.
Are you seeing this on the screen? Is that a Draven ban?
It looks like a Draven ban to me.
That's pretty interesting. Dago didn't actually play Draven last split, but PSG have definitely seen some shenanigans in scrims or something, and we're going to see Beyond Gaming with the Viego first pick. This is pretty common these days, you know, can flex into 3 positions on the top side of the map, while PSG are going to answer back with a Lee Sin. We have seen this from Hanabi, not yet from Maple, but I wouldn't be surprised if Maple can pick that up too. Akali also going to be locked in. That is the champion that has, you know, big nerfs coming in 11.14, still very strong right now. And then Sylas, wow, this is a big improvement here for Beyond Gaming. You know, they actually penned Sylas for the majority of their games last split, but going through the draft extremely fast, and also the Kalista being locked in here for the first 3 picks.
Yeah, a lot of bruisers coming out in this first phase. We have Viego, Sylas, Lee Sin, and Akali. This game is all about early fighting here, and we do see Aphelios potentially locked in here for Unified. Did get some buffs on this patch. It's going to feel a lot better as well, I think, and he's just really just a big monster, and he plays relatively well into things like the Sylas and the Kalista, who are just going to be running at him.
Yeah, we still don't have a good gauge on what the junglers are going to be from each side. They can still definitely flex around here. But PSG, I think, revealing their cards a little bit. This, to me, it looks more like a 1-3-1. And, you know, it's kind of atypical to see the Aphelios ran without the Thresh. We're going to be seeing what that extra champion is going to be coming out from Kaiwing. In the meantime, Beyond Gaming just... I like this. You know, you don't really expect the Leona to be paired up with the Aphelios, but they're going to ban it anyway because it's Kaiwing. So I respect that. On the flip side, also we see Kaiwing showing some respect to Kino, 2 very similar supports, and taking away that Alistar or that engage and dive composition that Beyond Gaming seem to be drafting up here.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to hit 6 support bans here in this game. So now it's really a test of where do we go next when it comes to these support champion pools. But for PSG, it looks like they're considering just saving the last pick for support here, as they're going to be hovering Gwen and they will lock it in. So it looks like it's going to be a very top-centric game here coming in for PSG.
Yeah, I think most likely Lee Sin mid, Gwen top, Gwen jungle. Seems like that's the play here. I mean,
Lee Sin also did get nerfed though, so solo lane Lee Sin not as good.
True. So probably could still see Lee Sin in for River. It's definitely a lot of swap around potential right here. And for Beyond Gaming, we're going to be seeing the Kennen. This could potentially be support. You know, we have seen some like Pokeball Kennens in the past with the Kalista combo. It's always a really fun combo to see. And wow, is this going to be Nico?
It honestly could be a Nico support here. I know over in LCK, this was one of Karia's big support champs to pair with the Kalista. You have a lot of... It's very similar to that Kennen, right? Where you throw in the Nico throws down the ultimate, and you're able to just get a whole lot of zone control. So this is a big zone control composition coming in from Mega Bank Beyond Gaming. And for the side of PSG, they realize there's so much engage pressure. Naturally, the best champ to go into that is going to be that Braum to really neutralize all of that engage. But it's very, very difficult given how much engage is coming out from Mega Bank Beyond.
Yeah, just taking a look at both compositions right here. PSG, they finally locked in the Braum, like you said, a bit of protection here, trying to avoid that zone control, that engage for Beyond Gaming. But I guess my big question to you is, Can PSG actually run out of a team fight like this? You know, we've been seeing teams like RNG where they try to run protect the AD carry, and it just doesn't seem to work in this patch where everyone can dive your backline.
Yeah, that's the real big issue here with this composition, right? You have the Braum to neutralize, but the rest of the team doesn't really help in aid in protecting the Aphelios. The Aphelios seems pretty much all playing pretty much for himself with this Braum, because you have Akali, you have Gwen, you have Lee Sin. Yes, Lee Sin can throw down the Dragon's Kick to try and disengage for the squad, but for the most part, they're lacking a lot of disengage. So when it comes to composition styles, I do favor Beyond, but the issue is, if we look at the previous split, Mega Bank Beyond Gaming, they play a very slow style. They like to turn online at 30 minutes, and this is a composition that needs to play a lot faster than just waiting for 30 minutes.
Definitely. I see this composition as being much better if they can contest dragons and get on the board early, especially with Kalista versus Aphelios. You know, that's definitely a bit more of a one-sided matchup the later you go into the game. So we'll keep a close eye on that to see if Beyond Gaming can actually ramp up the tempo, something they haven't been able to do in the past. On the other hand, PSG, they definitely have more outs to me. You know, their late game hyperscaling is super strong. They can play 1-3-1 if they get that lead early. And, you know, that level 6 burst coming in from River and Maple is also quite scary. There's a lot of different things that I think PSG can do. Well, Beyond Gaming, like you said, probably shoehorning themselves more into, you know, straight up engage or a bit more of that early game Drake fight or Herald fight sort of strategy.
Yeah, right now, because of the meta with it being so teamfight focused, that's why I give a slight edge over the Beyond. But again, this is a composition that doesn't really play to Beyond's strengths, right? They like to wait and scale. This is not a composition that can really allow themselves to wait and scale. By that time, the Aphelios is online, and given how forward they're going to be playing, if that Braum hits the right ult, that Aphelios will go to town and absolutely shred Mega Bank Beyond Gaming.
So we are going on to the Rift. The wait has been very, very long. I just want to say sorry to our audiences. We have been delayed for COVID by about a month, but we are finally back. You know, we've started when everyone is already midway through their regular seasons, but PCS is finally here. Now we're going to be taking a look at the summoners and rune choices so far. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Kennen, definitely a bit more of a unique pick here, but I think we all understand that just, you know, right now Gwen is such a powerful champion that a lot of people are just defaulting to range versus melee matchups to kind of survive.
Yeah, they're using that extra range capability to try and abuse some of the lane potential you have here, which, I mean, given Liang, he likes to play so far forward, it is going to be good in that regard, having that Kennen being able to get topside priority over this Gwen. But again, this Gwen is just going to scale up so darn fast. It's going to be really scary.
Taking a look right now, Gwen is going to help Lee Sin start on the top side. River going to get a good leash and head towards the bottom lane earlier on. So we're going to have mirrored starts by both of his jungles and potentially some action early coming from that bot lane. Silas, not a particularly strong champion early level, is going to get bullied out by that Akali just a little bit. But for the most part, you know, this looks like Beyond Gaming's bot lane with that extra poke over Braum is going to be able to control the lane, and you know, we should be seeing like that Viego also benefiting off that. Fusha probably going to get his scuttle a little bit easier here.
Yeah, and I mean, both of these junglers pathing towards bot lane makes a lot of sense because you want to try and gank this, or really focus this Nico lane. If Nico does get behind, then you're really able to hard punish it, but otherwise, this Nico is just going to go to town against this Braum pick, and I love this 2v2 duo coming in from Beyond. They're going to be able to really take advantage of this matchup.
Yeah, I love the matchup here, like the Nico you're talking about. I almost feel like they might have predicted that Braum was the only answer right here. Tom Kench, not a lot of people play him on 11.13.
Yeah.
You know, they have banned the Thresh, they have banned the Karma out. So, you know, Nico with the barbs can hit behind the stand behind me on Braum. So the matchup definitely not very favorable, especially in the laning phase. You can see them getting pushed in so very, very far here. And Doggo started the game with a 7 CS advantage, denying the entire wave. Not really denying, but making sure that the CS wasn't answered back. Husha is going to spot out River right here, and like we kind of predicted, Husha is going to have an easy time on this first scuttle.
Yeah, gets that first scuttle, and now he's going to be able to get the double scuttle as well, just because River's kind of stuck on that Gromp. So he's going to try and go for a Hail Mary gank here, but spotted out by that ward, it's going to be a lot of time potentially wasted.
Ooh, and you have to expect that ward is going to be dropped by Beyond Gaming right here, and there's absolutely nothing for River right here. He's thinking about maybe going for the Krugs, but with the bot lane backing off, he knows that he can't really go there either. And on the flip side, Husha now has that free entryway to the 2 scuttles like you talked about, and he's also going to force Lee Sin's pathing towards onto the top side as well. So a pretty big lead here coming out from the bot lane and the jungle for Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, this is just a fantastic start coming in, being able to get that pathing down, and for bot lane to also protect the Krug camp as well, denying that extra EXP from going over to this Lee Sin just means that this Lee Sin is going to be really, really starved when it comes to trying to find plays, and that just buys a lot of time for Viego to continue to scale up and make sure that once he gets to that first team fight, he's just going to be so much more impactful than this Lee Sin.
We have to, remind our viewers who haven't been able to see Viego in the previous PCS split that this champion is extremely powerful in those teamfight situations where you can snipe off the first kill. He gets those first Heartseeker strikes and just teleports all across the map. Really, really much like an AD Katarina in teamfights. So he's just such a great power amplifier when you can get yourself ahead in those skirmishes, in those teamfight situations. He's a very, very dangerous champion in that regard. River is going to get spotted out here, so Husha relatively safe. Just checking around in this river and making sure to clear some of these pink wards right here. Seems like PSG is going to have to wait towards Akali's level 6 and probably wait then for Maple to get into the action. Right now, they are still on the back foot, and we can see Husha already throwing that invade against River. He does have that CS lead, and the mid lane is closing in.
Level 6.
Can River get out? Oh, top lane though, we have Beyond Gaming, Leon coming in, chunking Hanabi down to below 300 HP on the other side of the map. Looks like River, as a Lee Sin, gets out perfectly fine.
Yeah, and it was just the level 6 timing coming in from Liang, had to teleport up. Hanabi tried to hold the freeze up into that top side, which was well positioned, but unfortunately he just doesn't expect the fact that Liang's going to be coming back at level 6. So he takes a really bad trade there, and honestly, I was really fully expecting that dive to come in bot side, but because of River's position, does prevent his bot lane from getting dove, as we saw that Maoen did have that extra wave priority in that mid side. So all around, well done from PSG to hold off that bot dive, but also well done from Liang to be able to get that small advantage up into that top side.
And we're seeing on our screen right now, Husha up 3 scuttles to nothing. They know that Lee Sin has just went top lane to protect the lane for Hanabi, and they're going to take a Drake off of this. This has been pretty much 4 or 5 different camps from Husha that have been completely unanswered on River's side. We have to be seeing that Lee Sin gank coming in with the Dragon's Rage, or else this early game seems like a complete snowball for Beyond Gaming.
Yeah, and this is a completely different Beyond Gaming, right? Because during Spring Split, this was a very slow, methodical team. But with this really early game-driven composition, they've really shown that they can play a bit more of a fast-paced game. Yes, it's 0-0 on the kill board, but they've opened up a gold lead. They're doing a lot in these lanes to get pretty nice advantages, especially on these side lanes, that they've set themselves up for a very explosive first team fight. So now it's up to PSG to try and make sure they don't get sucked into that first team fight.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. It looks like they're more of a 1-3-1 composition here. They need more time for the Akali to be able to pull her weight. Same thing with Hanabi in the top lane as well. I do want to commend Liang here. I think the matchup here is something we don't really see much. Kennen hasn't been that popular of an option against Gwen. You know, usually it's been the Jax, the Wukong, the Sets. But this has been a perfect answer. We see the 15 CS lead in the top lane. Also got the turret plating already too. And we can see that it's really forcing PSG to overcommit towards the top side. They do catch out Husha starting out on this scuttle. And it looks like Husha is still going to continue pulling it here. This could be potentially quite dangerous. PSG definitely in position to intercept. They find Kino. Can they get the kill down? First blood goes over to PSG as Kaiwing finds the perfect snipe. Husha in action though is going to use the hard pass and get that return kill onto River. Things are not looking great here as Doggo finds the snipe down. Maple is pretty low health. He's going to fly towards Doggo. Not going to be able to find the second kill here, and the fight is going to continue. PSG getting 2 kills down, Beyond Gaming also getting 2 apiece. So this is a pretty good situation here coming in from PSG. They were on the spot first. They did catch out Kino trying to face check that brush, and they equalized the kills.
Yeah, it's a really big pick onto Kino, and he ends up autoing a minion, which prevents him from really backing off any further. And for the side of Beyond, they opt to try and continue this fight, even though they don't have their big AoE zone control ultimates there. They don't have Beyond there, and they already lose at the start of the fight that Nico ultimate. So this is just a really bad commit afterwards coming in from Beyond, and they're really fortunate to be able to still get 2 kills. But that all being said, that really flips the game script, right? Because PSG, now they have the gold lead. They're all of a sudden get gold onto the big carries here when it comes to this mid game, getting it onto this Akali and this Ophelia. So all of a sudden, win conditions coming online for PSG, not looking great for Beyond. But that said, Beyond, they still have a good first team fight. They just need to be able to find that team fight.
Yeah, I definitely could tell what Beyond Gaming were thinking right there. They had the lead before those 2 kills in, but I felt like their pathing was just way too cavalier. Like, Kino, you just saw Kaiwing through the mid lane. Like, Kaiwing was not trying to act sneaky. He literally just walked through the mid lane. But they still found the pick anyway. Now Beyond Gaming are going to right some of these wrongs right here. They're still going to be able to take the Herald with the, you die first, you get back on the map first, and that's going to equalize a bit of the lead. But on the flip side, Maple does get some alone time on that bottom tower.
Yeah, now it just comes down to where do they decide to put this Rift Herald? Do they throw it up into the top side or try and invest it into Doggo? But Liang could be in trouble.
Oh, he's face checking directly into River, but River actually misses the Q. Liang's gonna be able to walk out of this, doesn't even burn the flash. That was a little bit disappointing from River after the Dragon's Rage doesn't land the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, and a bit of a flub there coming in from PSG. Missed a huge opportunity there, as they would be able to just really harvest a lot of these tower plates, as Liang is going to have a teleport coming up very soon. He has that option to teleport back top if he deems that he wants to try and protect more of these turret plates, but it does look like Hanabi respects the teleport cooldown and does go ahead, back off, gets his own recall off, and he's in for a nice buy in this regard. Has closed a bit of the CS lead here, but with that CS wave really crashing up topside, Liang is going to be able to recuperate that lead. And now, this is the big moment here. Do PSG opt for this fight, or will they go ahead and concede it?
River is definitely in position for the steal. Goes right in. Drake down to 2,000 HP. The teleport's coming in a little bit faster for PSG. And Akali is on the flank like you mentioned, but Kino going in. Doesn't really find that many with the crowd control. Again, we see the Fates called completely whipped, and Aphelios is answering back with a ton of damage right here. PSG, they are in perfect position. First couple of ultimates by Beyond Gaming not really hitting the mark, and PSG are able to break the Drake train.
Yeah, and this is a big moment coming in from PSG, being able to secure that second dragon there. And it was really the pressure offered by Maple. It forces Mawan to pull down to try and make sure that Akali doesn't get free access into the team fight there. And that means for PSG, they're given that extra space to make that move, finish off that dragon, and to be able to walk away. Because if you see the teleport coming in from Liang, it was not a great flank teleport angle, and Kino wasn't also wasn't in a great position to really start the fight, and because of that, they don't get sandwiched, and PSG, I feel like, got away with murder there.
Yeah, that definitely should not have been that one-sided. Like, Beyond Gaming's, their first two ultimates basically didn't do anything. They got Gwen's W, and that's about it. So that was
congratulations.
A bit of a misfire on their part, and also it was kind of a mauling Herald right after that was pretty well defended by PSG as well. So yeah, that was not exactly what Beyond Gaming wanted to see, and really good disengage coming in from PSG so far. They've been able to keep their distance, return the damage really well, and now we're going to start to seeing the 1-3-1 come out. You know, Akali, she is at that point where a lot of these AP sustained builds are coming in. The Leeching Leer done for both Hanabi and Maple, Riftmaker for both of them, and that definitely signals more of a 1-3-1 build on both ends. River gonna fly in onto Kino, Kaiwing coming in, but they don't find the target afterwards. A bit of a split focus right here. Kino gonna send down the ultimate and the flash. River goes in, doesn't find the kill. There is a Zhonya's here, and finally we do see Kaiwing picking that one up. On the flip side, Beyond Gaming only taking down a tower in return. No action and no damage dealt to champions here on the side of Beyond Gaming.
Honestly, not that bad of a trade coming in from Beyond, given the fact that they were just really, not in a great place. Kino once again finds himself picked off here, but with so many resources thrown into that play, they are at least able to even out the tower on the other side. So Liang continues to funnel resources into himself. It's really, again, Liang hasn't been able to find that big team fight ultimate, and he's already level 11. Like, this composition needed to come online a lot faster, and they had a great first 8 minutes of the game, but that was it.
We still have a lot of power coming in to these team fights. Once again, with the Silas, I think being able to take away Braum's ultimate, the Glacial Fissure is quite important in these team fights, and I just want to see Beyond Gaming actually be able to pull off the engage. The tools are all there, they just haven't been able to pick the moments. So I still have some hope for them. I feel like the next couple of Drake fights is where they can really showcase what this composition is capable of, but we need to see it in action. We need to see the execution come out.
Yeah, and yes, that first team fight is going to be incredibly lethal, but the issue still stands. PSG were able to get that second dragon, which means that, coming into the next two dragons, now that their 1-3-1 is online, they can be absolutely devastating on the side lanes while conceding those next two dragons. So PSG have a lot more options moving forward in this game, and Beyond, they need to find that next play.
Kino getting tagged here by Unified just a little, losing 200 HP. We see Viego, Husha on the side, trying to find an angle of engage, but not really able to. River sneaking across the enemy jungle, does have Maple on his side, and I think Beyond Gaming have got the message. They're just going to concede the top side here. We don't have Baron, so there's no real pressure here on the top side. Potentially a Herald only, and it looks like PSG are going to secure the top side and probably just play for an objective trade here.
Yeah, 20 seconds until Dragon. They don't really have many champions positioned around that area. They do have a decent amount of vision, but not really looking to perhaps move over. So get themselves this Rift Herald in exchange isn't that bad, especially with the extra gold coming in from tier 2 towers on these side lanes. It does enable more of these side lane comps to really snowball.
We are going to be seeing an Infernal Drake this game. Always the Drake I love most, means teams that are going to contest over this a lot more than they do for other Drakes. PSG have actually got the inside track this time around. They actually have ramp coverage here, so Beyond Gaming, interestingly enough, actually giving up position here. A lot of this poke going down onto Kino has allowed PSG actually find themselves perfectly in the Drake pit, and there's nothing that Beyond Gaming can do.
Yeah, this is a wild turn of events. It actually ends up being PSG just walking casually into the dragon and just saying, all right, well, go ahead and take this. And Beyond, they just go, all right, you're welcome, have a nice day. And I'm PSG like, I'll take it,
but they are going to find the engage onto Kaiwing. A lot of abilities used already. Leon does pop the Maelstrom to get in. Unified, the next victim to fall, and we see Viego in action. Heartseeker strike across the mid lane. Maple's going to go in, but he trades his life 1-for-1 against Maoan. So 3-for-1 in total for Beyond Gaming, and they have a clear shot towards this Herald. PSG, I felt like that was a little bit of an overstep. They got everything they wanted in the bot side, but asked for a little bit too much.
Yeah, and this time, this is a brilliant fight coming in from Beyond. They have full control over this Rift Herald area, and for the side of PSG, like, they just get a little bit too excited. They go, oh man, we got that dragon? Maybe if we just go and walk towards this Rift Herald, Beyond will just give that one over to us as well. And Beyond, we're like, what? We're not going to give everything over to you for free. This one is ours, and they really reassert themselves in this game by being able to secure that team fight around that area and get that Rift Herald.
It's a really good bait by Beyond Gaming. I don't know if you've read Sun Tzu or not, but act strong when you are weak, and act weak when you are actually strong. And Beyond Gaming pulled that off quite nicely. We are going to see a 2v1 dive here against Liang. He does have the slicing Maelstrom, but oh, actually, no, I'm sorry. It was actually on cooldown, so really well timed here by PSG, but in comes Kino. He's going to get a two-man stun. Maple already in the fray, though. Much more damage coming out from the PSG squadron than Beyond Gaming. Doggo does not find an angle to engage, and there might be another victim underneath this tower. Maoan drops down into stasis, but cannot survive the 5-man hit squad from PSG. Great side lane collapse. Doggo doesn't even get an auto attack off in that skirmish.
Yeah, and this is what PSG is strong at. They're good at making these proactive plays, and if you ever get lackadaisical, that's when they're going to pounce, and this comp really suits them as well. And I mean, for the side of Beyond, they're all about really this Exodia composition. They have to be all 5-man fully synced up, use all those RTs at the proper times, and they never get an option to do that in this fight. Doggo's just too far off. He's late to the party, and by the time he arrives, well, the party's done.
3 unanswered kills going over to PSG right there, and we see Maple at this point being incredibly strong. 2-1-2, has that CS lead already, and just look at the side lanes. Both of these side lanes for PSG across the river. Beyond Gaming are so far behind in tempo at this point. It almost feels like their comp has kind of met the expiration date, and they need to force something quickly.
Yeah, it definitely feels like they've hit expiration date, and you know, if you've ever had expired milk, that is not good. So Beyond, they're hoping that they aren't aged like milk, but rather more like Gouda. So hopefully finding that late game team fight, they still have potential, right? But at this point in the game, the Nico just doesn't necessarily have that damage because she is the support, so she's not going to be one-shotting anyone anytime soon. So it comes down to Liang's positioning.
Yeah, I felt like the ban picks actually come back to kind of bite Kino in the butt. They banned out the Leona and the engage supports themselves, and then they had to go for this this Nico, which pretty much is an engage bot at this point. So I kind of wonder how Nico is going to work in these team fights. Can they actually get any interesting engages with maybe inherent glamour being used or something like that? I always love those tricks when you can pull them off. But no, they're pretty few and far in between. And it looks like PSG are just going to roll with full map control from this point onwards.
Yeah, really, if you're looking for a play from Kino's perspective, it is just, changing yourself into that cannon, throwing at that clone. Hopefully, they really bite the bait and really try and collapse onto that cannon clone while Liang's able to come around from the flank and then get a really nice ult. But now here, once again, we're going into this Dragon Dance. This time, Beyond will be able to get to the Dragon first, and teleport coming in from Liang. And this really just comes down to Liang's positioning.
I love what Hanabi is doing right here. Very difficult to dislodge Gwen. She's coming in on the backside. Doggo is tagged down, takes the slow.
Flank.
We see the Gravitum coming down as well. The full collapse comes in. River gets the first kill onto Hujia before the Heartseeker strike can even come out. Kino is in danger, and PSG are running away with this team fight. 2 kills, 3 kills, and a straight path towards the Baron. River trying to find Maoan in his own jungle. Not going to be able to, and we see the pings going over to the big purple worm.
And PSG, they come out firing in that fight. They split it up, and for Beyond, yes, this was finally the moment that they were able to find that
Doggo
really big wombo.
Never mind.
He got a little bit frisky, but as they say, all bark, no bite. As now they're going to turn over for the Baron. They're going to be able to should be able to secure it, but trying to really harass down the side of PSG. They should be able to get it. They will, and they're just going to go ahead, back off, enjoy this huge gold infusion. And as we stated before, like, for a side of Beyond, they hit expiration date, and it's not cheese. I'm sorry to say, it's milk.
Yeah, cheese definitely a little bit better than milk here. I just can't get enough of Hanabi's engage here. Once you see Doggo get tagged by the Needlework, he kind of knows it's a bit doomed right here. Great funnel from PSG. They catch everyone as they try to exit up the Raptor ramp, and it's just a pure chase down after that. Really, really well played by PSG. I think the only good thing about that for Beyond Gaming is that they do secure the second Drake, but second Drake is really far off from being game deciding.
Yeah, it's a sad consolation prize. If that was soul point for them, that would have been huge, being able to put themselves onto some point, but that's not it. So for PSG, this Baron buff is going to be very impactful here. They're going to be able to get a lot of gold and really assert their side lane dominance with this Akali and with this Gwen.
We're seeing PSG just push down the mid tower here, pretty much unopposed. They do have Gwen on the side lanes. Hanabi piloting this champion perfectly here, taking away the enemy jungle in the meantime as well. And you can see Beyond Gaming, their vision, their control over the map is being constricted one move at a time, and they really have nowhere to go. They need to force an engage somewhere on the map. It has to be on this Akali, or it might need to be on this mid lane. Typically, the mid lane is the better option against the 1-3-1. Kino does find a small route onto River, but the Lee Sin just shrugs it off, and they take another tower. In the meantime, Maple also just chucking this one away. No hull breaker needed. Maple is just going to take all your bases belong to PSG.
Yeah, and I mean, this is where the Beyond comp really struggles, right? Because they have 0 wave clear on this composition. Their best wave clear tool is Nico, but because it's a support Nico, there's no damage behind all those wave clear tools. So this Baron buff is going to be absolutely devastating. So they're going to be able to break so much of the base. And for Beyond, can they find an engage before they lose everything?
That was just sick to watch. Hanabi actually is able to take down the tower without any resistance from Beyond Gaming. River gonna go in. Kino very low on the HP bars. He is gonna survive, but these two inhibitors are in danger. Finally, we see the engage from Liang, but he is instantly exhausted. Maple going into the back line. Kino very lucky to survive, but his top laner is stuck in place. Great play coming in from Kaiwi, making sure that this Kennen gets to do absolutely nothing in the team fights, and Beyond Gaming look like they don't have the pieces anymore. Kino goes in Zarya's a little bit too early, finds absolutely no one on the stun, and PSG continue to roll in on the Nexus. Towers going very, very low. Doggo still already used his Fate's Call, so this engage is very difficult to pull off. He's going in, but Hanabi has that hollowed mist, and Doggo has to fight him within his own zone. He still finds an angle on the Seamstress, isn't able to finish off that kill, as Hanabi does have his flash and gets away to safety.
Yeah, and PSG, they just play the siege so damn perfectly. They take the towers, they take the maximum amount of kills that they can get, and then they go ahead back off. Dragon is going to be spawning in 10 seconds, and that could be a really big point of contention here because PSG, they're looking to try and get some recall timers off. So if Beyond are able to get there, maybe steal it, that would be good, but they just aren't in position. They're going to go ahead, concede it, and I mean, thankfully for them, it's not Seoul, so the game's not fully dead in the water, but you can kind of see the writing on the wall.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for Beyond Gaming. They don't really have an ability to contest. This is a 2v1 versus Hanabi, though. He is throwing out some
level advantage
against Husha, level 16, and he's gonna, looks like it's gonna be a double kill here. Not much that Husha can do. He does pop the stasis and could turn this around. Oh, he does find the last blade of the Ruin King strike, has some sustain by himself, and is able to get away, but at what cost? Can he actually find an escape? Kaiwing is looking for him. He's getting hit by the tower, and the base is also in tatters. Let's see if he does find that execute, denying some gold, and he does get it. So, all in all, actually not that bad.
I would say a worthwhile trade there for Beyond, being able to at least funnel some gold onto themselves. You lose Kino, but let's be fair here. It hasn't been super impactful on this pick, so you're okay with taking that loss, and Wuxia being able to get some gold onto himself, always a welcome sight. And if he gets that reset in a fight, there is still potential of the fight being swung back in favor for Beyond, but the issue is Liang doesn't have the damage to really punch through this PSG composition, and that makes it very difficult for Wuxia to get those resets.
Seeing double Mercury treads on the solo laners here, and also Steric's Gauge on River. Really at this point, Liang without Magic Pen he's just not going to do much in these team fights, and we are going to be seeing Maple collapsing in from the top side. Hanabi as well. They're looking for this flank onto the tower, going pretty low here. Husha trying to find an engage, and in goes Kino. River actually gets in and gets stunned up, so that's a 1 kill advantage.
Good start.
Going over to Beyond Gaming. Doggo trying to fight on both sides, but Maple will take him down. In the meantime, Hanabi just going straight for the juggler. He's not even going to join the team fight. He's just going to go for the win right here. Husha does find the stun, but can't stop the Nexus from falling. PSG get the revenge for Spring Split and come out with a win in their debut of the PCS Summer Split.
And PSG they had their eyes on the prize the entire time, all just throughout the game. Yes, they had a poor first 8 minutes of the game. They struggled a little bit in lane, but once it got to those skirmishes, they played them out so damn perfectly. And the patience exhibited on this roster was on full display. They take this first game of the split, and what a dominant fashion it was as well.
And a lot of what happened was exactly like you predicted. It's just PSG being able to somehow skate away from very detrimental potential early team fights and being able to secure objectives regardless. And once it hit the 20-minute mark, it's just 1-3-1 mode. No response from Beyond Gaming whatsoever, and they rolled to a victory.
Yeah, I mean, PSG just played them like a fiddle. They had all the cards set. I mean, it really just came down to a really unfortunate fight setup coming in from Megabank Beyond Gaming around that Rift Herald. That first Rift Herald really spelled bad signs for the rest of the game. They were too lackadaisical, given that they had the lead, and they just kind of casually strolled into that Rift Herald, and PSG, they weren't having it.
Yeah, I think Kino, instead of having the father buff, kind of had the father distraction, I would say, this game. Didn't really show up to his top performance, and the Nico pick was not as impactful as we would have hoped. A lot of missed engages coming out left and right, and I think that for the MVP, for my personal pick, I think I'm going to have to go with Gwen. Hanabi, this game, he just took Doggo to the vet for some snip, just way too many times. You know, he just goes beyond backdoor and make sure there's no escape for him whatsoever. And that's just it's kind of sad to see. Beyond Gaming, I still think they have a little bit of trouble overcoming those hurdles, like you were talking about getting their early aggression on point and actually forcing the correct tempo in games.
Yeah, Liang never got a really good flank teleport in this entire game, and it was really just problematic. Instead, it was Hanabi on that Gwen being absolutely devastating, and he didn't even have to necessarily throw out all the damage and get maximum damage in these team fights. It was just his existence on that flank that put so much pressure on Doggo to really play very defensively. He couldn't ever get too close to these fights, and even if he did, you have to deal with Aphelios, and Aphelios just does much more team fight damage at 2-3 items that, you know, the Kalista just can't keep up.
Yeah, it definitely felt like, you know, Beyond Gaming drafted themselves a composition that could never be engaged upon themselves. They always had to be on the front foot, and they just never found the pedal. Like, they would throw some kicks, they would hit nothing, and then the return punch was way too much coming out from PSG's side. So congratulations to PSG, dominating fashion against the number 2 team of spring. That is definitely some very, very good signs for this PSG squadron coming in here. And I think we also saw some, you know, great answers to maybe how the meta is going to be played out. A really big question for me was, for a lot of these PCS teams, could they actually play a 1-3-1? This league has been primarily a weak side top lane meta for I don't know how many years, basically from the inception of the LMS all the way till now. And with that performance from Hanabi, I think that actually has instilled a lot of faith for me in our international relevance this split, that, you know, hey, these teams can actually pull off a pretty decent 1-3-1. They have a lot of flex picks in their rosters. So, you know, I definitely feel PSG stock sort of rising after that performance.
Yeah, and PSG, when it comes to the international stage, they've it's always been sort of Hanabi that has been a bit of a weak point, where he does tend to get a little bit over aggressive at times, even though he's supposed to play weak side, and that's led to their downfall. So I'm looking for, in this split, to see all those mistakes shored up, and for Hanabi to really stand tall and assert himself as one of those top 2 top laners in this league.
Yeah, he definitely showed it in the finals in Spring Split. Took a complete beating towards Liang, and we're going to be taking a look at the goal difference over time. Small leads at the early portions of the game from Beyond Gaming here, but over time, we could see PSG having just a lot more control here and be showing a lot more experience. Also on the damage charts, Aphelios versus Kalista. Just, Doggo didn't get to do much this game. I think we can put it mildly that was the case. Just, there were so many team fights where he didn't even get auto attacks off. He just had to keep on running from Gwen, running from Akali. It's just such a difficult meta to play as an AD carry.
Yeah, the Kalista pick didn't really pan out very well because of how far ahead the Akali was able to get in lane in comparison to the Sylas, and then the Gwen being able to snowball off of the first couple of fights, as we do get to see Hanabi is the MVP, had a brilliant performance here in a couple of these team fights, and that flank pressure was just unreal, and it really just put the side of Mega Bank Beyond on skates, and they really struggled to find that team fight because of that really flank pressure provided by the Gwen.
Yeah, Gwen's such a powerful champion. I'm glad that there are champions Hanabi can just sort of hard carry on. This is kind of the weird thing about Hanabi, like domestically, he kind of plays pretty well on things like game playing, sometimes even on the Jace, but then internationally he switches back to kind of weak side only mode. So I hope he can sharpen his stuff up against kind of the cream of the crop here of the PCS, be able to carry against Liang, and that's just such a great showing from Hanabi, your typical weak side from the PSG roster, able to secure the MVP in the first win. And with that, we will be finishing our first game, but don't go anywhere as we have Liab versus Berjaya Dragons coming up next after this break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, as we head on to Game 2 of the Pacific Championship Series, day number 1. And it's going to be between Liam Gaming versus Berjaya Dragons, two teams that come out of the former Southeast Asia region. One is the Filipino representative and the other one the Malaysian representative playing out here. And, you know, both of these teams had kind of different storylines coming into spring. Liab didn't do so hot. It was the 10th place team in the PCS. While on the other hand, Berjaya Dragons was actually the best performing team out of the non-former LMS regions. So, you know, a bit of a mismatch here. However, we are going to see if the roster changes will shake these squads up a little.
Yeah, and I mean, the storyline going through at least the split is who can catch up to PSG, and on the flip side, can Liab ever get out the gates? So this time around, they haven't made too many changes. They've dropped Coach Cabbage, which is a little bit unfortunate, but TG, he's going to be in charge of the squad, and they've added a new support, which hasn't had any pro experience, so it'll be a pretty fresh look for everyone here. And I'm interested to see how he plays out. But when it comes to this matchup in particular, Berjaya, they're looking to try and get a little bit more, but the one win Liab got last split was against Berjaya.
Exactly, you know. Liab might not have been able to take down anyone, but against Berjaya, they definitely hit the mark. So that's what we have to remember here, okay? Liab might be 10th place, but they got their pride against Berjaya Dragons. On the other side, Berjaya Dragons also introducing a new support to the lineup. Unfortunately, Dolulu not playing anymore. We're going to have Philia later on the roster. But for now, Liab Esports, Spouts in the top lane, Dodoy, the jungle. I love his Udyr. Xyliath going to be starting over Kanji today. And then we have Dawn plus Aiden as the new bot lane duo.
Yeah, and I mean, Dodoy, you mentioned you love his Udyr. Well, the Udyr was played in that one game that they did win. So perhaps they just go and try and get that early pick of the Udyr in that first phase. Liab, definitely a team that's a bit more of a fan favorite. Yes, the results haven't come through, but they're definitely a very lovable team. So hopefully they get better results this time around. And it's not impossible to get playoffs. All you have to do is get 8th.
Yeah, that's the thing about the PCS format, is that it's actually very, very forgiving. If you get 8th place, you can sneak into the playoffs, and if you win one series, then you actually go into a double limb bracket. On the other side, we have Berjaya Dragons, Philia, of course, your mystery DLC character. We're going to have to unlock that later, but for the rest of the roster, Ozzy, the main carry in the top side, Enso in the jungle, Minji playing mid lane, and K2 as your AD carry.
Yeah, and K2 moving back into that AD carry role. Last split, he was playing support, and I mean, when it comes to information about K2 as an AD carry, definitely very good mechanically, but the issue has always been that K2, sometimes his brain goes a little bit MIA. Hopefully his time as support has added that extra game knowledge to supplement and round out his player skill sets, but that'll have to be really a big point of focus in this game, because if they end up making mistakes, it's not a good time, because Liab definitely have a bit of they've got a thirst for that first win.
Yeah, I can see if Liab takes down the first win of the season, I could see that completely changing their narrative. It's going to give them a massive confidence boost.
Yep.
And honestly, I think, you know, PCS has been very favorable. Oh, okay. I probably wouldn't go that far, in all honesty, but, you know, you never know. You never know. It could definitely happen. For me, Berjaya Dragons, the previous split, the main issue was they really had a lack of champion pools. They played Xayah and Gnar, and pretty much that was about it. Their only wins were basically on these two champions. So maybe this split, where we have a more favorable jungle mid meta, we're going to see Minji kind of pop out with his specialty picks. He was a great Kiana player, a really good assassin sort of player. And we're going to be heading into the ban picks directly. Berjaya Dragons taking out Lulu at the start. This is pretty interesting. Maybe Aiden's fame already precedes him on the Rift. On the other hand, we're going to see Liab taking away the Thresh, making sure that K2 probably can't go into some hyper carries, and also the Lucian being taken away from Minji, which I think is a really smart call.
Yeah, and for Berjaya, they're just going ahead and targeting these enchanter supports. Also has a little bit of flexibility into the mid lane. So, I mean, we know that Kanji did play some Seraphine, but of course this is a different mid lane here in Xylith. We'll see what his champion pool ends up playing out as the split goes on, but for Liab, what's this first pick going to be? Viego available, Gwen available, definitely power picks that you want for a first pick. It just ends up being, who are they going to give over? And it will be that Viego pick that they do lock in for themselves.
All right, that's going to leave up a lot of power picks still. I think Lee Sin is the one that I'm kind of most excited about here, just because Nocturne's off the table. Lee Sin seems to be extremely powerful. Xin Zhao, of course, another one. Probably the best early game duelist if you don't consider Trundle. That one's always going to be quite favorable and really sets up Minji to have a great early game. They can play through that. Also talking about Berjaya Dragons, their main carry is actually in the top lane. Ozzy does carry most of the damage on this team, has been their standout player. But we are going to get that explosive mid-jungle. This is something I love to see, and something that wasn't really possible in the spring meta. Minji finally going to get his chance to shine.
Minji getting himself that LeBlanc pick, but going back to Ozzy, Ozzy, he was definitely a big powerhouse for this team. That's where the team played through. He did almost 28% of the team's damage. That's pretty unreal when it comes from the top lane perspective, and he's also going to get the chance to continue to shine if he's able to get something like a Gwen that is able to output so much damage in these team fights and also in that 1v1. But for Liab, they get themselves that Varus. So looking for some lane dominance in that bottom lane. We'll see what they pair it up with, and we'll also see what Berjaya end up taking into that bottom lane, because K2 did like that Varus pick when he did play in that bot lane.
Yeah, he definitely was one of those players that played mainly long range, sort of immobile carries that provided a lot of utility for the team. We're seeing that again in the Varus. Berjaya Dragons trying to round out their first three picks with a support here. Is going to be something like the Alistar, very good roaming, kind of cancels out Leona completely in lane, so I do like this pickup from them. In the meantime, they also leave the last counter pick for Ozzy in the top lane, as we've mentioned. And Spells, on the other hand, is more of a weak side top laner, so this could be setting up for Berjaya to have a very, very dominant top side of the map already. In the meantime, Liab, considering their bans, what are they going to take away from Ozzy at this point? There's a lot of great top lane champions. Renekton definitely one of them. Gwen, as you mentioned, Lee Sin still lurking. There's almost too many picks to ban away at this point. Really depends on what Spells can pull out in this new season, I think.
Yeah, definitely a lot of flexibility here coming in for topside. It could also be that Viego headed into that top side, depending on the matchup, and it does look like they're going to go ahead, ban away the Diana, deny that away from Dodoy, but it does mean that Dodoy has the Udyr available. And while Udyr, not exactly the most oppressive jungler left in the pool, if you're looking for comfort, that is most certainly comfort.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see if Dodoy goes back onto that one. I also really like the Trundle these couple of patches. 11.13 has been known as the Strikebreaker patch, where Riot pretty much admitted that they definitely overtuned the item. On 11.14, they nerfed the slow by 50%. That's how busted this item is on this patch. So we could be seeing a couple Strikebreakers come out. Dodoy also does play the Lee Sin. A lot of his career highlights was on that pick. So it could be going back to that once more. Has a decent enough matchup against the Xin Zhao. Doesn't win straight up 1v1, but level 6, if you get a lead, you can definitely burst him down. We're going to see probably most likely that going for Dodoy. Going to have to find out with the last pick here, mid lane or top or jungle. Still yet to be decided. Very fun patch to play on. I think it's super hard on casters because you have to kind of know what the players want to do before you can properly assign the lanes. What's your take on these rotations here?
Yeah, I mean, my opinion was that they definitely needed some sort of AP champion. And I mean, the best option is to go ahead, draft some sort of AP mid laner because the Gwen denied. That means not too many options from the top side. And then when it comes to the jungle, your only other AP option would be something like Lilia, Nidalee, as Rumble did get hit pretty hard on this patch. Still definitely playable if you really wanted to, but not a good matchup into Xin, as Xin pretty much shuts down a lot of these AP junglers, in my opinion.
Yeah, very strong dueling capability, has that Crescent Guard to protect backlines as well. And now we have the full compositions kind of locked in. It is going to be Ozzy on Gwen into the top side. None of these top laners are bringing Flash, by the way. That is super exciting. Whoever gets the first gank down has that opportunity to just completely snowball the lane in their favor. So a lot of action in that lane, definitely. And for the bot lane, both sides are playing poke. I don't expect a lot to happen here. Ezreal not really that strong on this patch after the Divine Sunderer nerfs, but still playable, pretty non-interactive. I think all the action is going to be happening on that top side.
Yeah, the Ezreal Varus lane, I would say, is a little bit more in favor for the Varus, since he does come online a little bit faster, it packs a little bit more of a punch, and for K2 it's going to be sitting back, making sure that this top side of the map gets to do what they want without losing too much on that bottom side. And I think for the storyline of this game, it has to be early roams coming in from both of these supports, because it is going to be a very top side focused game.
Definitely. I think both of these guys are going to be leaving lane. I would not be surprised to be seeing 10v10 Herald straight off the bat. And also, I would like to point out the mid lane matchup is something that's super interesting. Syndra versus LeBlanc, one of the highest caliber skill matchups that you can have. Sometimes you can use Scatter the Weak and just stun the LeBlanc as she tries to distort back into place. But other times, LeBlanc just plays you like a fiddle, gets the stun down. This is a super volatile matchup that can swing either side very, very heavily. I'm waiting to see that one, and Xylia, for me, has been Liab's actually best player. It's kind of a tragedy that Liab, the two of their best players, are both mid laners, so they can't play them at the same time. But Xylia, for me, has sort of been the hidden gem that hadn't gotten the chance to really shine because of the mage meta that didn't really allow him to showcase his tools properly. And now that things are different, now that we see more aggressive mid laners back into the pool, maybe this is Xylia's time to show what he's got.
Yeah, hopefully this is his time to shine, to really showcase his abilities. And this is a very high skill cap, high skill expression matchup, as you outlined earlier. So a lot of potential for fireworks in that mid lane. But again, all eyes on really this jungle support, how both sides really pair up with their duos and move around the map to attack the mid lane or attack that top lane.
We are going to be heading on to the Rift. No sneaky level 1 so far. Taking a look at the summoners and the rune choices here. Pretty standard across the board. We are going to get a Hail of Blades coming in from Dawn. So this is a little bit more auto attack focused than your poke focused setup, but still very, very strong. You definitely see a lot of Varus is still running this with the poke setup regardless. And coming into the top lane matchup, what are your thoughts on Gwen versus Viego? This is kind of the focal point between these two teams.
Yeah, and I mean, especially since both of these top laners did run the Ignite, any minuscule edge that is garnered by either of these top laners is just going to really snowball out of control, in my opinion, because of how focused these top lane summoner spells are just built for fighting. So junglers are going to want to really come up there, and the 2v2, I would say Enzo has the slight advantage in regards to the matchup against the Lee Sin, but I would also say that Viego has a little bit better poke and sustain when it comes to early phases of the lane. So Speltz, he really has to force the issue during these early levels.
Yeah, we see the Gwen cheese kind of coming out already. Level 1, Gwen puts that skill into E, gets the extra attack speed. It's very difficult to fight against her level 1, and most champions just can't do it. Can't take the sustain trade, so we see Speltz keeping his distance a little bit early. But as you mentioned, Viego does have that lane poke advantage. Like, Viego's auto attack range is so ridiculous at 225, probably the longest for range for melee champions so far in the meta. And we're seeing a slight advantage for Ozzy. He does have those 1,000 cuts stacked up already all the way, so it's going to be quite difficult for Speltz to engage at this point.
Yeah, but the nice thing, of course, is the fact that Speltz is a resource-less champion, so he's going to be able to continuously spam out spells, whereas on the flip side, Ozzy, he is going to have to be a little bit conservative, at least managing his mana. So he has to keep track of those resources, and for Speltz, it's just all about those cooldowns. So he can just continue to farm away. He should be completely fine in that lane. And the other point of contention is going to be this mid lane. Minji, he has to be able to get these waves shoved on out to provide support for perhaps a jungle invade coming in from Xin, as we see Enzo already looking to get aggressive, but will just turn for the Scuttle Crab instead.
Yeah, that was actually pretty polite by Enzo. I was expecting the audacious charge directly onto Lee Sin's face, but you know, he just plays it slowly, says, yeah, I'm happy with the double scuttle, you know, I don't have to beat you upright. Definitely a much more rational player than I am. When I'm playing Xin, I see someone, I eat him. Like,
oh yeah,
that's
I'm definitely
almost guaranteed to win anyway.
It's the
but we
only
do
way
see
to play.
Liap with a bit of a collapse, and they are going to swing their entire team just to make sure that they all get a scuttle apiece. That is teamwork on display right there.
Yeah, honestly, a really nice rotation coming in from Liab to guarantee Dodoy is able to secure himself that resource. It makes sure that he doesn't fall too far behind in this matchup. It means that he's able to keep up in the EXP against Xin, which is basically all Xin really gets out of this matchup. He has to apply pressure and apply it constantly. But as far as the rest of the map, it means that, well, you have to sacrifice a little bit on this Varus. 4 CS down to this Ezreal, and also in that top lane, 6 CS advantage coming in from Ozzy. So they make the play to make sure the Lee Sin gets what he wants, but as a result, some of these side lanes suffering a little bit. I mean, even in that mid lane too.
Yeah, we did see the mid lane actually give Minji a perfect wave shove. He actually got the wave entirely underneath the tower, so Xyleoth was actually forced to miss quite a few minions right there. And he also left early, so that definitely does stack up in favor of Minji. I do expect him to hit level 6 and start roaming a little bit earlier here. And on the flip side, as you mentioned, the bot lane not doing that hot. The top lane, we do have to talk about the 11.13 nerfs to Viego. No longer able to get as much healing from the minion wave after Blade of the Ruined King there. So it does affect the sustained trades against Ozzy. Both top laners, however, have burned their teleport, so he's not in too bad of a spot. It was pushed down behind, but he is okay for now. I guess the real lead really is on Minji and his ability to get that level lead a little sooner.
Yeah, the level lead is going
actually
to be...
not even that bad.
Yeah, the level lead actually ends up being pretty much at the same time. So now this is where the fun part starts, because now these supports on their recall, looking to try and perhaps look for a roam, but does look like both of these supports hit the recall button and just head straight back bot lane, which a little bit unfortunate, I would say, as I would have liked for them to just run mid, see if there's a play to fish out, and then if that doesn't end up happening, just walk back bot lane. You don't lose a whole lot of time there.
I do want to point out in the mid lane, Xyleoth actually doesn't even have enough mana for a full combo at this point. Really well done by Minji, outplaying his lane and making sure he has full prio. So this trade just going to go to Berjaya Dragons completely uncontested.
Yeah, Berjaya able to get this first dragon as Lee Sin also not in position to go for the contest. So everything lined up for Berjaya. They get themselves a free Drake and line themselves up for a really nice start here. Is I would say that, again, they have pretty good scaling. They have the Gwen. The LeBlanc's going to be a bit of a nightmare when it comes to these side lanes as well. A great 1-3-1 setup for the side of Berjaya.
Some interesting plays coming out here. Falia trying to hold the wave, loses half of his HP, but says, yeah, I'm fine with this. There's nothing I want to play for here. The blue's not up, the Drake was just gone. I'm willing to take this damage. Real nice and upstanding support right here. We saw a little bit of an incursion from Liab into the jungle, trying to goad Berjaya Dragons into a 3v3 with Alistar very low on HP, but Berjaya doesn't bite. They just stand back, and it seems like we are going to get a bit of a lull until the next support roam, as you mentioned, or maybe that Herald play that is coming up very shortly.
Yeah, and I mean, usually you would see these supports go for the recalls right now because it is 8 minutes and you want your support to just make that rotation over to that
that
Herald,
was...
but
Minji is going to take the Q, but it doesn't matter. That wasn't the correct Minji. LeBlanc is able to use her passive, get out of there. Does lose the flash, but I gotta say, the extra style points he got on that trade, okay, it wasn't worth it, but to me it was. I should put it that way.
Hey, it's not always about the big numbers. Sometimes it's about sending the message here. And, I mean, these two teams, we don't necessarily have the highest of expectations. So, it's not necessarily going to be the cleanest, but can we get... No. Good damage, though, onto Dodoy, and that might actually force him to go for a recall after he donates this blue buff.
Oh, that's pretty smart from Aiden. Does pop the scanner, is going to know that Enzo is there waiting for him. But in the meantime, it does look like Liab might have over-rotated here. The bot lane is completely open. We just saw Dawn actually go to base, and this, I think at least is going to be 2 turret plates, so unless Liab can get good value out of this Herald, it actually is going to be pretty much evenly traded.
And I mean, Berjaya, they're already 400 gold up, which is pretty much the gold difference here that you get from the Rift Herald charges. I think he missed out on the extra plate gold.
Yeah,
right
he
there.
definitely missed out on it. Oh, he could have definitely stayed for that one.
Yeah, definitely a little bit dangerous if he did end up overstaying for sure, because of the fact that Dawn had that ultimate available and very easy to chain into, of course, the Leona kit. But K2 level 7 has the EXP advantage here against Dawn. That's going to be really nice here. And Felia doing an admirable job just with both of these supports being their first time in a bit of a pro setting here. It's looking relatively okay. Not a bad showing.
Nightstar, I've got to tell you, we are just built differently. If I have to burn my cleanse to get that plate, I'm burning my cleanse. So that's just how I roll. We see the emote war going on. K2 getting a little bit annoyed that Aiden, the rookie, is flashing him the emotes, and he's taking none of that. He's just dealing it straight back. He says, you know what? Divine Thunder has been nerfed. I don't care. I don't even have that mythic anyway. It doesn't affect me. I'm still going to dunk on you kids. And he's doing exactly that. This is setting up very, very well for Berjaya's second Drake of the game. Minji is ahead. Bot lane is ahead. And I really want to see another Minji trade. It was able to dodge out on Scatter the Weak last time with the Mimic. Very well done. He's going to continue that lead. And now Enzo is on the bot lane for maximum pressure as well. Root does go down, but K2 has that cleanse. Now, I guess he did save the cleanse for this play rather than the turret plating.
He saves the cleanse to make sure they're able to get themselves a dragon. I think that's probably worth it here. As
ooh, Scatter the Weak does land. Minji is going to get hit up, and First Blood goes over to Xyliath. Really well done with the burst damage. finally, he's not able to escape with those dexterous fingers. Xyliath is going to get hit by the wind becomes lightning, but he's underneath this tower. No trade happening so far. That's a great play because Berjaya Dragons now cannot start this Drake.
Yeah, and that's a really nice play coming in from Liab. And that's level 9 on that Syndra, having max skill points into that Q, maximizing your burst damage, being able to toss out that ultimate as well. But it does look like Berjaya are still interested in trying to contest, and it looks like Liab are the ones that will just say, all right, it's all yours.
Yeah, I definitely could see that being kind of a disastrous spot for Liab if they wanted to force it. So I would say actually probably just, you know, going for the Drake at that point was a little bit much. Minji, you have to commend him, burns the teleport instantly for the objective, knows that they're playing for the Drake stack, so he doesn't really hold on to the TP, and Liab, I think, correctly also backs out. That did not look like a good spot to be in with Minji coming in and, you know, Enso having everything as well.
Yeah, and I think it was really based on the fact that Xyliath, he didn't have the ultimate available because, of course, he used it in that 2v2 trade to be able to secure the kill. So that's a big tool removed from their team fight capabilities. And with both top laners a little bit reluctant to expend that teleport, they go ahead, concede that, and hey, they still have the gold advantage. They can still look for some of these skirmishes. But for Berjaya, now they've got 2 dragons, they're looking for that third, and if they're able to secure that, it is Mountain Soul on the table. So it's definitely a very good dragon on the table.
Yeah, incredibly powerful. And I do want to point out, and please contradict me if you think that is the case, but I feel like Liab's comp does have a bit of a timer. Most of their champions do not scale as well compared to their counterparts here.
Mm-hmm.
Probably only Dodoi has like an even scaling against Xin Zhao, but even then, neither of them are exactly great scalers.
Mm-hmm.
While on the other hand, Ezreal, you do expect him to do a little bit more in the late game when at the same case as well. While Liab, they are sending a 4-man hit squad up into the top lane. Berjaya Dragons has spotted this. Ozzy is going to back out, and we are going to see a mirror trade on the other side of the map. It's about who can push these towers down faster than the other at this point. It does look like Liab is on that tower much, much faster than K2 and Philia are able to do at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not a huge difference here. Yes, you're going to concede that first tower gold, but at the same time, there's no plates remaining, so you're not getting extra gold from that. And also just the fact that, well, the Rift Herald was not really impactful there, I don't believe, coming in from Liab. Yes, they got that first one, but I don't think they got much value out of it. So Berjaya still in a great position here, and yeah, going back to the scaling question, the Syndra can outscale the LeBlanc here if it's just a straight on team fight, but the fact that there's so much 1-3-1 pressure coming in, yeah, this LeBlanc is really just going to go ahead and be fairly uncontested. And if you're able to find a match for this LeBlanc, how are you going to match the Gwen?
Yeah, exactly. I think you hit the nail on the head, is that both Syndra and Varus want to sit mid lane, and they can't really rotate into the side lane, so Liab in the later phases of the game is going to have a little bit of trouble here. Good tempo play from K2, just delaying Xyliath from getting his back at this point. And we see Berjaya moving into a much more comfortable 1-3-1, I think a much more natural setup for their composition. On the other hand, Liab has to respond in some shape or form. Now, we did see Dodo already catch out Minji once, and might be able to do it again. Liab with a bit of a gold lead at this point. I do actually kind of like the Herald trade here. I think they got a lot of extra gold. They were ahead in tempo. Their bot lane was losing, so I felt like the trade from Liab actually made a lot of sense. They had one extra objective, and they also actually just got more CS out of that play overall. So, no, I do like the play from Liab, but I'm not sure it's enough to actually put them in the driver's seat at this point.
Yeah, and If you look up and down, like the mid lane difference is somewhat minimal, but now it's going to start growing because of the fact that you're going to be able to get solo lane farm onto the LeBlanc, and for K2, he's perfectly fine being able to clear out these waves in that mid lane. So this is an important Herald play.
Oh, Aiden has to flash across the wall. Minji did tag him with the chain right there. Another flash traded by the support. And in the meantime, Spells pops a Blade of the Ruin King. Is going to force a flash out of Minji, and that means the Drake as well coming up very shortly here. Liab taking full control of mid lane after Berjaya with a failed pincer move. But Ozzy is on the backline, the exact same spot where Hanabi was. Are we going to get some snip time once again? Dawn does have his flash and his ultimate, and they do spot Ozzy. Really heads up play coming out from Liab.
Minji teleport.
They smell the engage. Dawn gonna throw out the chains of corruption. Doesn't find anyone. Thalia goes in for the two-man engage, and in go Ozzy as well. But they get the first kill. Xylia has been chased down. He's down. Ozzy goes in for the second kill, and this is turning up as a bit of a massacre. Dodoy flashes in for the trade back, but Spells might not have wanted to go in as close. Heartseeker Strike goes in once more and nearly gets the trade back kill. He could have had the Sovereign's Domain and kept the fight going, but unable to find that last chase down. And now Dawn is the sole surviving member on Liab as Berjaya Dragons walk away with a 2-kill advantage.
And as we get to see the replay once again, what doesn't get captured is the fact that Minji goes back, recalls, and immediately teleports straight down bot lane. And with that split, again, it's a split focus here, coming in with these flank angles. That's just so beautiful to watch. You saw it start out with the Gwen, and then right after, they all group up and clump up, but then this LeBlanc pressure just pulls their attention away, and that gives that extra space for Felia to go ahead and engage, make that beautiful start for the fight. And I mean, they also burned that Varus ultimate, so that's just such a large cooldown to lose at the start of the fight that they just don't have answers. And when you're collapsed from all directions, all you can really do is spin your head around and just go dizzy.
The Drake is still up, has not been secured by Berjaya just yet. Filia this time around is half health, does still have the ultimate, and Liab does not look like they're gonna get it up. They're gonna go in. Filia doesn't actually hit anyone. The Drake is gonna get secured. K2 is completely unopposed in the backline. He's gonna find the first 2 kills of the matchup. Heartseeker Spells going in into the backline. Can he actually find the hill? He doesn't get the Ezreal. Heartseeker does not land, but Ozzy is trapped in no man's land. He's gonna fall after a valiant attempt at clawing things back. At the end of the day, Berjaya Dragons, they do get a +2 kill lead back, but Berjaya do find their way at Soul Point.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3-for-1 trade here, and the difference between this fight and the previous fight is, again, the fact that there was no flank angles. There's no split pressure coming in, and Felia, he doesn't get that freedom to then engage on a distracted opponent. They see the engage coming, they go ahead, burn those disengage tools with the flash, and then they reset the fight. And the fight reset just is that much better for the side of Liab. When Syndra gets the fight front to back, and the Varus gets the fight front to back, that's where they're going to be able to shine. And they were able to find that angle in that fight, and for Berjaya, they have to be able to recognize that fact and go back to setting up those flanks.
I just want to say the MVP for me in that fight was definitely Alistar, but it was Speltz's Alistar. Aiden Filia actually missed his entire combo. WQ hit nothing, and then Speltz took his body and then WQ'd the ramp. So the Alistar difference in that team fight was a bit stark for the two sides there. Liab definitely getting the better deal out of that one.
Yeah, Speltz had a fantastic re-engage with that Alistar, and I mean, again, K2, he did have some free time to pump out some damage, but the fight broke down a little bit too quickly for him. So he wasn't able to get maximum damage in that fight, and he's going to have to wait for the next one, as he's had a relatively good time in this game, but only won 1-1.
And we are going to be seeing a contest here from Berjaya moving up towards the top lane. It's going to be very difficult for Xylia to push any further. I think this is just a move to cut off the top. They do get Baron Vision control as well. And at this point, the game seems quite even. Berjaya with definitely more objective threat, but Liab with a very solid gold lead at this point. I kind of have to pick your brains here, Nightstar. Who do you actually favor from this point on?
Yeah, I mean, for Liab, it's about being able to try and drag themselves into a bit of an A-ramp situation and force Berjaya to answer. They're going to try and group up. They're going to try and siege here. They have the one-item power spikes, right? They've got that Ludens. They've got the Dustblade completed. Now they're already on 2 items. So Xyliath, he's going to be extremely strong here because he has the slight advantage over Minji. Dawn also, you know, they're matching timings here with items, but once he gets his upgrade on the Manamune into the Muramana, he's going to be incredibly strong in these siege situations. And for Liab, it's about forcing these siege situations, these A-ramp situations, which we look down upon sometimes here because it seems kind of silly. But in this case, that is the answer to Berjaya's composition. They have to force these A-ramp situations over the 1-3-1.
I think we're both Americans, so we both agree that NA-RAM is the best thing that League of Legends has ever brought.
Yeah.
That is North America's contribution to the world meta. So
yeah.
I'm not going to talk bad about ARAM. I have no, prejudices against the ARAM. It is part of my blood. It is part of my heritage. So I will proudly run the NARAM flag, and I hope Liab can do so as well, just like you mentioned. It seems a lot easier to kind of land your poke and land your crowd control in those situations. On the other side, I do want to pay attention to the side lanes here. We're seeing that Spelts with the Blade of the Rune King and no Mystics. This is a pretty strong dueling build. We can see, on the other hand, Ozzy going for the Zanyas instead is going to put him behind compared to something like the Nashor's Tooth. So I actually feel like Liab at this stage, outside of the NA-RAM, they definitely still have some tools to kind of controlled side waves, especially in the top side matchup.
Yeah, and this build coming in from Ozzy, having the double armor coming into his build, but also just having the Zanyas for team fights, it really is just geared to try and match the team fight prowess offered by the Liab team.
Ooh, Aiden goes in, but Minji able to dodge out. The counter engage goes straight in, and Dawn is dead. That is the AD carry for one side of the team. Spells going in, Heartseeker Strike not able to find Minji. And the Black Rose booms once more, able to dodge out on multiple engages. Minji just playing Liab for fools, and that's going to be Baron.
Berjaya, they just explode into that fight. Any of these skirmish situations, when you're able to split up the fights, is going to favor Berjaya a lot more, and that's exactly what happened there. They, again, come in with some of these flanks, and for Liab, you can't get distracted. You have to all be on the same page, and they weren't in that situation. That's going to possibly cost them that Baron, as Berjaya, they're looking for both objectives.
Ozzy is actually able to chase away Liab members on the Drake. Berjaya get a 3-man Drake, a 2-man Drake, and on the other side, a 3-man defend. That is just perfect allocation here. Now, Dodoy is going to start this one again, but we see Minji with the TP coming in really, really fast with the extra movement speed. Can they actually find this soul? No. Liab is still going to secure the soul, but can they make the escape is the next question. Minji misses the chain, but Ozzy does find that one kill. Needlework slowing a lot of members. Dawn has to flash out, and that should be it so far. Liab at least prevent the Mountain Soul from going over to the other team.
A really nice contest there and nice play coming in from Liab. Yes, they do lose Aiden there, but in the end, to deny Mountain Soul is definitely worth the cost. However, at the same time, it means that Berjaya, with this Baron buff, will be able to secure a lot of standing gold on this map, as they're also now going to be able to really work, again, those side lanes.
It's been a 4,000 gold swing from Leah, still staying alive. Dodoy, this is such a Dodoy play. I'm sorry, but this is quintessential Dodoy play. It's like, I'm gonna be the hero here. I might not succeed, but I will always try.
Yeah, he tries to delete, unfortunately not a very important member. Yeah. Unfortunately, if he almost one combos, say, the Ezreal, then it might really change how these fights possibly play out, but dumping your entire kit into a Alistar, not the ideal move there, and now the siege is going to kick in. They're down their jungler, so they don't have any magical kick potential here in this fight as well. So it really just comes down to, well, I guess we just give up double inhib here.
Yeah, that Dodoi play really reminds me of a line from this song that Kanye West and Jay-Z sang together. Nobody really understands what it means, but it's provocative. It gets the crowd going. And hopefully that's what Dodoi can do for Liab. Sure, he didn't succeed, but his audacity might spur Liab into trying even harder. Okay, yeah, that was actually just a bad play, but I'm trying to come up with like...
rally the troops. You know?
Exactly.
It's about sending the message to the team. Hey, I might have used my entire kit onto an Alistar, but at least I'm using my kit. Guys, we need to somehow press buttons.
Yeah, that's a trade that I'm definitely not going to take. Berjaya Dragons offered them Alistar in return for 2 inhibitors. And Dodoi,
yeah, that's
Dodoi
the trade
took that trade. Yeah, probably not the best trades in the history of trades. We can put it that way.
Yeah, not ideal there. And now Berjaya, they're just going to play the game very slow here and just work these side lanes and make sure to capitalize and get all the standing gold that they can before they go ahead and take that next team fight. They don't have to force things here because there's, again, so much standing gold. So they're going to collect that. It's going to feel very similar to that first game that we had, PSG slowly bleeding out. And while it may not look as clean and fanciful as PSG, I think it's going to have a very similar end result.
I just don't see how Liab can contest the next Drake at this point. They don't have any of their bottom side inhibitors. They're just going to get pushed so far into their own base at this point. Berjaya Dragons, they basically have full map control. They don't even really have to win now. You know, they're just kind of forcing it because, oh, might as well try.
Yeah, and this is the issue. If they lose this last inhib, they're really not going to have control over any of their waves. So Dodoi, this time, this flank pressure, he's going to try and stave off and maybe find an engage here. They have to go.
They do have the Chains of Corruption onto Enso, but he's a very tanky Xin Zhao, and he's going to not take any damage here. Survives the entire fight. It is going to be Liab. That's a great 4-man scatter of the week, but it's not enough as Berjaya Dragons continue to pile on. They get the mid later, and that's triple inhibitors as well. The world is their pie at this point. Berjaya Dragons, they can go anywhere. They can do anything. Their imagination is the limit.
Yeah, Dodoi perhaps looking for yet another trade on Tefelia, saying, hey, this is the rematch. Let's go for the 1v1, yeah. But it looks like they're just going to go ahead and end the game right here, right now.
Double TP, straight chasing into the fountain at this point. Chains of Corruption doesn't land, and Berjaya Dragons are going to close this one off. It was a very close game, and until it wasn't. I really have to give huge props to Minji. You know, it was so crazy that they all end on Minji, and they didn't even burn his flash. That's how slippery Minji was in that mid lane engage.
Yeah, they forced a lot of cooldowns onto that LeBlanc, but LeBlanc just way too slippery here. It will be Berjaya taking game number 2 of our summer split in a fairly clean fashion. Yes, it was a little bit back and forth in the early stages, but once that Baron came through, it was just so clean and so clinical, and it's really showcasing the power of these 1-3-1 compositions in this current meta.
I'll be honest, I don't think Berjaya expected the game to end that fast. On the end of that cam, we could see all of their players having that kind of bewildered smirk there. It was like, oh, okay, that was a lot easier than I thought it would be. And unfortunately, the last two fights, I think, really showcased some of the problems that we had with shot calling on Liab. Dodoy in the first fight goes in, trades his life for Alistar, doesn't even get the trade, loses 2 inhibitors. And in the last fight, where they were trying to play base defense, Dodoy doesn't even come onto the scene until 2 of his members are already dead. So I think we have that sort of communication problem with Liab, where I don't think they're making the smartest of trades, and when they are doing those trades, they definitely are not on the same page.
Yeah, and I also think it's a problem with Lee Sin as a jungler, right? When it comes to those later game situations, if you're not ahead, you don't have that damage to one-shot a carry. So then you're sitting on the side just waiting and hoping perhaps that you do have a secondary engage, because Lee Sin just cannot be, at least from the jungler position, that primary engage. He doesn't have the items or the stats to really survive that initial engage.
Yeah, I felt like this game, Liab was, we saw kind of the same issues, but we have to commend them on the early game. I feel like this is one of the best early games that we've seen from Liab in quite a while. I think the trades
improvement
where they took top lane tower, first tower plus Herald for that trade was really nice. They were up 2,000 gold facing down Berjaya Dragons at that point, and it was just that huge blunder trying to catch out Minji that cost the gold to go back 4,000 in the side of Berjaya Dragons. And we're going to be taking a look at basically the game-winning team fight at this point, where Minji had so much burst and just not a lot that Liab can do on the flip side.
Yeah, and we see Dodoy just pretty much locked out of that fight the entire time. The moment he goes in, he just gives a kick over to K2, but by the time he gets the kick off, the fight's essentially done. And so there's no follow-up cooldowns to be able to capitalize off of that kick. So K2 just kind of shrugs it off and just goes, all right, well, kind of stung a little bit.
I will say, though, he did scare him. He got his cleanse. You saw K2 right there. He was shivering. He was like, "Oh my god, where is this Lee Sin doing? Where did he come from?" He did insta cleanse, even though it doesn't actually do anything anymore. But so that's gonna be game 2 so far, and I think for Berjaya Dragons, this game was, I think it was interesting. I don't feel like they really won the game in terms of a team fashion. I don't feel like we really saw how well they could execute their 1-3-1, because it honestly just didn't get to that point. But, how would you rate kind of Berjaya Dragons coming in, and especially their new support on this Alistar?
Yeah, the Alistar certainly had his moments, right? We saw the engage around that, I think it was the second dragon, but then there was also the follow-up dragon afterwards where Speltz had the better Alistar play in that situation. So definitely need to see a little bit more from both of these supports, but not a bad showing from Felia. And I mean, it's also like your job as the Alistar is to make sure that you disengage when you need to protect that Ezreal. But once the rest of those members go in, your job's fairly easy, right? Everyone's distracted by the Gwen, by the Xin, by the LeBlanc, so able to get off multiple CZ targets.
I think it was a pretty decent showing for the rookie here of Felia, taking over Dolulu's spot on Berjaya Dragons in their starting position here. And we are going to be taking a look at the MVP. Oh, I'm a little bit surprised here, but it's actually going to be Ozzy on his Gwen. Had a very, very good first dragon fight, and I think that's why he received the MVP right here. 3,000 extra gold lead at the end is just that outburst of gold that was given to Berjaya Dragons at the Baron that really shifted this game so dramatically.
And I think the bigger stat is to really point out the fact that he had 80% KP, so a really nice play, just making sure he was wherever his team needed him to be. And a lot of this game was decided at those dragon fights, and the side of Berjaya, they were the ones to perform better.
Got the first 3 Drakes straight off the bat and snowballed that quite well. So Berjaya Dragons is not going to fall to Liab, at least not in round 1 this time. That's going to be all for a game 2. Don't go anywhere, as we have PSG back on the Rift, this time against Hong Kong Attitude, coming up next.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
Welcome back as we head on to the halfway point of day one of the Pacific Championship Series. My name is Clement Chu, and with me, the new face here is our color caster, Nightstar. So, I just want to ask you as we're kind of heading on into it. Oh, sorry. Let me get through the sponsors before that. We have to thank guys that make the PCS actually possible. CTBC, as many of you have heard from the advertisement, the leading financial institution in Taiwan. China Airlines, special thanks to you guys. And of course, last but not least, Chunghwa Telecom for making the PCS so enjoyable. And back to my original question, but how are you enjoying the PCS so far, Nightstar?
Only 2 games in, but it's been a good time. And I mean, it hasn't been as hectic as I initially expected, but with this 1-3-1 compositions, I would say a little bit more color caster friendly.
Yeah, the pacing is definitely a lot slower than we expected. We thought it was going to be 24/7 tempo Drake fights, but that really hasn't been the case, as we have PSG stepping up onto the Rift once more with the same exact roster. Nothing's going to change for these guys. Had a brilliant game against Beyond Gaming to start this one off. Of course, we have to mention Hanabi's Gwen taking the first MVP, and if things continue the way they have been, he could be on record to get the second MVP here, as well as a lot of top laners seem to be getting the accolade.
2 for 2 with the Gwen MVPs, right? So maybe it's Gwen, maybe it's top lane. We'll have to find out.
On the other side, Hong Kong Attitude with a lot of new changes to the roster. We're going to go through them one by one. Rock and Kongre the same, Hongsuo new, and also Slaytrue, a new support joining Hong Kong Attitude. Of course, with Eminem as the duo in the bot side.
Yeah, and Hongsuo, this is his first professional team, so not a whole lot of information onto him, but for Slaytrue, he has a little bit of professional experience, did play in the LDL in 2019, plays a lot of those melee champions like the Galio, like the Thresh, more engage heavy style, so we'll look for that to be the case as well coming into PCS, but maybe it's changed. It's been a full 2 years, so definitely a lot can change in a player.
Bottom line, this is the team with the most drastic offseason changes, and with a whole slew of young, I would say, players with potential, but not really proven just yet. So this is going to be super exciting. I think, the bar for Hong Kong Attitude set in spring was not particularly high. They were 9th place for a long time. Nobody thought that they would be that bad, but they were 9th place, and Kongre came in, gave them a 50% win rate. That was enough to pump them up to 8th place. They did get that upset in the playoffs as well. People didn't think that they would be able to take on Boom Esports, but they did. And now with the new split, a lot of new players, they are looking to make a big splash. I always enjoy watching Rock on the player cams. He is one of our most expressive players. He's always laughing. He has some great anime gear, and he just seems to be enjoying life.
Yeah, definitely not quite the super stoic types as perhaps maybe an SMLZ who's really just stone-faced the entire time, but for Hong Kong Attitude, this team will really only go as far as Kongre takes them, right? He made that, he came in late in the split and really dragged them over into playoffs here. And I think with a bit of an off season or a bit of a downtime to really hone up and build those synergies, Hong Kong Attitude definitely have a lot more upside going into this split, but it's all about Kongre. Can he really make an impact? And Rock actually going for an early Jace pick here to pair up with this Diana.
If you want to talk about impact, I think Diana is probably the best late game carry in the meta right now for a carry jungler. She's AoE damage, scales incredibly well, and in the hands of Kongre, that seems like a super deadly pick. PSG, on the other hand, they do have to Thresh open, a very high priority pick in all major leagues at this point. They're going to pair it with the Aphelios. I think this is, the hypercarry bot lane is super safe, and it also pairs really well with 1-3-1. So Now, great start to PSG drafting, while Hong Kong Attitude are going to answer back with the Callista, a pick that is much more on the timer, but offers a lot more early game engage and impact on that Drake.
Yeah, and for Hong Kong Attitude, this really shows what they're playing for, right? They're here to facilitate this Diana pick. Make sure they have strong early game lanes to make sure Kongra, he doesn't get invaded upon, and he actually has the opportunity to make invade plays himself. And I mean, Kongra, we know him at Worlds to be that really highlight reel echo player. And Diana's very much a champion that plays in that very similar vein.
I do want to see what they pair up with the Moonfall. It's typically what you look for in these types of Diana compositions. You want some form of hard crowd control to set things up. You know, set is usually the best answer. Set Diana has been kind of an LPL staple, but it's definitely been taken off the table. In the meantime, Hong Kong Attitude, they know Maple's tricks. LeBlanc has almost always been one of his go-to champions. Silas, very powerful as well. They're going to take both of them outside of the pool. Now, PSG looks like they're not going to have a very easy sort of split push champion, or a champion that can match early game tempo left for Maple in this draft. While PSG are still thinking about what support they want to take out of Slay True's pool here. Slay True, definitely one of the more hyped rookies coming into this one. Has much more competitive experience compared to some of the other rookies that we've seen in Hong Soul.
Yeah, and I mean, going into Maple's pool, he could go and opt for that Viego. We'll get to see what they opt for here in this second phase, but for the side of Hong Kong Attitude, for Slay True, he gets himself that melee engage support in that Nautilus, so fairly expected. And for PSG, they could try and play side lanes if they wanted to go ahead and draft something like a Galio, but looks like they're going to be happy with locking in this Lee Sin pick, and at least to start out this second phase.
Wouldn't mind that River Lee Sin if it does come to fruition. Flirting with the Anivia. This is a champion that, you know, in solo queue was all the rage, but in competitive, it's just so easy to pick off. Nobody has really gone for it outside of Kanji, I think. And PSG, they do decide to kind of match early game tempo. They do go with the Twisted Fate instead. Definitely gonna go be in the mid lane. And oh, this is the spicy pick. They were waiting for this one. The Yasuo comes out, a really nice counter into the Twisted Fate. And what? It's going bottom lane. Okay,
so
never mind. Sorry. I got a little bit too excited.
Well, I mean, there's still a lot of flex potential here. They could still technically throw the Kalista topside if they want to. Yasuo into a Lee Sin, I feel like is going to be a relatively nice time for the Lee Sin because of the Lee Sin E being able to... Yes, it did get hit a little bit here on this patch, but should still do relatively well in these trades. But it will be the Yasuo into the top side, and perhaps we're going to see some lane swap shenanigans.
Yeah, it's definitely possible that Hong Kong Attitude, and I believe they have pulled that before in spring, where they actually just swap their lanes depending on the matchups. I think it actually ended up really poorly for them, but you know, it's been a split, so maybe they have improved on Rock's ability to play either bottom lane or mid lane. We didn't get to see the countdown to 20 seconds. That's usually when the players have to lock in their selection. And now we have the full view here. It is going to be Lee Sin for Hanabi in the top lane, River on Viego. And in the meantime, for the flex decisions, Hongsuo is still on the Jace, Rock on the Yasuo, but the lanes still undecided.
Yeah, and I like this draft coming in from PSG. They've got a fair amount of tempo built into it with the TF and the Lee Sin in the solo lane. Again, I still like Lee Sin more in the solo lane just because he provides a little bit more impact even with the nerf. There's just so much more play potential or playmaking potential offered when he gets more EXP and he doesn't just pop like a balloon when you do get him in the jungle. So we'll look for PSG to dictate the pace, but on the flip side here, if they get I mean, they've got solid lane setups here. We could end up seeing a lot of lane leads coming in from Hong Kong Attitude and hopefully transition that into Kongria being able to carry that mid game.
Okay, so it does look like it will be Rock in the mid lane. We have seen this combo before in the LPL. Yasuo plus Diana is such a sick combo. Moonfall straight into the last breath is going to deal massive amounts of damage. And I like that they're pairing the more veteran players on the team together in that mid-jungle situation. They're going to have a lot more agency moving across the map. Taking a look at the runes. Fleet Footwork incoming for Yasuo. It's going to give him a little bit more sustain. And we do have Hail of Blades, which is pretty standard. The rest of it seems, is there anything that kind of piques your interest here in terms of the runes?
I mean, for Kaiwing going for the Aftershock instead of the Guardian, expecting more of these aggressive fights right into the melee support, that makes sense. But Unified, he's going to be kind of fending for himself once again. Yes, he has the Thresh, but with the Aftershock, you're looking to be a little bit more forward and aggressive in these fight setups rather than the Guardian setup where you're trying to set up peel for your Phileas.
Okay, so we are going into the laning phase directly. I do wish the observers would actually just swap the mid and top around for Hong Kong Attitude. That's always a lot easier when we're trying to observe what's actually happening. A bit of light trading here. Slaytrue does find the hook across the minion wave, but actually takes a little bit more damage for that instead. Eminem not really able to follow up with his own auto attack, so it's a bit of a one trade for PSG at this point. On the other side, we do have Rock here. He's going to have a hard time early on, but we have seen how this combo works. You hit level 6. There's no mobility on Maple. You're able to just get close to the Twisted Fate and follow up with the Moonfall, which does count as a sort of displacement that allows Yasuo to then fly in and enjoy the combo.
Yeah, it's just a higher DPS combo than what we used to see with the Gragas Yasuo. That's the traditional mid-jungle duo that's really easy combo to pull off at level 6. But the Diana just brings a lot more raw damage. And it really allows more for the Diana to transition into a carry, whereas on the flip side, it's more about the Gragas facilitating the Yasuo to then carry the fight.
I do want to mention that Hong Kong Attitude has drafted themselves a lot of knockup. I count 6 knockups on this team, so definitely a lot of opportunity for Rock to just run away with this game if he gets the perfect setup. Kongria does find the scuttle. He has to run away from Maple with the gold card already and River on his heels, but it's going to be absolutely fine here. In the meantime, we have seen this top lane. It has been, slightly in favor of Jace, but usually around level 6, the ganks come in and Lee Sin actually starts taking over this lane. We'll see if that's the case in this game, as Hanabi has been able to find the push despite the nerfs to his champion. And we do have a relatively calm early game with a lot of explosiveness waiting ahead.
Yeah, once level 6 hits on Maple, I expect Hongsuo to get a bit of a rude welcoming to the PCS offered by PSG, but Rock is getting a lot of attention to his lane as it's 3 people just chilling out.
I love this play from PSG. They are willing to walk that extra mile just to make other lanes uncomfortable. Usually Kaiwing probably should have just straight base, but he was like, I'll just fish for this pick. If it doesn't happen, it's fine, but at least I deny Yasuo a couple CS, and I think that's definitely very, very valuable in these sort of matchups. And we have seen a lot of just 3v1 dives from PSG early on, so, just trying to fish it. It was kind of telegraphed. I didn't really expect it to work, but PSG is always thinking ahead and trying to catch whatever opportunity they're given.
Yeah, and PSG always that team that really looks to actively make plays and force mistakes rather than wait for the mistakes to come to them, which, I mean, if you were watching the PCS last year, it was not the same because PSG was definitely a different team that played more slow and methodical, waited for the opponents to make a mistake, but that really all changed once Worlds came about. They became more active, and that's the look that Maple brings to this team, being a more proactive team and forcing the other team to really just get a little bit dizzy there and end up falling into a lot of mistakes.
Ooh, Slay True definitely telegraphs that a little bit, walks up, and PSG got the memo. They back out immediately. Good warding there by Kaiwing as well. You see the pink in the inner try and also the river brush, making sure that Diana has no angle of attack here. And a bit of a slight CS lead for Hong Kong Attitude here as they go for another hook. Kaiwing is able to get the flay. Exhaust goes down. Viego into the fray. Are they going to be able to get the first blood kill? Looks like Kongria actually has to overextend, and he does die down. Emotes are flashed. I think some
what a
people were a little bit
disaster.
hurt there.
Yeah, it looked good initially, but it was just too forced, right? Where Slay True, he was like, alright, I'm gonna flash forward, make sure I get the stun, and then Kongria hard commits for that kill onto the supports. And unable to find it means that Kongria is going to lose his summoner with the flash and still not get the kill. He's the first one to fall instead. That means PSG, they get out to an early 1k gold lead, and now the dive happening top.
Whenever you do something in the bot side, you have to expect it to be mirrored elsewhere. They know that the jungler is not going to be present to help out, and this is exactly what we see in the Chase versus Lee Sin matchup. Now, Jace gets some CS leads here and there, but in terms of escaping ganks, Jace really can't do much against Lee Sin. It's way too easy to just flash Dragon Rage. And in this case, Nabi did not even have to flash. Dodges out perfectly on Kongrie, and also gets the plate in the meantime. Very, very effective sequence of events coming in for Hanabi. Should be enjoying a decent lead against Hongsuo from this point on.
Yeah, and that's just the welcome right there. As I said, once a level 6 ticks on to Maple, he's just going to be looking to welcome this new mid laner, but this time he's playing top lane, but new solo laner into the league. And what a welcome it was. They instantly just put him on blast. He doesn't get a chance to react, and it's just going to be pretty much Maple visiting that top side every single time he has ult.
And we do have to mention that in order for this combo to work, you do actually need to snowball a little bit. This is not a combo that you can pull out from an even footing and expect you to have enough damage to kind of finish off the entire team. So Hong Kong Attitude, they're probably waiting on Kongria at this point, get his flash up. Diana still a very flash dependent champion in terms of the wombo combos. In all honesty, I would have much preferred if Kongria actually just saved his flash for mid lane. That mid lane combo is worth so much more compared to a lone kill on Kaiwing in the best of situations.
Yeah, he definitely overchased for that play. And there's no mistake about that one. And now they kind of looked towards that dragon, but he immediately peeled off of it. As not quite sure why they pull off of it, as there definitely wasn't any glaring signs that they had to go ahead back away. Perhaps worried that the side of PSG, their combo is going to be a little bit stronger at this point in the game, and you know, fair point, because Kongria still doesn't have that completed mythic. I think that's where the Hong Kong Attitude roster is going to start shining, but it's really just all eyes onto Kongria. When does he get his items, and how does he capitalize with this?
River is found in the jungle, and here comes the combo, but River does have that flash to get away, and now PSG are chasing on the tails. Really good wind wall here, does block the death sentence, but can't get away from the yellow card. Kongria is tagged up, and he's gonna fall down, completely get obliterated by PSG. PSG continue to chase, open herald, open objectives. The world is their oyster.
Yeah, definitely a world is the oyster here, as they are able to pick off Kongria. They're able to get this Herald. That's going to be a lot of extra potential gold coming in for them. And for the side of Hong Kong Attitude, they pull their bot lane for this play as well, but they're just way too late. So not only do they not get their bot lane in time for the fight, they also don't get any CS advantages on the side lane. And that just means PSG, it's just an all-around win for them. So 3 kills up, almost 3,000 gold advantage as well. Hong Kong Attitude, they're on a big back foot here. And somehow, some way, they need to find a way to find picks.
We got the combo though. We got the combo. We got to see how it's gonna work out in a real scenario. Unfortunately, Diana didn't have the flash. They didn't have the follow-up damage. The combo lands, but not enough to really get the kill onto River there. And we are seeing River being really fed. He's actually one of the first members out of the 10 players here to actually get his mythic item completed already. Does have the Divine Sunder with the 12% melee damage coming out. And I also love how PSG did not overcommit to Herald on that play. They left River by himself to take the Herald and sent Unified back home early. So Hong Kong Attitude actually didn't get anything out of the tempo. They moved their bot lane towards Herald, moved them back, and then Unified is able to push the wave back. So it's just such a beautiful sequence of events, the allocation, the understanding of when they can get what with which players. It's just perfect from PSG.
Oh yeah, it was just clean min-maxing right there. And now Hong Kong Attitude, they're going to try and force this dragon play here. And PSG, they really, it's all on them. They can decide to take this fight, but they don't have to force it. And with Unified at the point where he is, he's going to be very happy just trying to get extra gold to try and scale up and make sure he becomes that dominant threat in these later game team fights. Now a 2v2 in the mid lane possible.
It doesn't look like they're going to go all the way. Hongsuo still on the back foot versus Hanabi. Hanabi goes in, keeps his ultimate intact. Dragon's Rage not even used, and Hongsuo has to back out immediately. He senses danger coming for him. River in deep going for the top side, and the Twisted Fate lands as well. That's going to be a dead Jace. No one to respond here. It is a 3-for-1 kill, and I just love what PSG are doing. They understand tempo so perfectly. They know that they shouldn't contest the bot lane. Instead, they use the bot lane Drake to pull members from Hong Kong Attitude and open up a different avenue of attack. First tower in the bag, another kill onto the Jace, and they still have the TP to defend mid as well.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a little bit of inexperience, as they're going to try and pick off Rock too.
Yeah, this is just, it's not really mechanics, it's just better sequencing coming out from PSG, and I think this is what a lot of high-level teams do. They just understand macro and how to chain events to their maximum advantage a lot better. They avoid Hong Kong Attitude's Drake team fight because they know Hong Kong Attitude is set up for those knockups, for that big Yasuo Wombo combo. They go for the picks instead, they come back for another kill, they find Rock overextended. Everything just fits like a puzzle. It's so nice to see this.
Yeah, and it comes from that experience, right? They know when to rotate, they know where to rotate as well. Hongsuo, not as experienced on the big stage, ends up being a little bit in lane a little bit too long here, takes a little bit of damage, and that exposes him to that dive play coming in from Maple and River. And then they transition to mid. They get the pick off mid, and now with a 5,000 gold lead, they can take some of these team fights because that's just such a massive stat advantage given over to PSG.
Yeah, this Viego is gonna become a problem. You're pretty much gonna have to snipe out the Viego with the Wombo combo, because if you don't and he starts getting resets, he's gonna live through all of it. He's just way too fed at this point. Hanabi going in for another play. Twisted Fate probably not going to join this time, but Hanabi does have the level 2 lead on Dragon's Rage, and he's going to find a solo kill. Kaiwing gets another pick onto Rock. Rock is left on his lonesome, but he finally does get the ultimate onto Maple. Maple with the Everfrost, though, is going to turn around and just pick up the kill. Kongre on the flip side does find one back, but Slay True, let's pop his Zanias. River still chasing for him, and he does a lot of damage at this point. 6-0-0 for the Viego. And River is showing why he has been my spring MVP pick so far. The best GD at 15 out of all players in the PCS, and I think he's going to continue that trend in summer.
I think we're about to break the trend of top laners winning MVP here, because while Hanabi was able to get the 1v1 solo kill in that top side against Hongsuo, River's just running a full clinic here. He's just an absolute behemoth in this game. And at the very least, Hong Kong Attitude, they find a trade, and the kill gold does go on to Kongre, but that's all they get, as Viego just mops up this fight so easily.
Yeah, gets the Heartseeker reset multiple times during that team fight, and when Viego's fed like that, he's so hard to put down. You have to focus him at the start of the fight. You have to make sure his teammates doesn't allow him any more opportunities for takedowns, or he just Heartseekers out of there. Like, you can't even pin him down. He's immune to displacement from that point onward. So the win conditions for Hong Kong Attitude are near impossible to pull off, honestly. Unless River decides to just throw away his advantage somehow, he's basically a god walking on this green earth.
Yeah, 8,000 gold lead.
Okay, maybe that's the play.
Even then.
Okay, River was a little bit limit testing right there. That was kind of the win con for Hong Kong Attitude.
He offered a glimpse of hope, but Kaiwing was there, and Kaiwing knew. So, you know, there's so many outs here, and especially if Kaiwing, you know, right now, he can just play around this Viego, and because of how oppressive the Viego is, that gets space for the Unified to pump out damage. So it's indirect peel here for PSG for their AD carry.
I think that Unified, I actually haven't seen him this entire game. Oh, there he is,
Yeah.
There's my boy. It feels so weird, but this meta has so little to do with AD carries. Honestly, AD carries, you just don't see them for most of the game. They're like on the side lanes. Kongre is getting chased down. I think he's dead. There's really nothing he can do here. No flash.
So long. Poor man. He just wanted his jungle.
That was a pretty smart play there. What happened was Hong Kong Attitude actually tried to make a two-man pick with Kongre and Rock on the side lanes, and Maple pretty much just sniffed it out immediately.
Oh yeah. That's really all this composition can do at this point, though, is just fish for picks. As now Slay True, he's on the run, and he should be able to get away unless if PSG really want this kill.
Well, looks like PSG does want some Nautilus on the menu. River's going in, does pop the Heartseekers, no avail.
Is this it?
He is stuck on the Krugs. Still has his flash though, and Hongsuo pays for his misgivings. Goes a little bit too far forward. I can't believe River still has his flash after all those kills in the mid lane. That's kind of ridiculous how far ahead he is at this point. And it's looking like a 10k plus lead for PSG before the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, it's definitely a very rough game, and now we're seeing some of the shortcomings coming in from Hong Kong Attitude, right? They have so many damaged champions, but then you just look at that situation where River was just overextended. How do you not finish off and burst that champion? And the answer is they just don't have the items. They don't have the damage behind all these damaged champions to be able to burst a target like Viego. And now that he has Steric's Gauge, how do you even get through this front line?
I like River's itemization here. A lot of times when you're that far ahead, you might go for the Blade of the Ruin King, but we have another fight on our hands. River again untouched on the side, dealing massive amounts of damage. He's gonna start the Reset City, goes directly on Eminem. There's not much for him to do right here. He's trying to run away, but sandwich between Hanabi and River. Everyone is falling down. Triple kill coming in for Eminem. Actually doing some good damage here. It's actually on the blue side, so maybe it was, I'm pretty sure that was River. I just got confused there a little bit. Viego, actually the one with the triple and the quadra, excuse me. And now he is sitting at 10 kills, 1 assist, 0 deaths. Easy cleanup for a fed Viego.
Yeah, and we're gonna see the replay here. It's just Viego Reset City as they go on to Slay. And Kongya sits on the side waiting for a moment, but the only moment he's able to find is just the one-man ult onto Unified. And while they are able to kill the Aphelios, this composition isn't about Aphelios anymore. It's all about River. River on this Viego is just too much to handle, and he somehow finds himself with a quadra.
Yeah, gets so many Sovereign's Domain off as well, so able to heal up throughout that entire team fight. At the end of it, he actually came out full HP. That's kind of disgusting that a champion can do that. Reset champions with the strong base kit are just kind of nutty in this sense, and we definitely see why Viego has been the first pick for every single one of these PCS games. His power level is through the roof, and if he gets ahead, he stays ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, having 10 kills, the amount of damage is nuts, but
we have a good combo finally coming in. Kaiwing is the victim. River almost down. Can they find the big shutdown and the money? Oh. They're going to throw all the abilities there, and they do finally get the shutdown for Rock. This is the chase down. Unified doesn't have any summoners. He could be on the menu, but he does make the curve, and Maple with the yellow card there is going to stop the offensive. Oh, he's trying for the 3v4. Slaytrue, the one kicked out. He's going to drop, and Hanabi goes back in for more. This Lee Sin wants some blood. That was a really good disengage coming in from Rock, but they can't save the jungler. Kongya left behind, and PSG with just a wallet slam onto Hong Kong Attitude's face. They take that teamfight in stride, despite ruining River's KDA.
And a massive pickoff for Hong Kong Attitude just doesn't pay off enough dividends. The turn is still there. They use too many cooldowns onto the Viego, and that means for Lee Sin, he's just so tanky at this point as well. He himself has a Sterix Gauge. This is the power of solo lane Lee Sin, where you're able to get all this extra gold, all this extra battle stats to make sure he is just really, really tanky. At least for Hong Kong Attitude, at 23 minutes, being able to somehow pull out Soul Point, it gives them an out here. But still, being this far behind in gold, it's going to be a tall ask.
Yeah, Kaiwing's pathing in this team fight a little bit suspect as he goes directly face checks into the enemy jungle and does cause his jungler to die alongside with him, but as we've mentioned, it just isn't enough.
Yeah, they burn so many cooldowns onto that Viego. Once Hanabi comes in, he's just so damn tanky, and again, you don't have cooldowns, which means you just don't have damage, and it just slowly runs them down. Kongya offered as a last sacrifice there to be able to escort the rest of the squad out, but that's still almost a 14k disadvantage for Hong Kong Attitude, and PSG looking to really go for the finish here.
Hong Kong Attitude, they are on their last legs in this base defense. PSG, with the Baron buff, are going to split their empowered minions into 2 waves. One in the mid by Hanabi, who can join in an instant, and the other 4-man group coming in with Maple at the helm. Going in with the gold card, I like this force. It basically says that HKA, if you want to engage, you have to engage on Maple, who does have the Zhonya's in hand as well. So really nice positioning here, and they do get a lot of extra distance and mileage here. River with the super extended arrowing path.
Oh my god,
they find Eminem, put a lot of damage onto him as well. Slave True going to the back line. They have their eyes on Unified. Rock does get a good ultimate down. Last breath through the roster. They do find that kill onto Maple, but it's not enough. Unified on the side, able to dish out tons of damage. He finds 2 kills, and the combo pieces are down. Hongsol going in, but to no avail. Slay True, one of the last members surviving right here. But the stasis is not going to save him from a hungry Hanabi, or will it? Hanabi actually has to back out now with Eminem on the scene. PSG, though, they still have enough power to push through, and they're looking like they're going to end the game. And day one of the PCS with a 2-0. The TP comes in to preserve the cannon minion. And PSG smell blood. They're going for the finish right here. Hong Kong Attitude, they have to pull off the hero defend. And it looks like they're just going to resign themselves to their fate. River way too fed. That was, I believe, a 24 KDA for the MVP, in my mind, the MVP jungler of Spring Split.
And an absolute clinic run by River is... I mean, I don't think there's any question about the MVP for this game. It has to be River here. He just absolutely ran rampant on Summoner's Rift. In that last team fight, they found a bit of a wombo, but again, the wallet difference just too much there, as they just don't have the damage to burst through that PSG lineup. And Unified not having a bad last fight either.
So I just want to preface this, but basically we do not choose the MVP. So if the MVP is a Nabi, so be it. We'll sing his praises regardless. But it should be River, like you were saying. This could be the last team fight. You're saying a last-ditch effort that actually was pretty well played by Hong Kong Attitude, but you said not really enough damage. And if you look at this team fight right here, Unified basically is untouched after they finish off Maple. Just can't work through the entire team at this point anymore. River also pretty free on the back line. He can do whatever he wants. There are good stasis here for Slay True, but it just isn't enough. So we really get a great showcase of the difference between a top PCS team and sort of a barely playoff contender PCS team in Hong Kong Attitude. And what I loved about this game is PSG actually did not pull off that many high mechanical plays. It was basically just sequencing and macro sense that gave them such a massive lead.
Yeah, and for the side of Hong Kong Attitude, you're seeing a little bit of the inexperience, right? They have 2 new players, and it makes a lot of sense why they aren't as clean when it comes to matching rotations or just coming up with their own rotations in general. So I like this draft from PSG, really taking advantage of that inexperience with the TF, and it pays off big dividends. That being said, Hong Kong Attitude, plenty of upside with the roster. They have plenty of room to grow with these 2 new players. So we'll have to see how time fares for this roster.
I will also say, I felt like this game, the early game, Kongir was a bit rusty. The force in the bot lane did make a lot of sense to me. Like, they got the flash out of Kai Wing. They could have came back again level 6 with Moonfall. Instead, they all-in. And that wasn't even close. Like, there was still 200 HP. There was still a heal on Aphelios, so that was kind of questionable. And then they all in again mid lane, which was like really weird because the enemy bot lane actually showed up first and they all died. So I felt like Kongya didn't pick his spots very well in the early game, and this Wombo combo comp just lacked damage after those 2 plays. They just couldn't kill people after that one. So I think a little bit of rust from Hong Kong Attitude in general, and I'm not sure how much I enjoyed like the lane swapping with new players right off the bat. That's always a big question mark. I still think mid lane and top lane are very different beasts when it comes to it, so maybe a little bit too adventurous.
Yeah, it was definitely a bold decision, putting your brand new mid laner into that top side, throwing it into a very new experience. And you know, maybe it's just one of those cases where they list him as a mid laner, but he's really a top laner. We don't really know here, at least I don't personally. We'll find out as the split goes on if that is going to be the case, but Hongso definitely trial by fire here is he did pump out the most damage, so you know he can write that on his resume.
He tried. I will say a lot of that damage was on a Gore Drinker Lee Sin, so I'm not really sure how valid that is, but it does look pretty on a resume. I'll give you that. On the flip side, River was the most damage on his team. I know he's a Fed jungler, but I'm not sure that's supposed to be the case for any jungler. That just seems wrong. That just seems dirty to me, but it is what it is. Another thing to notice right here is Hong Kong Attitude actually had all 3 Drakes, and this game is an absolute textbook example of how to use Drakes to actually gain tempo on the enemy team. You can give the opponent Drakes, and you can focus the opposite side of the map, which is exactly what PSG did over and over again against Hongsuo. He started the game 0-4-0, didn't really get much play after that. And on the flip side, we do have River coming back with a 14 KDA effort. Damage percentage off the charts at 30%.
That's bonkers.
This champion is... I don't know what to say. This champion is very, very special.
Yeah, if you ever encounter me in solo queue, that is my auto ban. Just because of the fact that there's always a way to come back with a Viego. Even when you're down, if you find that juicy one pick, and it turns into perhaps the most fed member on the other side, all of a sudden the fight just changes drastically.
Yeah, I think the thing about Viego is everyone thought that this would be a high skill cap champion about how you have to use your opponent's kit. And when it actually was released, people realized, wait a minute, you actually don't need to use your opponent's kit whatsoever.
Yeah.
You just instantly Sovereign's Domain over and over, and you Heartseeker over and over. You can skip using the enemy kit and be completely fine. Like, yeah, I actually would really like to see a change in Viego where they actually institute like a lockout where before you can Heartseeker again, like force him to play the enemy kit a little bit. But,
yeah, it essentially just becomes like free Zanyas, right? You just get an extra stasis where they can't throw damage and you buy more time for your cooldowns and you just jump over the map. It's kind of silly.
It's so silly. I wonder if we're going to have 6 of 6 Viego first picks into PCS today. It's 3 of 3 so far. We're going to see how that goes, but we are over the halfway point for day 1 in the PCS. The next game is going to be Berjaya Dragons back onto the Rift against Boom Esports, so don't go anywhere. We're coming back shortly after these breaks.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
On to the second half we go as Game 4 is upon us. We have Boom Esports against Berjaya Dragons, two teams from the non-previous LMS regions. But before we get into more of the action, first we have to thank our sponsors, CTBC Bank, China Airlines, and Chunghwa Telecom. Thank you for your support and the continued operation of the PCS. Now, these two teams, I think, have gone through a lot of changes, especially on Boom Esports side, as they introduced two new junglers in Holo and Alex, as their original jungler, Epic, does leave for impunity.
Yeah, bringing in some legacy names here, as Epic does depart the roster. Holo was jungling for Hong Kong Attitude last year, and Alex also a name that has traveled both PCS and LPL and has been to World. So I'm a little bit surprised that they haven't started Alex here, and I actually had a fun fact for Alex, but I'll save it for when he does get the start in the future. But, you know, Holo, also a man that has traveled a lot when it comes to positions on the Rift. He's played support, he's played AD carry, and he's played jungle.
Yeah, we've seen his career date all the way back to the ECS days, trying to earn a spot in the LMS itself. Unfortunately, he would get his chances a little bit later than that, and he did play for Hong Kong Attitude earlier, like you mentioned. Huge Trundle player, so maybe it's his time to shine in this sort of Trundle and Trundle meta as we have here. Berjaya Dragons running the same roster that we did see earlier. Falia, obviously the new player on the roster right here. We don't even have a cam of him, so I am very curious as what he looks like. It might not be revealed until a little bit later. But so far, Berjaya Dragons did have a pretty good game against Liab earlier today, where they did come out with the W off of some very nifty play from Minji dodging out in the engages, and of course Ozzy with another stand-up engage on the Gwen. And now we shift over to Boom Esports, as we do have Rocky in the top lane, Holo the new jungler starting today over Alex, Ruby in your mid lane, and Wako and Pop for the bottom side.
Yeah, and Boom Esports is definitely a roster that is really hard to break down, right? Because they have a lot of talent on this roster. Ruby, very skilled, Holo, and Alex, very strong jungle duo with definitely a lot of upside to bring into the squad. But then you also have to factor in the communication structure definitely has to be a little bit messy here. They're rocking a lot of nationalities on the squad. It could take a little bit to scale up as the season goes on here. So might be a little bit messy here early on in week 1.
And just to remind everyone, Boom Esports is our Thailand representatives. Our Indonesian representatives, they are located in Thailand, though the team org is from Indonesia. I always get that mixed up a little bit. We do run a bit of a federalist system here in the PCS, where each region, sort of is locked towards its teams, and if they fail in the process, then one team from the same region is then selected again. So just to kind of give you guys a bit of background on Boom Esports and why they run such a complicated system where they're trying to communicate in 3 languages. It was Thai, it was Cantonese, and Mandarin at the same time, so also Korean. So it was actually very, very difficult. Now we're going to head into the ban picks. Berjaya Dragons going to take out Thresh and Kalista straight off the bat. This is definitely a target to Wako, as he has been a very early game sort of centric AD carry, very aggressive in that end. In the meantime, Boom Esports going to take out Xin Zhao and the Renekton, leaving our old friend Viego up for grabs for now.
Gwen, Viego, both left available here. And surprising that they go ahead and ban away the Xin, but then they go ahead and ban away the Akali as well. So a lot of options here for the first pick. I expect Viego or Gwen to be the first one to come off the table, but Nocturne has been banned throughout the entire day, and it looks like Berjaya, they've deemed it more busted than Viego and Gwen.
Oh, I love this. If you thought Viego was OP, 11.13 Nocturne is pretty much at its zenith. This is the patch where, even by Riot's own admission, they probably over-buffed the changes to Stridebreaker. And, you know, Nocturne is one of those champions that can get on you for free. So you're going to be slowed for 90% to 40% for 3 seconds. Good luck surviving that. He's completely busted for a reason. Lee Sin is actually not a very good champion into Nocturne, so I don't expect that to be heading his way. Maybe a mid lane Lee Sin is probably on the cards here, but Boom Esports going to pick up Diana for Holo as well, a very hyper carry oriented jungler. And then Berjaya Dragon's going to go with what has worked in the previous game to select LeBlanc for Minji.
Yeah, and once again, we're going to see a lot of side lane pressure exerted from this first phase from Berjaya. Clearly topside focused here, but then once they get to break out of lanes, it's going to be a very strong 1-3-1 setup. And that just means we're looking at some sort of weak side bot lane that can also really wave clear. And I like the fact that Boom, they've gone ahead, banned away the Varus, and also taken away the Ezreal from K2, which have been really his prominent 2 champions when he's played AD carry.
Yeah, very interesting bans here. I'm kind of surprised that they're focusing so heavily on AD carries that can't play with the front line, I guess. You know, they just don't want K2 to have something safe. I think they're taking away the completeness of Berjaya's composition, but I'm pretty sure Berjaya is fine playing something else. Like, they could just slam a Xayah here and still be fine. So I'm not sure about this bans. I'd actually rather ban out engaged supports given Berjaya Dragon's composition and how disgusting they look right now. So we'll see if this actually works out for them. Boom Esports still hovering around, trying to find something to round out their support and most likely top lane.
So Boom, they've gone ahead and locked in the Leona here. I was half expecting more of a, hey, they've got so much kind of engage power. Let's see if we can weave in some disengage for our squad, but they just opt to fight fire with fire. If Berjaya is going to be setting up these side lanes, it does make sense that you want to try and just go ahead, pull the trigger onto the remaining members sitting in mid lane to force a fight. And Leona could be the answer in that regard, but Berjaya, they just go ahead, answer back with the Braum. So packing in that disengage, and if they go for Xayah, that's even more disengage power. And it's just so hard to break this comp from Berjaya.
Yeah, it definitely is. I don't really like Boom Esports' ban phase. I feel like their second ban phase was I felt like it was pointless. Like, it really didn't do anything. Berjaya Dragons is clearly just going to play topside anyway. So, Boom Esports, now, they do have to figure out something to select. They're going to run Lee Sin into Nocturne. Feels kind of gnarly, if you ask me. It's going to be the Vladimir mid.
Okay.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah, I remember when Ruby played in LPL, he, it might have just been kind of the meta at the time, but he did play a decent amount of Vladimir from what I recall. But Rocky taking this Lee Sin into the Nocturne, I also do not like this pick because, again, remember the wave clear on Lee Sin has been taken down a little bit. But Berjaya opting for the last minute swap to put Viego up in the top side, which I also think is just fine. And you're just allowing then for the Nocturne just farm up and then attack these side lanes. It still doesn't change a whole lot from what the side of Berjaya want to do.
Really interesting here. Nocturne still pretty strong in the jungle as well. Just basically anything that can use Stridebreaker is pretty powerful this patch. And then you have Viego that does have that winning matchup against Lee Sin as well. So Berjaya Dragons have a lot of power picks and tools to play with. Boom Esports, I feel like this composition it's wombo combo focused, but there really isn't that much crowd control to keep Berjaya members in one place. Like, you have better have the best Moonfalls of your life if you want Moonfall into Hemoplague to be your combo. That just seems so difficult to execute on Boom Esports side. I don't know. I feel like this is a very strong draft win for Berjaya coming into this one.
Yeah, Berjaya, it feels like they kind of win in all phases of the game. They've got the laning with LeBlanc into Vladimir. Yes, the LeBlanc doesn't necessarily hard punish the Vladimir, but because of the power curves on Boom Esports, they want, what, 3 items? By that point in the game, Berjaya just might have an absurd lead and just easily run away with it.
Yeah, that's definitely the vibe I'm getting from this draft so far. That being said, we do have to remind everyone, Boom Esports were the 5th place team in spring, while Berjaya Dragons were the 7th place. So in terms of raw player skill, in terms of their talent, Boom should expectedly have a bit of an edge. Let's see if they can pilot a much more difficult composition by our judgment anyway. And here on the Rift we go, as we are going to get a pretty standard 5-man split so far. No shenanigans as we pan around the Rift. That's pretty nice work by our producers right there.
Really nice, pretty camera work coming in, and it again will be that 5-man outline coming in from both squads here. Although we do get a bit of a deep ward, of course you can get that coming in from a LeBlanc, being able to jump over walls. So that's really nice there. So they will be able to start out or spot out where Hollow will start, and I feel like a lot of this game is going to look a little bit similar, at least from Boom Esports win conditions, to what we had in the previous game, where it's all about this Diana pick. What this Diana can do in the early game to set herself up for success once she hits that first item.
And we see Ozzy already setting up for a bit of a cheese here. Knows that they are going to start with Leash on the top side because of the ward. He's just going to ambush Rocky as he comes up to his own lane. 2 hits there already. Does get the bone plating taken away from him, but does win the damage trade here. And Pop goes in directly for the Braum. This is going to be a very good trade. Ignite goes down. Flash Force already. And a strong win from Boom Esports. I love how they did that, Braum against
tower
Leona,
shot, though.
Early levels. Ooh. Yeah, Wako falling down to sub 200 HP, but is going to heal up with the potion being used.
Yeah, pretty much all potions gone in this lane, but Pop, he gets the advantage over Felia, and Felia just really takes a bad trade walking up to the minions, and it looks like him and K2 not quite on the same page, as you definitely don't expect a Braum level 1 to go as poorly as it did right there.
Yeah, it felt like they got his Guardians before that trade for some reason, and it was just like Aftershock straight onto him. So typically in those trades where it's frontline versus frontline, you do see the Leona come out ahead just because of her W, but that was a level 1 trade, so that's still pretty ridiculous. I think definitely Keystone runes were involved in that one. And we do see a very aggressive build from Minji here, not opting for the Dark Seal or the Doran's Ring, just going straight for Corrupting Potion. And this is the matchup that we were talking about top lane. Viego is very favored in this matchup. You have a ton of range on Lee Sin early. You have great sustain, even on 11.13. And this is kind of what you expect.
Yeah, and it's even worse because Lee Sin can't just press E onto the wave and destroy the minion wave anymore. And because of the nerfs onto his E, he actually gets so much damage taken off of rank 5 that he's going to be stuck trying to fight this Viego pretty much the entire game. That's not the position you want when you are playing this Lee Sin. So he'll look to try and break out of lanes and make plays early on. We'll see how well that turns out though.
We saw some cheeky trading there coming in from Holo. Does get the camp before the steal can come in from the side of K2 and Philia. And in the meantime, Ruby actually doing pretty well in this lane. He's still holding onto his teleport, is able to get a CS lead. And maybe that is the shining spot for Boom Esports. Just to talk about their hyper carry on Boom Esports, Ruby does carry most of the damage on this team. He used to be basically a Victor one trick. And one of the biggest questions for Boom Esports is, can they actually play in a meta where mages are not the mainstay in mid lane? Because Ruby is definitely 100% a mage player. He's much more a Azir, Victor, Orianna, that type of thing, rather than the current mid lane roster that features tons of LeBlancs, tons of Viegos, Lee Sins, and Nocturnes.
Yeah, plenty of loser showcase here is
going
to be a contest for
Enzo winning the
Raptors.
Smite War, but Ruby is going to come in first. Minji already has his passive top. The shield is not going to get much, and he has to flash out. Holo misses the Q, but gets the Moonfall for the first blood. Can Minji find the trade back? Red buff ticking for Ruby, and he stays alive. Massive win coming in from Boom Esports, as Enzo definitely overstays his welcome there.
Yeah, and they don't find the trade back. They aren't able to get the kill onto Ruby to even up that trade, and because both mid laners are going to have teleport, it's really no loss for either of these mid laners when it comes to CS and EXP. So that means it's just an all-around win for Boom. And it's really just a weird invade coming in from Enzo, going for that Raptor camp and knowing that Minji's nowhere close by. So Ruby gets the first roam. He's going to be able to collapse, gets to slow down, and yes, they do have to burn flashes here, but it's well worth the trade.
Yeah, that was, in theory, he thought that LeBlanc would have the advantage over Vladimir, but we have a fight coming up right after this. Filia's gonna fall down. Holo gets another kill. Ruby, with the teleport extra movement speed, is able to corner the rest of Berjaya members, and Minji is now the lone member trying to run away from everything. Double kill to Wako, and that was a 1-for-2 trade in the bottom side. Boom Esports, once again, coming up huge here. Actually, a 1-for-3. I think Filia actually died there as well, so very, very well done on Boom Esports side.
Oh, what a wild turn of events there. We come from a really poor invade, and all of a sudden we just come straight into a bloodbath. We're going to see the replay here. They just run straight at him in this bottom side, but then the turn is just there. The teleport from Ruby, instead of the I believe Mindy teleported into mid lane. It means that Ruby, he's able to respond in a really perfect manner, and the turn is there. They get so much gold. Lako's in a brilliant spot here. 2-0-1, really setting himself up. And I mean, we talk about how good this Berjaya composition is, but if Boom Esports are able to just accumulate a really fat lead in gold, I mean, it doesn't matter how good your comp is.
Yeah, that was very, very forced coming in from Berjaya Dragons. They didn't really factor in that Ruby still held on to his teleport. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't factor that one in, and also Holo was right on the play as well. So pretty telegraphed coming in from Berjaya, gets punished heavily, and we have a Vladimir that really can't be touched by LeBlanc anymore in this lane. He's basically going to have a completely free laning phase. Minji has to find play somewhere else.
Yeah, now the sustain's just going to slowly start becoming more and more oppressive. So Minji, he's just looking to really use all his mana, shove out the wave, and hope that he has enough mana sustain in the Corrupting Potion that he's then able to make a follow-up move into one of these side lanes. So Minji's going to have to just be forced to constantly make roams around the map, make plays, see if he's able to get advantages outside of mid lane, but they're trying to make a play top.
Oh, Berjaya Dragons going directly in. Moonfall plus Hemoplay comes down, but they can't prevent the damage from popping Holo instantly.
Rocky's
they
here.
know that Diana doesn't have flash. Rocky gets the short end of the stick right there and just falls directly to Viego once again. The Prince of Darkness is showing us why he is such a coveted pick here on 11.13. And that was a little bit unfortunate from Rocky. It's very difficult to discern what abilities Viego has at any given moment, and we just see the full combo coming in from Viego to finish Rocky's life.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a blunder coming in from Boom. They thought they had the play offered to them up in that river, but immediately the turn comes from Berjaya. And also, can we just reflect on the fact that how were Berjaya able to first pick Nocturne, yet also still get Viego?
There's just too many power picks, man.
How does that
this meta
happen?
is so crazy with it. So crazy with power picks.
Yeah, but at the same time, they somehow managed to get away with probably the two strongest picks in the game at the moment with the Viego and the Nocturne, at least on this patch. And they reward themselves with a Lee Sin, which is still good in a side, in the solo lane, but you'd
I'm just
imagine
gonna tell
it's
you,
not nearly.
I've seen some crazier drafts on LPL where you have a Kali, Silas, and Xin Zhao open as well. I'm telling you, this patch is the S tiers and the A tiers. There's such a massive gap between playable champions and kind of peripheral champions in this patch that I think it's a power pick dominated patch. Like, if you do not play the power picks, you are in for a rough ride. And unfortunately, I think that's what Ruby is in for, because I did not expect Vladimir to be playable after the phase rush nerfs. It's like, you know, we're gonna make phase rush terrible, mages are gonna be unplayable, and Ruby is like, what's a good answer here? I know. It's gonna be electrocute Vladimir. That'll kill him. Like,
yeah, I'll go for burst trades.
So crazy.
And it's like, wait, but you could just play a burst mage. No. We don't do that.
Yeah, we have seen Lissandra be more of the answer here. Sometimes Zoe is fine as well. But Vladimir is a Ruby special, let me tell you this. I don't think you're gonna get Vladimir in any other region. This is Ruby's pick.
Yeah, and I mean, it has a decent 1v1, right? But it just feels like the scaling to become relevant for the rest of his team feels like it's going to take a little bit too long. Of course, I mean, Ruby could just be a different breed of Vladimir, and we just see an insane power coming in mid-game. And I mean, right now, 900 gold lead for Boom Esports. They're relatively happy, but I feel like it's not enough to make up for the compositional difference that we're gonna need them to up the tempo.
Yeah, I definitely think that Boom Esports, they're still ahead. Let's say that, but is it enough to actually withstand the onslaught that is about to come through? Paranoia goes in, Glacial Fissure does catch two, and we have the Moonfall to no avail right here. Pop is about to drop as the ultimate does find him. Rocky plus Ruby both coming in from the backside though, and they do find Nocturne on the return kill. Rocky dead now as Ozzy is able to get multiple resets, flies out once more, Heartseekers out, and that was I don't even know how many gap closures that was, but Viego does Viego things, and they do get I think it was a win here. Berjaya Dragon coming out with one extra kill in that exchange, while also burning 2 teleports.
Yeah, they go 3 for 2 there. Everyone burning their teleport here. We're going to see the replay. We get the double teleport straight onto that ward coming in from Berjaya, and then we immediately see the double teleport response from the side of Boom, but it's just a little bit too late. Communication not quite there fast enough, and while they are able to find 1 kill to answer back, they find 2 technically, but the teleport only really grants 1, so they find something, but it's not enough, as it will be Berjaya winning out on that trade. They get plates in the mid lane as well, right before plates expire. So what a massive win for Berjaya, being able to funnel more gold into this LeBlanc.
Yeah, the LeBlanc Viego kills are a bit concerning, to say the least.
Yeah.
I I think they would feel a lot safer if Zaya picked up most of those kills there, but it is a pretty decent gold distribution for Berjaya Dragons. It allows their main carries, their burstiest members, to get most of the gold here. And Boom Esports, I do think they have a late game angle to this game. Like, if you think about Ezreal, think about Vladimir, they're definitely very difficult champions to nail down, even for assassins on this patch, but the mid game's gonna be rough. Like, don't let the gold lead fool you for Boom Esports right now. The next couple of fights is gonna be very, very difficult to maneuver. I think Berjaya Dragons definitely has a leg up where if they land one crowd control, they have a much easier time just bursting down targets at this point.
Yeah, for Boom Esports, like, their composition is really good, scaling, especially into that late game. However, as you mentioned, this mid game is incredibly rough. So for Boom, it's about mitigating, and this could be a way to do it.
Oh, Rocky gets the kickback into the turret shot, but unable to finish it off as we have Viego once again using that Heartseeker to get out of range. And Rocky actually had to burn a flash for that one, so actually ends up a little bit in the favor of Berjaya here. And we do see Boom Esports taking this time to get themselves a Drake. Ocean Drake actually really helpful to someone like the Vladimir here.
And that's actually a really massive pickup here coming in from Boom, and the fact that they're able to secure 2 dragons, it gives them more room to scale. And you know, the scaling dream might come to fruition, Clement. You're looking at a Vladimir that has a lot of room to be able to hit 30 minutes comfortably, get those 3 items, and an Ezreal that already is also ahead, being able to consistently scale up as well. So the dream's not dead for Boom Esports, and now all of a sudden Berjaya, they have to find ways to force Boom Esports into bad situations.
Well, I will tell you this, if Boom Esports wins, we're going to see some of the best Vladimir play in team fights that we have witnessed for a long time. Because Ruby does not have Night Harvester, no sustained movement speed, he does not have Phase Rush, and he does not have Ghost. So, unless he just pops out of a brush and kills someone instantly, I have such a hard time seeing Ruby actually getting that much damage off in a team fight, but maybe he can make it work. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, it really just comes down to how good is his flanks, right?
Yeah.
He has a teleport. His teleport flanks have to be on point. And we've already seen very varying success when it comes to teleports. But here's the engage.
Emo play goes down onto 4 members. Moon Call is massive, and they wipe the enemy team. Berjaya Dragons could play for pick, but they went headstrong into Boom Esports, and Boom Esports just all clicked the R button at the same time. And down goes Berjaya. I guess you don't need any movement speed when the enemy team all jumps at you like that.
You don't need move speed if they all offer themselves on a silver platter straight into your combo. Today I learned. But an excellent team fight for the side of Boom. We're going to see the replay here as Nocturne decides it's time to go. And along with LeBlanc gets CC'd, has no way to distort back to her original spot, and K2's like, where'd my team go?
I don't understand that. That was... did
not
Berjaya
much
Dragon
of
not
team
see
fight
the
breakdown.
entire team? I'm pretty sure Berjaya Dragons had full vision of the entire team of Boom Esports. It wasn't like Boom Esports or like concealing their members. They were all there. So I don't know. I feel like Berjaya played a pick, played a 5v5 the way they should have played a pick. So
yeah,
I was kind of a freebie for Boom Esports.
Yeah, that was definitely Boom Esports gifted that team fight, and with that gift is, I mean, a very generous gift by all means. They're in position to secure themselves a third dragon because now they have a gold lead. All of a sudden, Minji, he's going to take a lot of damage as well. He can't be there. Oh, well, actually, he has teleport, so he can be here for this dragon contest. But do you really want to do so when all those team fighting tools are now online for Boom?
Yeah, I don't think he can really contest here. We're going to see Boom Esports continuing to use Ruby in a side lane. Love this play for them, and the best takeaway lesson from today's game so far in the PCS is whoever can command the 1-3-1 usually commands the game. And we are seeing that 1-3-1 coming out from Boom Esports a lot stronger than compared to Berjaya Dragons. Berjaya, they have such a good pick comp. They have one of the best skirmish comps. They have, in terms of the meta, all the tier S champions. But they just didn't play them the way they were supposed to be played.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see coming in from Berjaya, who had a really good showing in the first game, right? Game number 2 of the day. Yes, Liab had a great early game, but Berjaya really executed on the 1-3-1 composition to really perfection. This time around, all of a sudden, they're making these strange mistakes here. Knowing still that they have a 1-3-1, they're opting for unfavorable 1-3-1 situations.
Well, we have Boom Esports in another teamfight situation. Ozzy already used his Howling Path, so he's not going to have that cooldown for quite a while. Boom Esports, once again, they're going to be looking for the Wombo combo. This time, Berjaya Dragons are a lot more careful in their engagement. They're not all funneling in at the same time, and they do find Ezreal in the backline, but in the front, the Wombo combo still finds its victim. They're going to take K2 directly off the board, but then we have K2 with the flash over, but the stasis is still there. Can Holo survive this Heartseeker strike being flashed away? And Boom Esports, Ruby is on a rampage, making Vladimir work when nobody even thinks of the vampire.
Yeah, Shadow of the Night here, and he just comes on fire in that fight, absolutely untouched. Yes, K2 tried to make it work with this Xayah pick, but the rest of the composition doesn't really play around him. So he kind of has to do all the work himself. He doesn't have Felia playing with him at all, as well as Felia is going to try and engage with the rest of the team, which is a little bit mystifying. But as we get to see the replay, Minji, he just gets locked down. He made the LeBlanc work in game number 2 of today, but here he goes in, distorts in, instantly locked down, and instantly just deleted. And K2, he tried to make this play work. If he finds a kill onto Hollow, it's definitely a big opening for them to change that team play, because then you get the reset onto Ozzy there, and he would have been able to possibly get another 1 or even 2 more kills off the back end, but it's not enough. And Boom, they're in firm control of this game.
Yeah, Boom Esports really put their foot down on the Drake. They know that their 5v5 is superior. And I have to commend Holo for playing that teamfight beautifully. He uses the Stasis to trade away the Featherstorm and the Flash from K2. And then he flashes out of the Heartseeker. So he basically doomed 2 players with just all by himself. Really well done on Holo's side there. We can see in these team fights, they just don't have enough damage to burst down Ruby at this point. It's going to take a full team effort. And where did Minji go? He just disappears. Moonfall still there. Fleeing from the scene is the Vladimir. He finally gets taken out by Ozzy with the Heartseeker. But can Ozzy actually find more time? Tries to get away with the Sanguine Pool. He's going to get pulled back by Wako. And that's going to be an open Baron for Boom Esports. Boom Esports wins this fight with Lee Sin split pushing on the bottom side, not even in the scene.
Rocky's just chilling out, just saying, hey, what are you guys up to up top side? Oh, you guys fighting? Well, I've got minions to kill, so good luck, friends. And you know what? They just say, hey, we don't even need this Lee Sin here. And my word, they absolutely obliterated Minji right here. Boy, that was a magic trick if I've ever seen one. Then the collapse comes. Yes, they're able to delete Ruby, but unfortunately they don't have enough damage left on the remaining members to be able to then find another kill. So K2 not quite there for the fight as well. He's a big portion of their team fight damage. They cannot fight without him.
Yeah, K2 didn't really manage to rotate up there either, so it was a straight 4v4 with Boom Esports walking away with a lot more here. Now they're looking at a 10k advantage. Gonna straight push onto the inhibitor tower, get that in an instant. Nexus is on the itinerary here for Jaya Dragons. They are pushed so far into their base, they don't really have a chance to use those pick tools that they have drafted so heavily for their roster. A bit of a shame here that we don't really get to see these S-tier picks in action at all.
Yeah, Berjaya not able to wield... You know, sometimes they say, with great power comes great responsibility. Berjaya, they're a little bit irresponsible, and Ruby's here to really punish them for it.
Yeah, Ruby's gonna take the 1v2 and die instantly. Okay. That was also a very Ruby thing to do. We have seen this from him in the last split. K2 trying to stay alive against Holo.
Not bad.
Doesn't really get the block on Philia, but it's fine. K2's still alive here. And I want to say that this is unsurprising. I want to say this is surprising, but that was actually the most surprising thing. So this is kind of what Boom Esports has been known for. They have these really clean early games. Their players are super talented, but they have been a little bit of an underperformer when it comes to the standings, when it comes to their playoff performances. And this is kind of a big reason why Ruby does have those hiccups late game where he just kind of has this I think I can mentality.
Yeah, sometimes you get to the stage in the game where all you want to do is not have hero League of Legends, and that was definitely an attempt at hero play right then and there. They don't lose too much off of it, given the fact that, well, Dragon wasn't up, so he's going to spawn in time for that. So it's not going to be too costly, and he's probably just looking for a teleport angle. He's looking for someone to overextend, and then he just gets the teleport flank. And at least that's what his positioning is, being able to use that home guard buff from base.
Paranoia's gonna come down. Can he steal the... Oh, he gets the Infernal! He denies the soul, and Ruby finds himself in another 1v2. Ruby, what are you doing? No!
Oh,
I'm
my
getting deja
lord.
vu from this game. Oh my god, is this Boom Esports playoff? It feels like playoff Boom Esports.
Boom Esports living up to the name here. They've gone a little bit boom here, coming into the later portions of this mid game. And that said, big credit goes out to Enzo to be able to find that steal. That's a critical steal. If they lose the soul right then and there, that game's pretty much done. They don't have the durability to really withstand their Inferno Soul. And that teleport angle from Ruby, I don't think we talk about those.
I love how Ozzy just waits around. He's just like sitting in the Krug brush, and he's like, yeah, please finish your teleport. I will welcome you with open arms. And another thing to mention about like the interactions that we've been seeing is that as a LeBlanc, you can still put damage onto the Vladimir as long as you have the tether on before the Sanguine pool. So we actually have been seeing Ruby getting popped in the pool and right out of the pool. Unfortunately, not a very good look for him. I want to say that this is you know, uncharacteristic, but it really isn't from Ruby. This is kind of how Boom Esports lost that upset against Hong Kong Attitude. They were the higher seed, but Hong Kong Attitude somehow managed to just catch out Ruby on the side lanes over and over again. And you know, that's kind of what happened. So Boom Esports, definitely a team that still needs to work on their coordination. We're going to have another Paranoia going straight in onto the Lee Sin. Rocky flashes across the wall, is going to get away from the enemy team. That's a pretty good save from Boom Esports, as they now have Vladimir and Diana, their big combo pieces, rotating in for the comeback.
Yeah, and the big thing here is that the gold lead is still pretty good for Boom, right? By no means is this game out of hand. They had supers pushing down mid lane, and they still have a massive gold advantage. So definitely things not doom and gloom quite yet, but they need to be able to find that next play to really break open the base. Here is they're gonna try and take this top tower, and Rocky got a little bit of an itch there, but doesn't commit.
Yeah, I don't think that would have been a good idea anyway. So, good job on Berjaya Dragons holding their ground right there, definitely calling out the bluff. And I just want to tell you that I don't think you've been casting enough PCS. Our tradition here is that we hope for the largest throws, the most magnificent plays, and the silliest of throws. I think that makes the best of viewing and casting experience. Are you on board? Let's go. Let's see the comeback.
I mean, I come from a region that has a team called Dignitas. I'm all for it. You know?
Okay. No, I love the fact that Dignitas actually has the word toss in their name. You know, it's very, very fitting for their brand. But let's see what they can get here. Minji does actually pack a bit of damage right now. Does have that Morellonomicon finished already. Can't cut down on healing from Ruby. And in the meantime, we do see the Cosmic Drive being built by Ruby. I really like that pickup. Does give him the extra move speed here. And we are looking at Boom Esports just setting up for a straight 5v5. It's a great idea. Berjaya Dragons is an all-in pick composition, so if you play 5v5, you, in theory, should have the advantage here.
Yeah, and I just want to bring attention to Wako. Look at that build. 4 items, and what's one of those items? It's a Zhonya's. Knows that there's so much dive pressure coming in with this top jungle duo that he's just going, hey, I'm gonna have
Enzo, round two, Enzo, definitely too late on the play. The Paranoia comes down, and I don't even think Berjaya Dragons want to chase that, so just kind of a wasted ultimate there. I'm not really sure what that Paranoia was for. Kind of a wishful Paranoia, to be honest. I just want to say that Zhonya's, this day and age, super common on AD carries. I feel really bad for AD carries, but welcome to Season 11.
Yeah, so the key takeaway is make sure you play an AD carry that has some AP scaling so you get value out of the Zhonya's. As now, boom, they can end the game if they get this.
Takes a bad turn, has to fall into stasis. Felia uses the Glacial Fissure, does deny some space and room, but Enzo might just be falling down. No steal allowed here. Ozzy has to run away from the Drake pit, and that's Boom soul. Esports has this soul all but locked.
Yep. Enzo, he's not going to be able to contest that from the Death Chamber, and that is soul secured. Boom have pretty much all but locked down this game. The rest of it feels like a formality, but you never know with some of these more hands-focused players.
Yeah, Ruby doesn't have his TP anymore. I don't think we're going to see another
put a ward in Fountain. Let's see him TP in. Let's do it.
I like Ozzy's attempts at trying to save the game by clearing the enemy jungle, but really don't think it's enough at this point. We have the Paranoia engaged, going in. Enzo staying alive. Ruby is still at 70% HP and doesn't look like he's going to be dropping any lower than that. Olo, on the flip side, goes in too deep, sacrifice himself, but buys enough time for Wako and Ruby to mop up this mess. It's going to be Boom Esports charging down the Nexus at this rate with nothing they can do. Minji not really having the impact that he wanted on this pick, and Rocky with the pick. They're going to go down for all of the kills. Finally get the ace in the bag, and Boom Esports come out to their first win in the summer of PCS 2021.
Boom, they managed to find a way to make that comp work. They find that very interesting team fight down in the bot side, and they're really able to snowball off of it. Ruby just gets so incredibly strong. Wako as well, and those two champions really highlighted their victory win conditions towards that late game. And I mean, looking at those expressions, they're just like, did we really win that game?
There's quite a bit to break down here. I felt like the early game was pretty sloppy from Berjaya. Their first two attempts with Enso on the Nocturne came out pretty disastrously. We saw Enso die early on, give up the first blood. It was a pure 2-for-0 trade, I believe, early on. It's actually only a 1-for-0 trade, but Minji lost a lot of CS and lane potential. And then the other trade where they just completely forgot Ruby had TP was also very questionable to me. So the early game not going well, and then the Herald play. The Herald play was such a head scratcher. Like, I honestly don't understand what they were trying to do with the Herald play. Like, Thalia in the fight didn't even use Glacial Fissure. He just got stunned up by Moonfall, and he didn't even use his ult. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure there are better ways to play that fight. I'm pretty sure.
I think he thought he was the Alistar. Because if Alistar was in that position, you have the durability and you can definitely turn that fight. But he's a Braum. He doesn't have that insane team fight potential, at least the same degree as that Alistar. It looks a little bit silly. So not quite the second game showcase coming in from Felia, but give him Alistar. Maybe that's the trick.
Yeah, maybe Alistar is going to be his go-to in the future right here. Boom Esports, how would you rate this game for them, Liz? I feel like I see a couple worrying signs. Definitely Ruby's champion pool questions is still looming, and Ruby's late game split push is also looming.
Yeah.
But for the rest of it, their team fight, I think outside of their champion picks and outside of their drafting and like obvious mistakes, actually pretty clean.
Yeah, I think this really highlighted what we expect from Boom Esports, right? Great hands, great mechanical play, maybe some oddball like counter pick options, but the talent's there. It's about really bringing it all onto the Rift, and we saw the downsides to their team, right? They still have some of those communication issues. They have Ruby hiccups in there. So I think this is just one of the identities from this team, and it's just a matter of, do they get enough advantages to overcome some of those hiccups?
All right, we are going to go through all 10 teams of the PCS in one day alone. So at the end of the day, I'm going to ask you for your preliminary predictions on the ranking at the end of the split. I feel like one day is a pretty good enough sample size for us to make those judgments.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. Just taking a look at the charts right here, we do have Boom Esports with all Drakes, much more damage on the mid lane, and if I'd had to guess, I think that... Okay, I'm actually not sure anymore. I wanted to give the MVP straight to Ruby, but I'm actually not sure anymore. It is going to be Holo with the MVP here. 7-3 and 14 with 84% kill participation. Really well done on his end. And also that damage to gold ratio is pretty disgusting. Wait a minute, he had 4,600 gold over Enso? Okay, that's pretty interesting. Half of the gold lead was basically on himself.
I will have to say the Nocturne didn't get to do a whole lot that game, and some of his ults were a little curious, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely didn't feel like the Stridebreaker meta at all. Like,
yeah,
I expected a little bit more out of the Stridebreaker, but well, that's gonna be all for our fourth game of the day. Berjaya Dragons is going to split the day 1 win, 1 loss, and Boom Esports finds their first win. Next up, we are going to be heading over to a battle between Singapore and another Taiwan team in Alpha Esports, coming up right after this break.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CDBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
Welcome back to the PCS Summer Split as we showcase the debut of Impunity from Singapore coming up against Alpha Esports and other Taiwanese organizations. Before we go into more in-depth detail about the matchup, first off, we have to thank our sponsors, CTBC Bank, China Airlines, and Zhonghua Telecom for making the PCS what it is today. And of course, our organizers, Riot Games, Garena, and Carry Live Co. for the production and all of the logistics for this league to happen. Now, onto the real meat of the discussion. We have the 6th place team against the 9th place team in Spring Split, going head-to-head with some really interesting roster changes coming up in this matchup.
Yeah, Imperial or Impunity and Alpha both going into a couple of changes here. For the side of Alpha, they've brought in 2 brand new players. They brought in Xiaotu and Sheng. Xiaotu will be going into that mid lane, Sheng going into the bot lane with On. Neither of these players have any prior experience, so this is going to be a very, very interesting game, at least seeing what they have to offer to the team. And over on the flip side, for the side of Impunity, they've brought in Epic over from the Boom roster. That should add an extra layer of aggression to this team. And then they've also added Moonblack. And I know one of the issues coming into from last split was how are they going to amp up this mid jungle duo, because they were a little bit lacking in the aggression in that part.
Definitely. I would say Impunity kept the strongest parts of their rosters together. Top King was a standout performer, had a lot of solo kills, and Blaze for me was probably the best player on Impunity overall. Plus Smurv was kind of your X factor coming in with those hooks on his Thresh. Mid jungle was a bit of a weak spot, really didn't hold its own against most of the top tier mid jungles elsewhere in the LPL. In the PCS. Not a lot of our mid jungles hold a lot up to the LPL mid jungles, to be honest. But Epic and Moonblack, these guys are experienced. Epic had a fairly decent split on Boom Esports, had a couple carry performances, especially on the Trundle. And Moonblack is coming back from a 2021 hiatus. We haven't really seen him in Spring Split whatsoever, so it's kind of a question mark on what his performance is going to be like. But we all know and love him as the guy that plays fiddlesticks in mid lane. So we'll see how that works out. On the other side, we have Alpha Esports. This time, they are importing a Singaporean player in their mid lane in Xiaotu. They still have K-Babe, that's how the team pronounces his name, and 3Z in the top lane with a drastically different hairdo. He looks much more like a businessman with this hairdo. And then, of course, Anne and Sheng in the bottom side. So Alpha Esports, once again, one of the most experienced rosters with 3Z and On, and also they had Apex last split, but unfortunately not really showing that veterancy status, and the other 2 players that were connecting from overseas had very unstable connections. So this was a team that a lot of people felt like they had a lot of promises and then fell completely flat on their faces and ended up outside of the playoffs. So we definitely expect players like 3Z and On, who have been to Worlds, who have been in top, I'd say top 10 rosters out of the entire world, definitely be able to pull up more than just the 9th place in the PCS.
Yeah, definitely not living up to the namesake for their team. And coming into this split with these new players, there might be a little bit of growing pain, which could be an issue coming in, at least starting off. We'll see how it ends up playing out here with the new names. But going into ban pick for Impunity, like Moonblack, not known for his lane dominance, but what he is really good at is playing weak side, and being able to pair up with his jungler and roam around, make plays. His most played is the Lulu in that mid lane. Also, in addition to the fiddlesticks you mentioned, does enjoy playing Heimerdinger when it is a good spot. I don't think Heimerdinger offers a whole lot in this current meta, but in future metas, you never know.
Yeah, I play a lot of Heimerdinger, just in TFT, not in real game, but...
He's very strong in TFT.
Incredibly champion, really. I really like that champion. But into the draft we go as we see a pretty classical trade right here. Viego being locked in for Impunity. Can go in 3 positions as we've seen today. A bit weaker in the mid lane right now. And Alpha Esports, I love this. Going for this super strong Lee picks, LeBlanc and Lee Sin, just making sure they get the best of the mid jungle.
Yeah, this is a very strong mid-jungle duo if they want to throw the Lee Sin into the jungle. Also, just a very strong top side or solid top side for Impunity. Okay, they go through a couple of AD carry hovers. We'll see if they do end up locking in here. I do feel like it makes a lot of sense for them to save their solo lanes for that second phase. Just give them a lot of opportunity, as Blaze apparently wasn't speaking into his mic very well there.
And we are going to get the Ezreal versus Varus matchup. Seen this a couple times before already today. Varus does have a bit more of that early game pressure, as we have seen. And I wonder if this is going to be a meta that serves Blaze well. His best champion was Kai'Sa. As we all know, Kai'Sa has really fallen off the wagon at this point. So the Ezreal, I hope it's going to provide enough damage for Impunity going forward. Alpha Esports just banning out the Lissandra. Pretty standard bans to make sure that LeBlanc is going to have the best time ever. And, you know, I think it's really interesting here. I wonder if Impunity are familiar with Xiaotu, because Xiaotu is Singaporean. So my guess is that Impunity probably do know this player quite well.
Yeah, it's very possible they've seen him over on the ladder and just know his champ pool. That would be really cool. And they go ahead and take away the Gwen in as well, away from Impunity. So Top King, his options are a little bit more limited, but one of Top King's best champs, we saw in the promotion tournament, was that Vladimir. And what if he just goes mid, you know? Send him mid, take the Vladimir into the LeBlanc, and then we'll get back-to-back Vlad picks.
I'm not so sure about that. I'm not sure that Vlad was like the biggest reason they. Okay, we'll leave game 4 behind us. Focus on this one instead. Braum is going to come out, very strong pick. Gragas, this is a bit of an interesting one. We have seen a lot of Gragas jungles before, and you know, Epic should be able to play this one. And the Heimer, like you mentioned, in mid lane. I actually do not know how good Heimer is right now. I have not seen him, and I feel like Heimer mains are few and far in between.
Yeah, the Heimer into LeBlanc
matchup.
Okay, so Heimer, he has an alright time in the lane. The issue is once LeBlanc actually gets items, LeBlanc or Heimer never gets a say in how the trades go. The LeBlanc kind of just kills them whenever, and you have to be really, really insane on Heimer to be able to stop those trades from coming through. That being said, offers a lot in some of these team fights if he's able to get all of his turrets down and set up with his ult grenade or whatever ult form he does choose to throw out here. So an interesting comp coming in from Impunity. I don't know how well this comp is going to play out. They have a really strong backline in the Heimerdinger Ezreal, but then it feels really disjointed on how both ends of this comp want to play.
I see Impunity having a really good siege poke mid-game, not mid-game, core in the Gragas, Heimerdinger, and Ezreal, but I'm not really sure what the other two pieces do in that case. Like, what's Viego's contribution to the comp?
Yeah.
I actually just don't know.
Yeah. It's a bit of a disjointed composition for sure.
Yeah, I feel like this is like the Moon Black welcome party. It's like, you know what? We'll go on your ride. We'll hop on the Moon Black train and see where it takes us. Moon Black definitely someone who's known to play a bit outside of the meta. On the other hand, I do understand and I do kind of like Alpha Esports' comp. This is just pure tempo from start to finish. You know, you have the most powerful tempo mid jungle in the meta right now, and your bot lane is also super powerful, can deny engages, you have push here, so a lot of roaming, a lot of picks to be made for Alpha Esports. On the other hand, Impunity, I guess it's a wait and see. Let's see what they do with this Heimer.
Yeah, for Alpha, they've got so many options left available for them. They can play 1-3-1. The LeBlanc and Set should be relatively unmatched when it comes into these side lanes. The Viego, no matter how strong he is, he's only going to be able to match one of them. Heimer does not match well into the side lanes. He wants to be able to play around his team. And for the side of Alpha, Alpha, they have the option to just plop that Varus into the mid lane and just clear waves very, very easily. So the 1-3-1 option is definitely available, and their siege isn't too bad as well because of the Varus.
Really interesting how this one is going to pan out. We're going to be taking a look at the runes from Moonblack. Very interesting, not going for the Arcane Comet, which is the most typical one you see. Now, I have learned a lot about Heimerdinger because my dear friend Lyric, who cast in the LPL, is actually a Heimer main, which is I don't know what makes a person become a Heimer main, but they do exist. They do exist. And
I played Heimer for a full season. Yeah, I learned that assassins are not fun to play against.
I can definitely see the reasoning for that. Oh, this is an interesting start though. Double tower on the red buff.
Huh. Okay, this is a really healthy leash coming in because of those double towers, and he's gonna sacrifice a little bit of his lane presence, but that's not an issue just because early levels the LeBlanc isn't going to provide a ton of threat against him. So I like the start coming in, or I like that play coming in from Moonblack. It's just a matter of how familiar is he with this matchup. I imagine there aren't too many Heimer mains to really play against if you are Xiao2, so might be a bit of a messy affair when it comes to this mid lane.
Yeah, we're seeing Top King getting up to a really good lead, using that range perfectly. Smurf going up for some trades, tags Shung instead, and it ends up about even on both sides. We do see a bit of healing coming down from both ends right here. It should be Blaze starting with 2 pots compared to the 1 here. In the meantime, Moonblack having some good damage being tagged onto Xiao2.
Yeah, and again, this should be a really favorable matchup for Heimerdinger in the lane phase, but once LeBlanc gets that first item, this matchup swings really, really drastically. So it's all about surviving this early portion of the lane, and you know as well that if you're Heimer, you're almost always perma-pushing. So if King gets those angles, he can definitely really put a damper on this mid lane by getting an early kill with those ganks.
3Z trying to go in for a big trade. Does come out rather far ahead. I love the kind of the hesitation he did right there to use his Facebreaker to hit level 3. Did catch Top King a little bit off guard there, and he will be able to equalize this wave quite well. In the meantime, we see Epic in the topside rush as well. Blaze falling really, really low. Ignite goes down, holds onto the cleanse to get the stun and the Ignite at the same time. Really well done there. K-Babe goes in for the gank. Does land the Q, but it's not going to go for the Q2. Probably does suspect that Epic is right around the corner. Really good Spidey senses right there. And taking a look at the Summoners, none were burned right there. So Moonblack can continue his posturing right in front of Xiao2's tower.
Yeah, and really nice pathing coming in from Epic, making sure he is in the proper spot there and in that bot lane. Like, it's just such a dominant trade coming in from this Braum and Varus being able to proc that concussive blows very easily. And now they're actually setting up for a possible dive. So Blaze, Smurf, I don't know if they can get out.
K-Babe is almost dead. He actually just gives over first blood on the tower dive. Impunity with some great acting right there. They do trade 1 for 1, but Moonblack TP's in and picks up a second. That was a tower dive on low health targets that actually turned to disaster. Impunity played like they didn't really know the Lee Sin was there, baited him in, and got great results from that.
Yeah, that was actually wonderfully played here, and it's really just going a little bit too early or too late there because of where that wave was. Once he goes for the play, wave's already there. He's taking a lot of minion damage in addition to just the sheer damage
in the meantime, mid lane, we see a mid lane trade here. Moonblack does get the better of Xiao Tu, gets the stun. Can he run away? KB flashes but misses the Sonic Wave.
Wait, top side.
Great play from Moonblack. What?
Top side, Top King finds the 1v1 out of nowhere.
And he's so healthy too. I wonder what happened in that trade. That was rather one-sided.
Yeah, that is definitely one-sided. Now, like, Top King hits level 6.
Diego kill you without flash.
Alright, here we go. Dip and dodge. Alright. And
okay, 3Z still has flash. It still doesn't... Oh, okay. What?
Curious?
Alright. That was rather peculiar.
Well, it is what it is, and now this should be really ugly now because level advantage. Yep. It's not a fun time anymore for Set. And that's definitely a very easy point of attack for Epic. If he just goes ahead past top lane, he can just easily force dives onto this Set pretty much non-stop.
I just don't understand why 3Z didn't flash there. He had TP, so it was kind of an auto flash in that case, but just held on to it for some reason. And now this lane is really, really far gone. We see Sheng trying to get something done in the river. K-Babe coming in. Smurf doesn't have the flash. He is going to be the sacrificial lamb. And we do see Blaze trying to dish out as much damage as possible. He's going to get a really good concave right here. Sheng almost falling down top, being double kill already, going for more as he does get the Heartseeker strike across. And 3Z gone again without using his ultimate. 3Z's just been really off with his gameplay so far. Top King furthering the chase, but misses the W, has to walk back. However, the damage is done. It's already 7-3 in Impunity's favor.
Yeah, Impunity find a beautiful setup for this fight, and I mean, Alpha, they thought they had the catch there, but they don't have the teleport timings, as they don't have teleport on to their LeBlanc, who's really the main threat at this point. It's definitely not the Set, and yeah, Set comes in, and we get reminded of why he's not a threat.
Showstopper wasn't even used right there. He gets pincered, stunned by the grenades coming in from Moonblack. Just gets popped instantly. That's... okay. It really goes to show you that mechanics are really important sometimes. You can get a lot more.
No.
K-Babe gonna get alley-ooped back into Smurf. That was a beautiful play right there, and I don't see K-Babe getting out of this one.
Yeah, they're able to take him down eventually, yes. The cooldown's not... most of it is just front-loaded because of how much burst they have between those two champions. And, well, I think Impunity... we questioned the draft a little bit here, but again, if this composition doesn't really matter a whole lot if you're able to just accumulate a fat amount of stacks. And what do you know? They've got a fat amount of
another
money.
solo kill! Heimerdinger! Moonblack with his main, able to take his team onto a dominating early game lead. I just don't understand why this Heimer is able to show up in skirmishes faster than LeBlanc and just win all the 2v2s as well. Like, that is not my understanding of Heimerdinger, but Moonblack makes it happen.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like, Xiao Tu, he still hasn't reached that first item, so he doesn't have the 1v1 pressure to really really force this Heimerdinger to respect him. Also doesn't have the ignite, so Moonblack just says, alright, well, I just kill you every single time, and he's not playing very respectful towards this LeBlanc pick. And boy, what a show we're having here on day number 1. We got the Vladimir pick into the LeBlanc, and then now we've got a Heimerdinger into the LeBlanc, and both seem to be pretty good answers for some odd reason.
Epic is going to face check. Xiaotu misses the distortion, gets the chain though,
Doesn't
but
matter.
do they have enough damage? Yes, they do. Epic still goes for it. Looks like he was trying to sacrifice his life to get some kills, but a lot of these members are highly mobile. Alpha Esports goes in for another kill, and that just didn't seem like the correct answer. Blaze is going to get stunned up, going to get second root, misses the flash. Oh, that was painful to watch. I'm not sure what Epic did right there. He actually just kept on charging, which was, I don't know, that was kind of surprising.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden, Alpha, they're able to find a couple of skirmishes here. That's a massive win for them. I don't think they dropped a single member, and Epic, yeah, he spots it and was like, huh, okay. I want this camp anyways, because Moonblack is going to come over, but again, like, if you're Heimerdinger, you need a little bit of time to be able to set up turrets, set up your combo, and that's not it. But he got another 1v1 kill onto the LeBlanc. So, you know.
Okay, that happened.
Heimerdinger is just the best champion.
What? So, as the resident Heimer main, is this supposed to happen? Like, how do you even get a solo kill on LeBlanc? I just feel like that's... What?
That's why they pause. There we go. We figured it out.
I'm pretty sure LeBlanc has like...
Oh, here we go.
Doesn't she have like 2 dashes? Yeah, she still has Mimic up too.
Oh,
okay, dashes in.
And that's... Well, that's not how you want to play that fight. I definitely feel like you just start walking upwards up the river, but we're into a pause, and hey, day 1, you gotta check mark all the experiences for a new caster, right? Throw the pause at them.
Yeah, welcome to the PCX experience. This does happen quite a bit with Alpha Esports, especially. They do have a team that is composed of players from different servers. And the fun thing about PCS, I don't think a lot of people know, is outside of side selection coin flips, we also have server coin flips. So we have to coin flip to see which server you get to play on, because servers that are closer to yourself obviously offer you a ping advantage. Interesting fact. We're probably the only league that does that. That plays on multiple servers.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you see it a little bit in some other games, but doesn't look like the pause is going to be that long, thankfully. I've seen some other pauses that were not kind, but this one, so far, not too bad. As it is a 1k gold lead for Impunity, they're going to look to continue this snowball, starting with this Heimerdinger. I cannot wait to see if we get more solo kills, but for Xiaotu, he really needs that first item.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on this one. So far, Alpha Esports tempo team composition isn't panning out. They haven't been on the first foot, and it's mainly because of that mid lane. We see perfect vision coverage by Impunity here and just constantly shoving the wave. Looks like Alpha Esports are going to change their tactics and try to go for this mid lane. Smurf is trying to face check. Does get tagged by the Winter's Bite. The ultimate does come down. Chains of Corruption. Smurf is going to get stunned up, but he does have the perfect timing to get away from that one. And I hope this isn't a repeat, but we could be seeing Xiaotu potentially dying here. I won't rule it out. I have seriously underestimated Heimerdinger before, and I won't do so again.
Yeah, it is still going to be first tower, and that is all 5 plates going down for this Heimerdinger, and now 3Z
gonna get smited, but is going to use the flash to get away. That's still a pretty big win for Impunity, and they are looking at the second tower they could potentially take down.
Yeah, it does clear out a lot of space to, at the very least, gain a lot of turret plates here. So Top King, he's going to secure himself a massive gold lead, and right now it's just been full on solo lane difference.
In the meantime, we do have a 3v2 collapse coming down. K-Babe taking away the Krug camp. He is in a little bit of danger as Smurf completely unloads on him. Teleport coming down as well. 2 teleports, in fact. And K-Babe could still just die here. Does have to get out at the very end. Top King goes in and gets popped instantly. He was the most fed member on the team. And Alpha Esports are able to reverse their fortunes here. This time around, Moonblack doesn't have the TP to follow in. And Impunity are the ones caught going a little bit too far forward.
Yeah, and a big capitalization there. Being able to get that shutdown is massive, especially with where that gold went. It went onto the LeBlanc. That's going to help her get that first item, and it looks like she wants a little bit more.
Hello, Blaze. Welcome to your daily serving of assassins in the brush.
Or
Shatu, come on. Come on. Come on, okay, chain, land. Oh, good dodge by Blaze! I still think he's dead though, but
yeah,
that was a good attempt.
You know, we got to see him showcase his mechanical skill, but mechanics only get you so far against a LeBlanc and a Lee Sin. Not enough jumps there to escape, but at the same time, Moonblack gets himself another turret. So a whole lot of gold into this Heimerdinger, and
what a flash in from On does get the Chains of Corruption onto Smurf. He looks like he's falling down, but the Dragon's Rage kicks him into his own tower.
Oh, a bit of a fumble there coming in from Lee Sin, misses out onto that kill, and they're really going to be kicking themselves on missing out on that opportunity, because Impunity, they've done well to continue that deal with the aggression coming in from Alpha. And again, this composition does scale better. It's just a matter of can they get to that breakpoint.
It does scale better, but I'm just not sure how they actually play the game. I don't think Heimer's going to be able to actually split push past River at this point. So I feel like we're kind of in for a long mid game where there's going to be a lot of shoving, and Impunity probably has to wait to group before they can contest Drakes.
Yeah, but an interesting build actually coming out from Xiaotu, right? Where instead of something like a Luden's Echo to really augment his 1v1 potential against this Heimerdinger, he's actually opted for the Everfrost. So providing more CC and utility for his team, but I really think that it should have been the more aggressive Ludens.
K-Babe? Okay, doesn't manage to get away from that one, and now we see Xiaotu punishing Top King. Top King has to use the Heartseeker to get away. K-Babe might not be as lucky, and Xiaotu fails the W over the wall, has to burn his flash. Okay, that was not pretty, but it worked. We're still okay. We still have Top King chunked, and Alpha Esports are going to move on the Drake.
They're going to be able to at least secure themselves a second Drake, I think. Okay.
That was pretty close.
That was...
Smite didn't even come in there.
That was a very, very close, but somehow Alpha, their skirmish potential still a lot higher, right? If you find Impunity split up, not fully grouped up, they can definitely win a lot of these fights just because they have a lot more upfront burst. But Moonblack, perfect situation. Oh my!
That was great. I love the kill steal from Epic just to make sure that the stun lock was fully there. Honestly, 3Z would have died regardless, but you know, you gotta make sure.
That was disturbing.
That was only Heimer things, man. I don't understand where the damage came from there.
Yeah. Moonblack just playing this pick to perfection, knowing really his damage numbers, and now this might be over aggression.
Smurf gets kicked back into the enemy team composition, but Top King is also here. Heartseeker Strike not able to actually take down K-Babe, and K-Babe survives to tell the tale. Smurf now on the back end, has to flash out himself, dodges out on all the abilities, and Blaze shoots a big fat 0 into the void. Now, never mind, K-Babe actually takes it in the face.
Okay, babe.
I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Once or more and just eats the full combo. And up here, we still have them taking that 1v1. I don't think the turret's enough to finish off that tower, unfortunately. And yeah, so won't be able to get that bonus gold for himself. And just a reminder for folks, side lane tier 2 towers did get buffed as far as gold goes. So if you're able to get that tower, you get an extra 250, which is a whole lot extra money. It really incentivizes the 1-3-1.
True. We have seen Riot try to make the game less about constant Drake fights and try to incentivize other styles of play. Hullbreaker is another one that's coming up, and we haven't seen it just yet, but I do think that it's going to be viable in a lot of solo queue scenarios. In the meantime, I'm just taking a look at Moonblack, and his damage is really off the charts. The penetration he has right now is pretty disgusting, as he does have the Void Staff completed already, so Impunity sitting on a massive damage edge. It just seems like K-Babe, once again, able to get a pick on flashes into his death for not a lot of gain. 3Z trying to find the backline, is finally going to kill Moonblack, but that was very little damage dealt for a lot of summoners. Impunity, I think they're pretty happy to sacrifice their mid lane for that mid lane position.
Yeah, and they can just keep looking for the fight as well, because Blaze is still full HP. Everyone on their squad is pretty much full HP. And that means, well, they get their picking as far as what they want to do on the map. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they want much. So they're just going to go ahead, reset. They get a crowd camp, I guess, is really the max what they get out of that, which seems a little bit lackluster, but all signs are on this next dragon to be the explosive team fight, as we could end up seeing a Baron really come off of that.
So we do have a lot of flashes being traded away on Impunity side. Once again, we're going to take a look at this team fight. Oh, that was actually pretty clever from K-Babe, using the tower for a Legolas move. I'm not sure about that one. On, are you okay, On?
Yeah, someone definitely needs to check in on there. He definitely did not look like he had a good time. His flash definitely a blunder, and now 14-10. Gold lead is rather minor. 2,000 gold is not too much to write home about, but where this gold is definitely a bit of a concern. As Moonblack, he is insanely strong, and now that they have position and posture over this dragon pit, it becomes really hard to get back into it, because Heimerdinger just has so much terrain control.
So it feels like Impunity should be winning pretty hard, but the thing is, their comp doesn't actually have that much engage. They're actually trying to play counter engage most of the time, so Alpha Esports gets to pick the spots. They get to play around and try to cut off Impunity. And here we go, Xiaotu going in, misses the Everfrost. 3Z, K-Babe is left completely alone, just gets evaporated. And that should be an easy Drake going over the wave for Impunity. Smurf does find the Zenith Blade, goes in. We see the take back here by 3Z. Great set of abilities, but isn't enough to actually finish off any targets. And Impunity walk away once more with the 2-kill lead, plus the Drake.
Yeah, and Impunity, they're just winning the fights. They're winning the positioning, and because of it, Alpha, they're getting really desperate when it comes to their positioning. As you saw right there, Lee Sin going for the absolute hero flank. And as they say, it's zero or hero, and that was definitely a zero.
Yeah, a bit over-ambitious from K-Babe. He walks into a brush with double wards coming in from Impunity, gets bursted immediately, and thought that 3Z might have been able to get something going right here, but the W damage isn't really enough. Haymaker not going to be punching through Blaze just yet. And Impunity roll on. They now have a firm control over the Baron part of the map as well, and I think they can just run it back what they did on the Drake. They have a very good team composition when they have positional advantages.
Yeah, and whenever you do have a Heimerdinger as well, you have pretty good control over objectives. You can even go for cheese plays,
that's
but
not the brush. That is not the brush where you want to be, and that should mean Impunity just start Baron. They also get something out of Xiaotu. They get the Banshees. Okay, babe. I think the Lee Sin was actually trying to bait the enemy team, but yeah, the enemy team baited him instead.
That was definitely an unfortunate series of events there for our Lee Sin, and I feel like that's been the entire game for our Lee Sin, right? He's had that one extremely hit or miss flank in that last dragon fight. He has that play there, and Moonblack showing the value of this Heimerdinger. If they face check you, they will die.
Oh, Xiaotu trying to aim for Moonblack. Let's get him super low. 3Z brings it back into the conversation. Gets a 3-man showstopper. Can they flip the teamfight around? But Topkin going in with double Heartseeker isn't able to finish off on. Triple kill going over to the Varus, and Xiaotu looking for more. It's going to back off in the end, but that just means that only 2 Baron buffs survive on Impunity.
As we get to see the replay of the fight, I mean, it really wasn't much of a fight there because of how much damage they were getting from this Baron contributing. And the poke comes through, they get really nice poke damage, and what an engage coming in from 3Z, gets a huge phase breaker, and I mean, the Haymaker as well does get a lot of pressure thrown down into the fight. That forces a lot of flashes to get out of that situation, and they are able to get 3 kills back and take away a lot of these Baron buffs.
This game has just been a pleasure to watch and cast. Honestly, this game is one of the wilder ones that we've seen. It feels like Impunity should just be running away with how far Moonblack is, but this comp is very difficult to execute. Like, you have to play around objectives 24/7, you have to watch all angles, and once again, we're going to have a teleport flank onto Moonblack. Can he survive the 1v3? He is going to have help coming in from Top King. Can they get him in time? 3Z doesn't even touch Moonblack before he's almost about to drop. He does go down, and now K-Babe will follow. The pincer turns into disaster. Xiaotu, the only one left alive, and he has to run away as fast as possible from the Blade of the Ruin King. And Xiaotu finally does make the distortion over the wall this time and saves his life. But that should be an extra tower. Xiaotu still not out of the thick of things just yet. And Moonblack continues on with his push.
Moonblack is just an absolute terror. And one of the big things about League of Legends is you don't want to just walk into a Heimerdinger when he has his turrets down. He throws down the ult turret, and that really is just the end of the play. And you can't just kill him like
we
that.
Have the engage right here. Epic, 1 stack away from being stunned. Smurf is under. Oh, well. Looks like we're going to have to wait a little while for that team fight to be resolved right there, but a very tense moment as we see Smurf on the cusp of going down and perhaps buying a little bit more time for the roster of Alpha Esports.
Yeah, it's a bit of a suboptimal time to throw in a pause, but of course, if I would assume probably something like an internet issue, as kind of how things end up being when it is in a bit of an online environment. But I mean, let's just talk about Moonblack on this Heimerdinger. He pulls out the pocket pick. We've seen back-to-back pocket picks really succeed. And I mean, I guess now mid laners all around the world, they're gonna have to learn Heimerdinger.
I'm not sure if that's good news or bad news for my League of Legends career, but it's really interesting. I don't think that Xiaotu has played against many Heimerdingers. Like, who are the Heimerdingers we actually know? Like, there's probably Saros, and that's it. Like, I don't even think I know any Hyrule mains that have made it to
it's
Worlds.
Saros and Moonblack. That's really the only two players. I know Deathly played it in NA, but that was bot lane. So when it comes to mid lane Heimerdingers, it's almost impossible to get scrim experience against.
Yeah, and we could see that Xiaotu definitely overplayed his hands in trades the early 2 times. The distortions back and forth in a straight line were probably not the answer, and he got solo killed, I believe, twice for it. So Moonblack coming out to a huge win, and I'm really interested to see how they're actually going to close out this game. It seems like they're going to go for a siege poke composition, but at the same time, it is rather difficult for them to aggregate all of their champions in the same location. Very easy to get picked off against what Alpha Esports has right here. Xiaotu is kind of lucky he doesn't get sniped by the Mountain Drake there. And Top King looks like he's going to continue his chase into the Drake pit. Preferably just going to take the objective.
Yeah, now for Impunity here. Again, they've got great siege, they have great objective control here. They're going to look to try and secure this dragon, get themselves onto Soul Point, and see what they can do after. But can we get another 1v1 solo kill?
Oh, Breezy is going to get the Haymaker in time. Shield saves his life. And this play from Moonblack is just so interesting to watch. He's willing to play Death Brush by himself as a mage. And that is something you definitely do not expect from most mid lane players. Impunity has easy access to this Mountain Drake. Going to take this one down, send them over to Soul Point. In the meantime, Alpha Esports is eyeing this Baron. They do have a firm control over the top side of the map. And Impunity's composition is not great at walking in on territory themselves. So this could be a very interesting developing play, forcing you to face check into a composition that has so much burst.
Yeah. But the issue is the fact that Baron is still 2 minutes away. So they have no reason to really aggress into this pocket of vision at this point in time. So they're going to have a lot more time to figure out how they want to approach this section of the map. And Blaze, he is definitely online as well.
Xiaotu's going in, Chains holding it down. Sees Top King coming over the side and decides to just blink right on out of there. But we can see that the damage, even though he is going for the Everfrost build, it's definitely still there. He can still pack a punch here. Blaze goes down to half HP, and we have a flash engage. Goodbye, Xiaotu. Welcome to the PCS.
That was definitely a lot of hubris coming in from the young gun, as he just sits there and dares them to make the move. And they took the dare.
Think it's a Mimic. I don't think he was even low enough. I'm not sure if the Mimic was actually popped right there, but we do see this the explosive cast come out. Doesn't really get the alley-oop needed. K-Babe comes in from the side, and Moonblack is underneath someone else's tower, but he does flash out in time. K-Babe looks like he's gonna drop, and Smurf still has stasis to keep himself alive. Really well played re-engage from Impunity. Finds himself the inhibitor tower and moving on to the inhibitor as well.
They're going to be able to find that inhib, and now they also are going to be able to pull back and peel towards that
TP from
Baron.
Xiaotu. He knows that Moonblack doesn't have any abilities left, but he doesn't have the damage to finish things up, and Moonblack finds the kill with the turret.
Xiaotu, he's really trying. I respect the hustle, man, but at this point in the game, you can't just rush in head on 1v5. It just doesn't work that way. Even as a LeBlanc, you don't have enough distortion to secure your own safety. And Impunity, they're out to an 8,000 gold lead. As you can see, the gold difference in the past couple minutes has just skyrocketed since 20 minutes.
Only dip we see so far was that play where Epic kind of just walked into his own Raptors and died, but outside of that skirmish, doesn't feel like Alpha Esports has ever found the team fights that they want to look for. They definitely want to have numbers advantage, they definitely want to have those kind of pincer movements where they can utilize their burst to get those early first kills down, but so far Impunity has been doing a great job sticking together they always have someone shadowing their members, so we don't really see those pickoffs that Xiaotu has been fishing for this entire time. And now we go into round 4 of objective fighting, where Impunity should be really, really strong, where they should be able to set up tons of towers. And Moonblack is actually playing keep away by himself on top of the Baron Pit. Very interesting maneuver here. Jen is almost dead. He is dead, in fact. And that was a bunch of damage no one expected. We do have the Heartseeker Strike coming out as well. That's 2 down for Alpha Esports. And the scary thing is they didn't even have enough time to react to throw out their ultimates. 3Z and Shung both dead before ulting. And then K-Babe tries to find an angle into the pit by himself, but he doesn't have the flash, and the Baron's going to go over to the enemy team. He's going to resurrect to no avail. Just drop instantly to Blaze. And this is a massive cleanup by Impunity.
And what a massacre coming in from Impunity, as they're going to try and get a little bit more. Unfortunately, Xiaotu a little bit too slippery there, but it all starts from Moonblack taking the 1v2, gets both of those kills as well, and now they're looking to end the game.
On is stuck in a very hairy situation. 3Z gets the pull, but not the stun. Charges forward instead and instantly just drops. They don't even get Top King with that play. Impunity walk out unscathed.
They walk out with all their lives intact, and Alpha, they are left reeling, trying to figure out what that next play is. They can't manage to kill this Heimerdinger, and they can't do that. The Heimerdinger ult cooldown at this point in the game is just so low. Pretty much has it whenever he wants, as you saw right there. He ulted for that Baron, and then immediately for that push top lane, had the ult up again, and his play has been absolutely immaculate. They're going to be able to get Mountain Soul on top of it, and that pretty much signals it's all but over. This is pretty much a formality, as now you have to deal with the extra resistances to try and burst this Heimerdinger.
I don't see how Alpha Esports can survive the push. Just like you said, the gold lead, the items. Alpha Esports is definitely a team that needs to flank. They need to get the first pick in these teamfight situations, and they just haven't been able to do it. Really diligent scanning by Smurf as well, making sure that there's no wards on the flanks. However, K-Babe is coming in from the back. He's taking the long scenic route. He might lose a couple inhibitors for this, but he's going to find the hero play regardless. Can K-Babe make this work? Xiaotu is going to actually get stunned up himself, and we do see On in the backline just getting evaporated right there. Heartseeker Strike for 2, and K-Babe finally makes his way in.
Hi guys.
He gets a Heimer Tower, and that's it. That's all he gets.
He says hello at the back end, and well, he's on a bit of a journey. He's going to try and preserve his KDA, but it does look like Impunity will get themselves on the board. They go up to 1-0, and Alpha, well, better luck next game.
Great performance coming in from Moonblack. We had a lot of questions about how Moonblack would perform. He didn't really seem like he fit the meta at all. Like, this guy plays champions that are extremely control mage-ish. And he also has, like, maybe the Silas is what we expected out of him, but he's sticking to his guns. He brought his main on his debut, and this is something I love about Impunity and their coaching staff, is that they do allow their players to kind of run wild with crazy drafts. There is some, there is some reason behind the madness right here. They played a really nice Siege Poke composition and rode it out to a well-deserved victory.
Yeah, really well done coming in from Moonblack on this entire game. No doubt, in my mind, he gets MVP just because of, I think he got 3 solo kills in the mid lane. The amount of solo kills he got in that game was actually kind of absurd. I don't know what the record is when it comes to solo kills, but when it comes to early game solo kills, you don't expect the Heimerdinger to be on that chart.
Yeah, I don't think Xiaotu saw that coming whatsoever, and I was a bit of a disaster here. It's been such a weird day because we actually haven't seen the tempo team comps work at all. Like, maybe the only team that knew how to play the tempo team comps correctly, I think, was PSG. But everyone else has kind of faltered, and we see the strong picks of the meta not really hit their stride. Instead, it's been 1-3-1. It's been the more creative pokes. A lot slower game pace than I anticipated coming into this patch, for sure.
Yeah, it's less so about playing towards meta. And I mean, if you're able to succeed with meta, that's definitely PSG, right? But it looks like for the rest of these teams, it's about playing for comfort. And we saw in back-to-back games, comfort really, really paid off, especially for these mid laners.
Yeah, we're seeing back-to-back victories from Heimerdinger and Vladimir. I don't understand it. I really don't. I'm like, well, okay, this PCS, man. Let's go, let's go. This is where your dreams come true. This is the league you come to watch the impossible, the amazing. This is what we deliver day in and day out. So congratulations on the sweet victory right there. Impunity, one of the biggest roster changes, one of the biggest offseason movers this time around, and they do find success straight off the bat. That was something that I honestly didn't expect, and it looks like they will be in position to perhaps overtake Boom Esports this time around. I think their roster looks incredibly strong at this point, and I've always seen them as having a bit of the coaching edge as well. So I wonder if that is going to be their goal. You know, Boom Esports has been the premier team outside of the non-former LMS regions to secure 5th place. They were the best region. They were the best team to do so, but Impunity might be, you know, throwing one up for Southeast Asia these days. They might be trying to represent the region instead.
Yeah, Impunity definitely knocking on the door to really contest for some of those upper echelon, the top half of the teams. I think they're a lot more well-rounded as a team in comparison to Boom, who are definitely a lot more of a hands-focused squad, but as we see the damage charts, I think we know who's MVP.
I'm just doing the calculations, but I'm pretty sure he did more damage than the entire top side. Yeah, he definitely did more damage than the entire top side. So if you take On out of the equation, basically you trade 4 for 1 against Impunity. That's absolutely disgusting. Well done by Moonblack. Huge mid lane gap. You can see the goal difference as well. Very smooth sailing from them from start to finish. Impunity looks like they are about to make a splash.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this roster, knowing that Moonblack is a Heimerdinger main. I didn't know how well it would fit into the meta. I personally didn't really think it would fit well, but there we go. The MVP goes to him. He had 76% kill participation, and the amount of solo kills, like, I wish there was a solo kill stat because he did so much work.
Oh my god, that's the devil's gold lead right there. 6,600 extra gold over the mid lane. Like, what the hell is that? That's like 2.5 items already, completed items. You could buy. That's almost close to like 2 death cap territory. It's absolutely disgusting from Moonblack. I am super excited from this Singaporean squad. I think they're going to be heading on to great things here. But we do have to put that victorious game in the past, and we're going to be looking at the closer for today. It's going to be J-Team versus Machi X, the Revenge of Gemini versus his former teammate Mission right after this break.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
CTBC Bank is Taiwan's top financial institution, but we're not stopping there. We're crafting an international brand and already have over 260 outlets in 14 countries. We are by your side, ready to embrace the future.
We are family.
Can't you see my heart is lost without you? And your kisses make me love you more. And your kisses make me love you more. Can't you hear the sound of love and desire? Kiss me, baby, touch me. Kiss me, baby, love me.
Welcome back to the last and final matchup of day 1 of the Pacific Championship Series. It's going to be between J-Team and Machi X, the 3rd and 4th place teams coming in on summer and guaranteed to be a banger. But first, we have to thank our sponsors, CTBC Bank, China Airlines, and Chonghua Telecom for making PCS possible. And now we head on into the matchup. This one is filled with history and a lot of rivalry, as well as we saw J-Team in Spring Split actually taking away Mission, the previous best player of Machi X, and Machi X fielding a bunch of rookies but still being able to best J-Team in the end. So a very unexpected twist of events, and after an offseason, we might be seeing Machi X go even further and surpass Mission and J-Team.
Yeah, for the side of Machi, they've assembled a very good roster, and being able to finish where they did definitely bodes well coming into summer. And one of the things that we were kind of talking about during the break was this meta right now when it comes to jungle really favors the side of Machi and really does not favor the side of Taipei J-Team. So I'm looking for Gemini to really take it to Hana in this game. And I mean, Gemini, he's just such a juggernaut as well when it comes to these carry junglers.
True, the difference could not be larger between Hana and Gemini. Machi X has played around Gemini as a main carry. We saw the Talia compositions come out. And I just have one question here about these players. Why does Lil V have clearly the best camera? It's not even close. Like, you can see the pores on his face. He's got perfect skin. The rest of them, not so much, you know. I think Lil V has definitely been using video conference a bit more than the rest of his teammates.
Apparently it was
on the other hand, Machi
cam.
Esports. Sorry about that tangent. I just noticed all the details. We have a nice hair do-over by Jimia in here. Very different look. A little bit more punkish. I like it. I like it. Lee Kai in the top lane. Gemini, the old guard, basically the big veteran on this team. And then Atlin plus Koala in the bottom side.
Yeah, this is a team that really showed up. Gemini really popping off here, as he also did last year as well. And not many changes here coming in for Machi, although they did announce that D is available as an AD carry option. So I don't know what the deal is with that one, but perhaps D, getting a little bit bored in the coaching booth, decides that he wants another go at it.
D has been so important to the scene. He brought up so many players from high school, you know, Patience and Lee Kai. They all used to play under his tutelage on high school teams, but I'd be kind of surprised if he came back for another try at it. Definitely feels like they're trying to, you know, hand over the reins to the next generation, as we see Atlin frozen in time. He seems to be the new face of Machi in terms of the AD carry position. However, we have to be quite honest about the situation. Machi definitely still has a weakness in that bot lane in terms of laning, in terms of team fight. Not really able to have the same caliber of output compared to guys like Dago and Unify higher in the standings. We're going to be heading straight into the ban picks right here. J-Team, straight off the bat, respecting G-Mian's Assassin. This is what this guy is known for. He plays pretty much split pushers, doesn't play a lot of mages, and they're going to make sure that Gemini also doesn't get the big carry in Diana as well. On the flip side, Machi banning out Corki. I'm not sure about this one. Pretty interesting. Not sure we've seen a Corki the entire day, but he's going to be taken out, leaving Viego still up.
It definitely might signal that Machi are perhaps looking for an Azir, because that's really all I can really think of. Perhaps looking for the neutralize answers to Victor or the Azir if they want to go for it in this first phase. But Viego will be that standard first pick. That's not been a question this entire day so far. So it's a little bit curious why you would ban Corki but not Viego. Okay?
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Corki, we have seen Mission play Corki. It has been one of his strongest champions in the past, but it really doesn't seem like a meta pick at this point. So we're gonna have to find out later on that one. Gwen is gonna be selected. Lee Sin and Gwen, very flexible in positions. Not a huge fan of Gwen jungle, but we have seen a lot of it in the LPL just as a kind of nice place to tuck that power pick away. In the backside here, we do see Nash, a former Chinese caster here, and now working for J-Team, trying to be a good analyst for the team. He's definitely nodding to this LeBlanc pick, and we see 2 assassins in the composition already being selected for J-Team. Plus the... Ooh, this one's spicy. I like this pick. Ziggs really shooting up the tier list. A lot of European teams taking this one. Have a smattering of it in the LPL and the LCK as well.
Yeah, Ziggs definitely a good pick in the meta. I'm not super sure about taking it this early in the draft, but again, because you're taking it at the end of the first phase, you do have a couple of ways to help it out in going ahead and double ban in that second phase. For Machi, their answer is, well, let's just go ahead, get this TF. It offers a lot of extra pressure when it comes to playing towards these side lanes, and perhaps that's a way to get this Gwen snowballing or this Lee Sin, depending on what champion Lee Kai decides to take into that top side.
Yep, and Machi X, they do have the still have the counter pick here, so there's a lot of different champions that they could kind of shove around. I guess not really in this draft. It's still going to be bottom side for them, for Atlan and Koala. Kind of interesting to see what Atlan is going to play in this this environment. Atlan has been a bit of an afterthought. It's been more of a weak side for Machi X, so kind of curious to see them, giving him the counter pick here. We'll see what he actually goes into. Meanwhile, J-Team, they still have their jungler and a support to go into, potentially a top lane as well. And we're just gonna have to find out where they want to go with this composition. It feels like to me, J-Team is going for a dive comp that doesn't have to play around AD carry whatsoever. Ziggs is just kind of it's kind of a pick that you can kind of forget about. He's very safe on his own, has massive range, and you just leave him be.
Yeah, and the big thing also is the fact that he can help with some of those resets, being able to toss out that Mega Inferno Bot. If you're able to just get that ult out in some of these tighter choke points, it just lays out so much damage to allow Rest to get those resets if he is the one to take the Viego, or if Hana is the one to take the Viego. But for Machi X, they go ahead, lock in the Leona. Leona is going to provide extra engaged power, also really to try and apply pressure onto this Ziggs pick, but I don't know what they really pair with it. This lane really just screamed to me Ezreal, but Ezreal Leona, not exactly a highlight lane, so they might just look to have Koala roam as early as possible.
Ooh, the Trundle pick, maybe, please? I love the Trundle pick. Come on, come on. Fiora might be another one that we have seen some people try to take into the Gwen. But it is going to be Gnar, a bit of a throwback pick. Not really that popular these days. So we have Viego Jungle coming out.
Yeah, and I mean, Rest, he has traditionally just been a Gnar player, right? He loves playing that Gnar pick, and as expected, it will be the Ezreal. So, Lil V, Atlan, it's pretty much a solo lane, because they're going to be farming bot lane by themselves, and it will be these supports trying to make plays. You can already see it in their summoner spells, Clement. They both have teleport. We're in for a bit of a snooze fest bot lane, but it's going to be exciting everywhere else.
And the Lee Kai, also pretty interesting, is going to take the Ghost instead of the Flash or the Ignite against the Gnar matchup. Wants a bit more of that catch-up potential against the ranged mini Gnar form. So just taking a look at these compositions, they're rather interesting. We have a lot of single target burst coming out on the side of Machi X. This does fit their style a little bit more. They are sort of this split pushing and tempo team composition, a lot of picks, not really known for their team fighting 5v5 prowess. On the other hand, J-Team, I do think they have a bit of a better 5v5 team composition, but they're also trying to leverage LeBlanc and Viego, the double assassins, in the mid jungle. So a bit of everything on both sides, and I think this is just reflective of a meta that really plays around power picks and just kind of forgets about 80 carries in the bot lane. Like, you guys have limited lifespan anyway. Your expectancy is probably like 6 seconds or lower in the team fight. So, you know, just stay safe. Let the rest of the guys do the job.
Yeah, for these bot lane champions, it's really about, can you add value from a long distance, or do you just have a bunch of survivability that you can be left to your own devices without needing too much attention? And that's kind of the case here for both the Ziggs and the Ezreal, as it's all about this top half of the map, as it feels like it's been all day. And we are going to see Gwen retake the Rift after she did vanish after the first 2 games.
Yeah, we're gonna have to check in on that matchup. You know, in this matchup, I think needlework is very crucial. Whether you can get those slows, land them in consecutive fashion, and get the burst damage down. I haven't seen Gnar that popular on the Rift for quite a while. It doesn't really get that much damage out of Divine Sunderer now that the nerf has came through on 11.13. But we'll see how the matchup actually does end up going. 5-point split on the early side, and I wonder if we're going to see that same move from LeBlanc's we've been seeing all day. Just the nice distortion pop in. I really like that move. There basically is no counter level 1. So, you know, hope everyone just does that.
Yeah, it's just a really nice, easy level 1 invade tactic for LeBlanc that no one else can really pull off. But it looks like it
actually is going to get chased down here. Not much is going to come.
Well, not much out of that, unfortunately. But interestingly enough, if we look at the rune selection, though, not too much across the board, but then you look at that Gnar. He's got Hail of Blades, Clement, so he's looking for a lot of these early auto trades.
Yep, goes in, procs his hyper passive, and can just walk out after that. That's actually pretty interesting. He's not really seeing Lee Kai throwing back a lot of damage. You know, we've seen a lot of fleet footwork, a lot of grass, but this one definitely a bit on the rare side for the Gnar. See if Rest can pilot that one. Rest, of course, is our BM king. Whenever he does have a lead, he likes to flash his emotes, and he has a wide range of emotes to use. The white flag is his favorite, but I also like the Tom Kench, thinking about his next scheme. A lot of variance there. He definitely knows how to get under players' skin, and I find that quite enjoyable to watch. Just a bit of a tangent there.
And I mean, especially when it comes to younger players too, some of those emotes can definitely get under your skin if you do have it left open, right? Just the spam gets a little bit annoying there, so it's either up to him to just mute emotes, or it's up to him to have thick enough skin to throw it right back at him.
I love regions that allow emotes all game. This is the best. We're seeing a bit of a damage edge coming out from Lil V. This is the reason why Ziggs has been so popular, is he has 1400 range on Q. He outranges the Ezreal by 300, isn't really afraid of going into a poke war, and has a lot of survivability. So in the meantime, Mission, let's see what start he had. I believe it was still another Corrupting Potion start. Getting a good amount of damage onto Jimian already without any potions. So this is what Mission is known for. This is why he was known as the best mid laner for a while here, just being able to constantly chunk down other mid laners in the laning phase alone.
Yeah, and LeBlanc is going to have that in this TF lane, as TF just doesn't have a whole lot of dual potential. His goal is just to try and survive as long as possible, make sure he hits 6 without being too far behind, and then start making plays elsewhere on the map. And I mean, when it comes to elsewhere on the map, it really just comes down to top lane. Because you're not really ganking a Ziggs, and you're not really ganking for an Ezreal here in this setup, and it's all about the young gun in Lee Kai.
Yeah, Lee Kai really showed himself to be a very competent split pusher. He was great on Camille in the previous split. I felt like he was one of those players that was going to benefit the most in this swap to majority fighter meta. But Rest seems to have his number in this matchup so far, doing a great job. He's already up about 1 wave in CS. I think Gnar, still great in lane, but the problem is it's very hard to utilize in a skirmish-heavy team fighting sort of meta. So we'll see if they can still have the same efficiency when they get out of laning phase.
Yeah, and the other thing is, if you go for something like the Hail of Blades, it means you have to sacrifice on the runes, right? You're not going to have the extra sustain or durability when it comes to your secondary tree, as usually you go precision and resolve, so that's just a lot of sustain or just a lot of survivability. So you're going to have to sacrifice one of those. I forget what he took for a secondary tree.
Yeah, we're going to have to take a closer look at that one further down the line. But for now, you know, Lee Kai still holding his own in lane okay-ish. It's down to about 10 CS, but yeah, seems fine. We are going to get a pretty slow game, you know, everyone just kind of waiting for 6 in this one.
Yeah, everyone waiting for the first point of action to get started. Of course, we're only 5 minutes into the game, so it's not too surprising, but if you're expecting action to happen in the bot lane, let me pop that bubble real quick, because it's not. It's Ezreal, it's Ziggs. This is pretty much just gated by mana. If they're out of mana, they go and recall, and then they teleport, and then they go back to killing minions.
Yep. Just waiting on that level 6 to finally drop here for both teams. We should be expecting some action in the top side. I feel like there is more pressure on Machi X's side to actually make a trip up there, relieve some of that pressure from Lee Kai, and make sure he can actually use this Ghost to kind of snowball. Gemini is going to start the push, and I love this play from the junglers. Is going to free Jimian to roam across the map, and they instantly disappear in towards the bottom side, prompting a lot of pings coming out from J-Team. Looks like it's just going to be a Drake take, though.
Yeah, not a bad option here if you threaten the dive into that bot side, but then go straight over to the dragon. It's still a nice little objective, and even more importantly, it is a cloud here, which is so helpful for that first TF ultimate here. He gets the extra ability haste, and that's going to help out a lot in making sure his second one comes online very quickly.
It was pretty standard play overall, but we now see this topside trade potentially developing. Usually we call this the Silk Road behind the red buff. We have the pink there already, so if LeBlanc wants to counter roam, he does have that option. Probably going to try and snowball Rest a little bit more on the top side. And they have full pings onto Gemini's position, so J-Team definitely planning their next move. I feel like at this point, both of the junglers probably trying to free up the mid lane just a little bit. This is something that Machi X has done a lot better than J-Team. It's just their coordination between Jimian and Gemini has been superior to that of Mission versus Hana. And that's pretty much the reason why they were able to trump against them in the playoffs. Now we see Gemini coming in for the trade. Lee Kai already topping the Ghost. The Dragon's Fate coming for the kill.
TF swoops on in, gets that first blood, but what an execution coming in from Machi. Gemini coming in with a very good play there, uses the flash, uses the kick, and sets everything up so perfectly for Jimian to swoop in and finish off that kill. That's going to help out a lot in just freeing up this TF so much faster and allow them to really apply further pressure onto this Gnar.
That's just great play. I really wonder how he was able to do things from A-Team calmly, but still to reach around and make sure to get to that top lane before anybody could stop him. Gemini on the brink of getting a steal right here, loses the resonance, and J-Team able to pick away that objective. Didn't have to rotate up at all. So now X do have a counter punch to do what they want in the bottom side. This is a very slow, methodical game, and as a I do prefer these in comparison to slugfests.
It is a little bit nice, relaxing pace, especially compared to that last game. So it's a nice little contrast. We don't have to really break down how surprising some of these solo kills are, right? Coming in from the Heimerdinger. We can just kind of sit back, enjoy ourselves, and really allow... Okay, well, cut off by the pause, but you know, we get to be talk a little bit more about how these teams play out rather than just getting sucked into the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of a slow, grindy game for sure, and I think the next Herald push is going to be huge coming in from J-Team right here. You know, this is their chance to kind of coalesce and really use that range advantage and push it toward the forefront. They have that Gnar, they have the LeBlanc, and if you look at those matchups, they should be able to outdo in terms of poke. So I'm really curious on where they're going to drop this one. Where do you think this Herald is going to go?
I think whenever you get an early Herald, it really has to come into the Ziggs lane, right? Because if you get the charge down and if you have enough damage put down onto the turret, you can easily execute the rest of the turret with that Ziggs W. So you can easily get a first tower very, very quickly. And it just comes down to how they set up to make sure that they have enough damage to get it low enough for that charge plus explosive charge, or I forget what the satchel charge.
Yeah, you can instantly take towers down below 25% health. I believe they actually buffed it a little bit more. Likai right now going pretty aggressive in this lane, trying to get some snips down, but Rest holding his rage bar well and just continuing the Teemo spam. This is exactly what Rest does best. He says, hey, you cheated. You didn't play the 1v1 till the end, so I get to emote spam you until the end of your days.
Yeah, he didn't respect the first rule of top lane, which is it's a 1v1, and now he's brought in his jungler once again.
Beautiful cover from Gemini. Nothing's going to happen. Rest knows about this. He has the ward in the back, and he's going to give another thumbs down to the duo. Gemini has not left, but he's going to be wasting a lot of time here. I almost feel like Rest's BM strategy is working.
He's got them on tilt. He's now thrown the extra ward as well, so no matter what kind of play they try and make up at his top side, he's got it fully red here. So well done from Rest, having the situation completely down perfectly.
In the meantime, we did have a bit of a push into the bottom side. Machi X's bot lane did have to leave and make sure they didn't get pincered down, but Hana is going to come in for another try, and they do have the TP on the top side as well, so this could be a 4v2 dive instantly. We do see Gemini in position to dissuade that play from happening. He does catch wind of Hana, throws out the Sonic Wave, and J-Team thinks better about their aggression into the bottom side. Twisted Fate could join in an instant, so they're still waiting on this one. And we only have one kill so far. Very, very slow game in this one. Hana not really being able to drop anything either. I kind of want to ask you, but who do you favor if this game does drag out to like the 30-minute to 40-minute mark?
Yeah, I definitely would favor the amount of raw damage coming out from Machi just a little bit more. Yes, you have the reset potential from Hana and also the team fight power from Rest, but at a certain point, Gwen comes online and it becomes incredibly frustrating to play. They're going to try and group mid to try and see if they can get an execution range, but all they get is one charge, and unfortunately, it's split up, I believe, across all 4 members, so not even being able to funnel gold into a particular member means that it's a little bit unfortunate for that Rift Herald charge.
Pretty interesting that Machi actually preemptively TP'd Lee Kai down from the top lane and set up for this Drake. In the meantime, we are going to get some free plates for Rest, but I don't think that's going to change much on the map just yet. A little bit more gold into his pocket up on the Gnar. In the meantime, we do see Mission being chased up upon. He doesn't want to take this 1v3, and he has a very easy escape. So, again, nothing really going to happen there, but just some gold traded back and forth. Machi X, though, with that Drake stack, does mean they are looking at a 23-minute soul on the table if they so choose to pick up the tempo. It's going to be a bit difficult for J-Team to respond to.
Yeah, and this is actually a really, really early Ocean Soul if it does come to fruition, which means J-Team, they have to contest around one of the next 2 dragons. And if they do get their hands onto that Ocean Soul, like, how are you going to be able to kill targets like the Gwen and like that Ezreal? It becomes a nigh impossible task. There's so much sustain, so much damage just constantly coming down from them, and that means for J-Team, they have to look to try and make a play sooner rather than later.
Oh, we do see the ultimate used by Koala here, but doesn't actually manage to catch anyone, and J-Team able to back out quite easily. They do have full vision on the bottom side. They're going to continue their offense here.
And on the flip side, we do get to see a steal coming in from Gemini, being able to take away that blue buff. And J-Team, they really want to make this bot lane miserable. And at the same time, for Machi, they're perfectly fine conceding that first turret just because there isn't a bunch of extra plates. They go ahead, get themselves this Rift Herald, and hopefully that will allow them to get a little bit more gold onto Lee Kai. Perhaps snowball it into 2 towers up top if they're able to find a pick with G-Mian. But one of the key factors is G-Mian, he only has ulted once in this first 15 minutes, and I feel like that's not enough if you are playing that TF. Oh, well, it does look like we might have lost Clement there, and for the time being, it looks like I'm getting some extra duty, right? Getting a little bit of play-by-play in, but so far, it's a bit of a slow game still. 16 minutes into the game, we have Twisted Fate now completing that Everfrost. That's going to help in the pick potential. Just continuing to further their ability to find picks with this Leona and the Twisted Fate. And on the flip side for J-Team, it's about clearing these waves, and thankfully they've got a Ziggs, probably one of the best wave clear champions in the game ever of all time. And that means that Rest, he's going to be able to go ahead, sit on the side along with Mission. So it should be a good time here. As welcome back, Clement. Maybe? No, not quite. Whoa,
oh, as we go back straight into the action, Hana is going to open fire onto Lee Kai, prompting the needlework immediately, and he's gonna just slip and slash out of there. So dodges out on a 4-man collapse. Meanwhile, Atlan gets picked out. This should not happen as he is 4v1 on the bottom side. That was a bit careless by Atlan, going too close to Mission.
Yeah, I got a little bit too close to the sun there, but will be able to retain his life. And Machi, they're gonna enjoy this slower style game here. as it will be a tower in that bot side. Tower trades on opposite ends. It will be J-Team getting top tower and Machi getting that bottom tower, but J-Team still holding the 1 turret lead, as they also have a minor gold lead because of it.
Also, very interesting build from Atlan. Pretty different from what we've seen all day long. Oh, and a bit of a catch from Mission as he fires back and prompts the perfect timing away from Koala. The fight continues as both teams are trying to disengage, but Woody is in way over his head. Is the first one to drop right before the Drake is about to come up as well. So this could drastically change things as Lee Kai doesn't have his TP. Mission going in for more poke. Lee Kai still trying to get some damage onto Rest, but does not come out ahead of this one. J-Team desperately trying to break the Drake train right here, and Gemini going in for some assassination. Doesn't land the Q. He does have the flash. He walks in, but doesn't find the smite. So great play from J-Team. They secure the objective. They lose the support, but the poke is enough to make sure that they have a late game to play for.
And that's massive, being able to steal away that dragon, stall out that soul. Just another 5 minutes, because look at how dominating that Gnar has been. It's been able to get a really nice CS advantage, and that means for the side of J-Team, they need him to just keep on applying that pressure in that 1v1 and then hopefully rotate over with that Mega Gnar, find those picks with that big Mega Gnar. As we get to see the replay, they thought they caught out the Leona, but then Gemini, great flank, gets the kick, and Woody at that point in time, he's just offered to disengage for the rest of his team.
Well, goodbye G-Mian, knows that he's dead, doesn't even use the flash right there, and that's just the power of the side lane catch. Rest didn't, I don't think he even really needed his strike breaker to make that one work. In the meantime, Gemini is the new target here as, okay, actually pretty good footwork there. Lil V only able to get 1 Q off onto the Lee Sin, uses ult on Atlan, takes half his HP, and Mission comes in from the side. This is getting really difficult for Machi X to actually deal with here. They don't have the strong engage to lock down a lot of these slippery targets. Gemini trying to wait on the side, gets the 3-man kick, but not the engage that he was looking for. And Rest is just dancing around. I'm surprised he's not BMing them more, because he's been playing out of his mind.
Rest has indeed just been really playing so well here, as we are going to see the player gold being pulled up onto the side here, and G-Mian has, as does a TF, well, he gets so much extra gold from his passive. So he's currently on top of the gold charts, but a lot of J-Team not too far behind. And part of that is also the fact that they have an ever so slight gold advantage. And really, when it comes to these teamfight setups, side of Machi, they have to be really decisive when it comes to these plays, because the poke is definitely there for J-Team. Mission, he can play more of a poke style, being able to jump back and forth. The poke coming in from Ziggs with those bouncing bombs, and then of course the boomerang coming in from this Gnar. And on the flip side, you don't have a lot of poke tools. You've got Atlan, and that's it.
Yeah, Machi X have a very difficult to execute composition. I think this is one of those comps you play if you know that you're solidly better than your opposition. Most of it is single target crowd control. If you look at G-Mian, he doesn't really have damage at all. He's pretty much just a catch tool, so...
yeah. It's a lot of CC, though.
It's true, it's a lot of crowd control, but in the late game, this is very hard to execute. However, Mission is going to make it slightly easier for them. Rest on the backside just finds Atlan out of nowhere. Atlan doesn't even burn his flash, just dies immediately. What happened there? Koala is next, but Gemini with the burst combo takes one back for the team. That was insane to watch here. Lee Kai still in the hollow path, is able to cut and snip his way to another kill. Dodges out on the stun, and G-Mian comes back in the side. What the hell did they do to make this work? This is insane for Machi X. They lose their 80 carry, but it doesn't even matter. They even walk out of the fray.
And what an escape coming in from Machi. They find the kills, but they also are able to just walk out, no questions asked. And unfortunately, Atlan does fall. We're going to see the replay. They kind of just all spread out here, and Hana, he looks for an opening, and they just immediately pounced on Atlan. But on the flip side, Koala Gemini gets a brilliant kick here. And yeah, now Lee Kai's here, and well, Gwen doing Gwen things.
Yeah, the hollowed mist keeping him alive. He even got the extra resistances over the wall, keeping him very, very healthy. Oh, not very, very healthy. Down to 100 HP for a long time. And Jimian finally funnels in. This play really started with mission mispositioning on the top side. You know, gives an easy catch to the Twisted Fate, and Machi X just piling in. Even without their AD carry, they're able to make that work. I'm really surprised that with Atlan dying before even throwing out his ult, they still won. I guess AD carries really don't matter after all.
Yeah, and that's why for J-Team, they don't even have an AD carry. They've got a Ziggs. And now it looks like they're going to try and contest for this dragon.
Rest going for the steal, but he's not going to be able to outsmite a Lee Sin. The fight is on double stun onto the front line. Jimian pops down into the stasis. The Lee Kai finds a perfect opening into the back line. They're going to trade supports right here, but they will lose a little bit more. Lil V finds himself up the ramp, has a perfect position to just open up on the remaining members of Machi X, and it will be a 1-for-2 trade in the favor of J-Team. They are trying to get a little bit more, and Atlan has to TP out.
Nice little TP out, but it's still a big summoner burned by that Ezreal. And yeah, the Lee Kai and Gemini had a really nice flank angle for that team fight, but they just got stuck on Woody the entire time. They couldn't burst him down fast enough, and that means on the flip side for the rest of J-Team, they're able to just finish off the rest of the team and then just fall back afterwards. Nice hook, lands on Koala, and Jimian, that's the real pick there. They're able to CC Jimian, he's stuck, he has to use the stasis, and yeah, they're able to mop up very quickly afterwards. Lil V gets a nice little bouncing bomb to finish off that Twisted Fate, and they get a kill on the back end, but does it really matter if it's only onto the Nautilus?
I've got to say, that was some very beautiful kiting coming in from J-Team. They use the ramp so well. They go up the ramp, protect their back line, and then jump back over the ramp to choose which side of the fight that they're going to take. They get the extra kills here, and honestly, coordination is not something that J-Team has been able to outplay Machi X in the past, but that was really well done. I'm fairly impressed with that fight going forward. Now Jimian seems like he has another catch onto Lil V without the flash. Lil V is able to use the Zhonya's hook, does not land, goes a little bit wide. It seems like we are going to get a disengage right after this. Okay, so no, nobody has any more ammunition to keep this fight going.
Yeah, and while they do have inside track onto the mid lane...
Oh, Rest goes in, but isn't able to find the stun. Atlan, again, gets his flash forced away, though.
Yeah, quick on the trigger finger, will be able to save his life, though, and that's really important because it means that this Baron buff isn't immediately going to get turned upon, although Koala is all by himself for some reason.
Yeah, that's not where you want to be as a Marsupial. We do have Lee Kai going over the wall, but this does feel like a bit of a lost cause. He then goes back into his own team. That was such a smart play from Lee Kai. Actually getting a lot of HP bars from J-Team, and that's going to mean J-Team can't turn. Even with the extra member, they can't do Baron.
Yeah, and once again, it's these narrow margins that allow Machi to stay in this game, even with some of these curious plays coming in, such as Koala just walking and taking all those honey fruits, just pretty much in clear sight without anyone around. So, bit of a blunder there, but it will reset the map, and it looks like everything is going to come down to this next dragon in 90 seconds. Jimian, though, could die.
We do have a lot of damage coming in from Mission at this point. He also has some friends with him. Jimian doesn't have any of the crucial summoners. Pops the exhaust, but as you said, he is a complete goner. However, Likai is going to try and avenge him right here. Gold card comes down from Hana. And a very nifty move, and Rest tries to BM the rest of Machi X. I love when Rest BMs. I know some players don't like it, but I love it when BMers get punished, and I also like it when BMers, you know, do kind of silly plays and stuff like that. So it's a win-win regardless for the viewers, and we should encourage it, in my view. In my view.
I mean, it's basically trash talking without the actual trash talk, right?
It's not
so,
that toxic.
I'm all for it.
It's mildly toxic. Oh, that's a decent play from Gemini, but an even better hop away from Rest. Let's get out of that sticky situation. He keeps a flash, too.
Keeps flash, and I mean, thankfully for the side of Machi, they still retain the flash onto this Lee Sin. And 28 minutes into the game, we've only had 13 kills. Definitely a much slower paced game compared to all the other ones today. And it's really all about this dragon that is pretty much up and available.
They have noticed Atlan is not running any sustain in his build, so if he takes poke, he's out of the fray. You know, he has to wait and back again, but we do have the Destiny Gate being popped right here. Machi X trying to find a flank to get themselves this Dragon Soul. It will be an Ocean, which is massive against a poke composition. They don't really find the flanking angle just yet. Lee Kai is going to try and hurt on the other side. J-Team decide to engage, but Everfrost means that they can't jump on anyone. J-Team are stuck in a pretty awkward situation. Rest is about to run out of Mega Gnar. In comes the engage right here. Viego does secure the Ocean Drake, and the rest of his team once again funnels up onto the ramp, leaving Rest alone though. Rest is gonna fall down, and Gemini is still pretty healthy going into the backline. That's a 3-man Arcane Barrage going into the fray as J-Team have to scatter and run away. How many members can they keep alive in this fight? Likai is chasing with scissors wide open. Doesn't find his next target, and J-Team got what they came for.
J-Team got what they wanted, and Machi unable to fully punish that play. As J-Team, they are able to secure themselves their second dragon and delay that Ocean Soul once more. And for Machi, we're going to see the replay of this fight. They have kind of the push and pull set up, but unfortunately Gemini doesn't hit the right timing when it comes to entering that pit, which means he's not going to be able to steal away that dragon. And while this peel comes in relatively well from J-Team, you're peeling towards the wrong area, right? You're peeling towards the opponent's base, not your own.
The next fight is going to be super decisive as we see all 10 players without summoners at this point. So everything basically burned off the table. Rest does get his back in time for the Baron Pit, but a lot of people will be dying, especially the backline here as we find Gemini into the back, trying to get an engage, but J-Team are able to back out in formation. So nothing really going on here. Gemini quickly trying to get some of his HP bar back, and this fight is heating up. This game is so tense, it's so on the line, where everyone is waiting for that big first team fight. Rest jumps in, Atlan jumps out, keeping himself safe. 31 minutes in, the lowest kill game we've had so far. And it just seems like everyone is fishing for an engage, but Woody puts himself way too far forward, has to flash out. Likai's the new target, but he is in that payload miss, and he's not going to take that much damage. Uses all of his needlework on the front line, doesn't really get much of it, and once more J-Team are able to disengage. Machi X so far, they've been able to lock down targets that go into them a little bit too deep. Like, if Woody makes a mistake like that again, then Machi X will say thank you. But otherwise, they just haven't been able to lock anyone down.
This game has just been on an absolute razor's edge. And it does come down to who makes that first mistake, and it almost was Woody, but the side of Machi, they don't quite have enough damage yet. As I mean, even Jimian, like...
Gemini didn't see the Baron. He actually popped over the wall.
Yeah. He has an idea that it is going down, but yeah, they are going to have to now back off, so... Gemini saving the game there with that ward.
Yeah, and we do have to mention that these days, you know, smite fights are even more 50-50, as it doesn't really matter what level you are anymore. Everyone has the same kind of smite damage going into things. And JT looks like they're not really willing to try and chance the 50-50. Machi X, at this point, I think, you know, we are going to see just straight up 5v5, so I do want to see if Machi X can get a slow push in one of these side lanes. That would be really helpful. Machi X do still want to look for that pick, while J-Team, I feel like they're more comfortable in that sort of siege poke formation where all 5 of them are present.
I definitely think there's going to be a lot of push and pull, trying to set up side waves here as we go into that next fight. Dragon up in 1 minute. Should be Machi, of course, really wanting to contest, but it's really all on their plate whether or not they do want to go and contest here. Is they're going to try and set up flank angles. Likai, well, he's got to get out of jail for free card here with that miss.
Does get the gold card down full on, engage into the backline, and
wow,
Lil V disappears before he even ults. That was beautiful from Machi X. They are snipers on the rift. GBN goes for even more into the enemy backline. They find Mission in this red buff, and out of nowhere, Machi X turned the fight on its head. Multiple kills, double objectives open to them. Machi X once again have J-Team's number.
And Machi at 34 minutes, they find a decisive fight, and now they're going to be able to turn, get themselves this Ocean Dragon, and that should also prompt them to just rotate over and claim themselves a Baron. So a massive gold swing and a massive win here for the side of Machi. It doesn't look like they want to full commit for that Baron though, as they're going to go ahead and get those recalls channeled. But they're in a prime position to go ahead and take that Baron buff when they choose to do so.
Let's watch that again as GBN finds a chunk of damage. Oh, that was just beautiful. 3 ults instantly to obliterate the backline. And I have to say, that was a bit of a missed position coming in from the other side, but we do have a big fight right on the red buff going down right now. Likai into the fray. Nobody can touch him, and Hana has to run for his life. Already Rest has died. The BM King is no more, and Machi X do have the Dragon Soul plus a very clear edge onto the Baron. Wow, J-Team held this close for so long, but just those 2 fights going into it have completely swung the game into Machi X's favor. They have the Destiny Gate, still looking for more, but not in range to catch up onto Woody.
Not going to be able to find that last kill onto Woody, but it does mean that they're going to just turn around for this Baron, and they do it way too quick. Even if the side of JT wanted to respond, they're not going to get there in time, as I feel like they're just kind of playing with finishing it off. They were a little bit worried that Hana would come around for a flank, but I mean, Rest, he gets the nice wombo setup with Lil V and his ult, but right after that, they're out. That burst of damage is all they got, because the LeBlanc doesn't have huge team fight presence unless if he goes for that double distortion, and he doesn't go for it. He's not there.
Yeah, that was a very risky play by Rest. He was basically gambling that the rest of Machi X wasn't there. But surprise, surprise, Machi X actually were more grouped up than J-Team was. So they don't even get much contribution from Mission. Goes in and gets 1 Sigil of Malice, but that's pretty much it. Doesn't even get the kill on Gemini. So right now, Hana doing the split push duties, but I'm pretty sure that Machi X are happy with this trade. They push a lot faster compared to Hana.
They've got a Baron buff, and Hana, he's also a jungler, so he doesn't have the teleport to get back to his team. He's got to have to press that B button to get on back, which means a lot of space given over to Machi. Now that he's gotten the recall off, now they're looking to perhaps turn the tides, and an interesting build coming in from Atlan. He actually doesn't have a mythic, but given that, well, Divine Thunder did get nerfed, you're really fine with skipping the Triforce just because of the stats on Essence Weaver are really, really good just as a raw item.
And I do want to point out the build here. The Blade of the Rune, I'm sorry, the Bloodthirster is pretty unique. Most Ezreals do go for Blade of the Rune King, but he just wants that extra shielding to stay alive. He doesn't want to face Mission in any brush. And if he does find Mission, he's making damn sure that with 2 shields, he is not going to die. So
and the
I like the build. Yeah, extra MR on top of that. This is I don't really care about doing max DPS, but I am going to make sure that I can clean these teamfights up.
I'm gonna save my KDA as well, you know? I'm all for playing for KDA. You know, marksman player. Just deal max damage, but I mean for Machi, they're just really tooling JT right now. They're playing these multi-lanes so wonderfully with this Baron buff, and now they're looking to try and hopefully crack a inhibitor. Otherwise, we're going to see an Elder Dragon fight in 100 seconds.
MachiX continuing to dance around the base. They've been still pushing in 2 lanes and also just forcing Rest to chase them in their own jungle. And we see the problem with the Siege Poke team. They don't really have much engage. Neither side has a lot of engage, so whoever can push harder seems to be getting the upper edge in this matchup so far. And it's definitely the team like Machi that has the Baron buff that's going to come out ahead in this one.
Yeah, and Clement, against the Poke team, the best dragon in the game is Ocean. So with the double Ocean ticking and the Ocean Soul, they've just got so much built-in sustain. They aren't going to have issues playing against this Poke composition in elongated sieges.
Yeah, how is J-Team actually going to close out here? It's a really difficult puzzle to solve, and it'll require a lot of execution either way. We do have the Elder coming up. I think if Machi tries to take this a little bit too early, then JT might be able to just waltz through their jungle. But you see right now, MachiX seems like they're trying to hold their ground. They're willing to fight this out inside the red side jungle of JT. Excuse me. Now J-Team going down the mid lane. They don't have any vision control on either side. Jimian has already popped the ghost. He's going in. Rest has been tagged down. Lee Kai chasing forward, and Gemini forces Woody to commit. Woody's gonna be just destroyed in an instant. That's the 5v4. Needlework going straight into the composition. Lil V has to flash out. Can they take down Lee Kai before the Zhonya's? No! He survives, and the rest of the team is able to chase up. Atlan with this build is going to go even further. Rest is about to drop, and so does Mission with the Ignite. That will be the game. MachiX pick up all the stragglers and walk into the base unopposed.
Yeah, it's just Hana, but as the Viego, yes, you're busted if you get resets, but you do not clear waves out well at all. That will be Machi finishing off this game, and yes, it took 41 minutes, but what a game it was.
That definitely was the closest and best game of the day. We can see MachiX memeing the Twisted Fate right here, throwing out the yellow card that found that most important kill onto Lil V there. It was a bit of a mispositioning by Lil V, but only a split second, and MachiX make J-Team pay for it. Just great execution overall. This was the most execution-intensive game that we've had all day.
Yeah, and when it comes down to a lack of engage coming in from both sides, well, then it becomes a very, very easy job for the rapid fire cannon Twisted Fate. You get so much extra range, and if you're not going to get punished, you can freely walk up and get gold card after gold card, and that's how this game really just ends. He gets a gold card, throws it out, so much extra poke damage, and then the chase is on.
Gemini follows, Lee Kai with the slow, hits everyone on the back line, and Woody does give up a little bit early. He did have his flash. I'm just surprised that he didn't try to flash backwards instead, but does drop anyway. And Lee Kai again just baiting J-Team in. J-Team know that they can't really defend with a 4v5. They try to go for the risky play, and that's the full punish coming in from Machi.
Yeah, and that fight was still on a razor's edge, right? Because if they were able to find the deletion on Lee Kai before the Zhonya's comes through, all of a sudden you get that first reset onto Viego. He gets to turn into Gwen of all champions as well. So you know the turn potential is there. But Lee Kai plays it perfectly, gets the Zhonya's off just in the nick of time, and that secures the win.
And from henceforward, we will call this the Jimian. That's really nicely played by Machi X. I'm glad to have casted that game with you, Nightstar, because that one was a lot of fun. It was really, really tense.
What a way to end the day, too.
Yeah, true. It's always been that way between J-Team and Machi X. Those two teams, they definitely have a grudge against each other. They face each other all the time. Mission was ex-Machi X. And even with all those losses to the roster, I'm glad that Gemini is going to come in strong once more on this composition. And it's always great to see Rest BMing the entire game and then losing in the final push. So either way, it's a win for the viewers. I just really, really enjoyed that one.
Yeah, it was all around just a very, very fun match. Just piling, we had so much excitement built in from earlier in the day. You just want one game where everything is down to the last moment, down to that razor's edge, the one mistake, and we got it.
Feels good to have cast a game like that one. We should be having the end game statistics coming up shortly. Definitely the longest game of the day. And, you know, I kind of want to ask your thoughts so far as our color caster here on, 11.13. After watching a full day of PCS games here, what do you think the meta is going to be like going forward?
It's going to be everyone banning Moonblack's Heimerdinger. That's what it is. Because the Heimerdinger was truly a menace here. And I think a lot of teams, when it comes to dealing with impunity as well, are just going to look at the at this Heimerdinger LeBlanc matchup and probably shy away from LeBlanc if that's the pick they would usually go for in that mid lane. But damage statistics coming out here, it is going to be Atlan dealing the most damage, of course, as the Ezreal with that long range capability, able to pump out a lot of damage. But I would say still the main playmaker on this team was G-Man with those RFC gold cards.
Yeah, it just seemed like, J-Team had a lot of vulnerable members that got caught out in all of those critical team fights. Mission in the first one, kills Lil V in the next, and then of course Woody in the final one. Lee Kai is going to be your MVP once more, chasing forward and making sure that J-Team stays to be annihilated and allowing Machi X to clean up the game right there. 21% of his team's damage, 308, flawless game from him. And it just goes to show you that Gwen is going to be here to stay in the meta. 3 Gwen MVPs in a day.
Yeah, taking half of the MVPs for today there. Gwen, just such a powerful champion here. And if you don't know how to take those early team fights when Gwen is weak, it just becomes very problematic the later the game went. And Lee Kai also piloted the champion to perfection, mind you, because he found those Zhonya timings insanely perfectly and also had great miss timings as well, hitting that miss at the perfect time, neutralizing a lot of the kill threat onto him, and able to survive on a knife's edge.
True. Taking a look at today's standings so far, there has been actually 0 upsets given summer splits, given spring splits standing, excuse me. PSG won both of their games, and we had Virginia Dragons splitting 1-1 apiece with Liab in Boom Esports. And in the Clash of Titans, Machi does come out ahead at the very, very end. So it seems like no surprises just so far, but we'll never count any team out. They could definitely still strike a lot harder. I feel like Hong Kong Attitude had a pretty good game. And upcoming tomorrow, we are going to get a double dose of Liab Gaming and also J-Team again tomorrow. So, you know, J-Team, this should be a 2-0 for them, but Boom Esports has been able to claw one back from them in the past, so I wouldn't count that one in the bag just yet. Machi Esports versus Beyond Gaming, probably our 2 highest seeded teams going up against each other out of tomorrow's game, so make sure you catch on to that one. Megabank Beyond Gaming versus Machi Esports in the 4th game of the day.
Yeah, and I'm really looking towards that 1st and 4th matchup for the really big fireworks, right? In that first game, it's going to be up to Boom to try and find creative picks, or maybe just like creative plays, highlight reel-worthy plays to be able to take that against J-Team. I think the slow, methodical style should play more in favor towards J-Team, but, you know, you never know with a player like Ruby.
Yeah, I think both teams fall into that category in that they should win the game, but sometimes they don't. So it's always super exciting to see both of these teams, especially when they face up against each other. The last time they did it, it was a roller coaster. I'll just give you that one. But so far, PCS day 1, I think it's been an absolute blast. We've been welcoming this new meta. I really like the dynamic picks. A lot of my worries have actually kind of faded away. I felt like a lot of the teams did not utilize flex picks very well in Spring Split, but it doesn't seem to be an issue so far in summer. Everyone has down with the program, down with 11.13, and we do see teams, I think, still trying to figure out what the best way to play in the meta is. I think for today so far, 131 still seems to be sort of the main answer that we've seen. Gwen seems to be incredibly powerful. Teams, I don't think anyone really knows how to play against a Gwen very well. It's so difficult to do. You don't do damage to her outside her mist, and then you have to respect her cooldowns, all of that. It's just way too difficult to actually deal with so far. But that's it from us from day 1, and thank you to all our viewers and audience that followed us on this journey. It's been a long time back to the PCS. We know that there's been a bit of delay, but we are finally here, and we will continue week 1 of action all throughout the weekend. There's going to be 6 games on Saturday, 6 games on Sunday, so don't go anywhere. Mark your calendars, mark your schedule. Make sure to meet us here again on PCS Pacific Championship Series. It's been a pleasure. I've been Clement, and this has been my new co-caster, Nightstar. Thank you guys very much.